Chapter 142. After wandering around the southern part of the city for a while, Yushu and the others found the Yunlai Inn recommended by the escort. This inn was slightly old and not as spacious as the place they stayed at in Feng Prefecture. However, considering the price, Yushu was taken to the second floor of the back to look at the rooms. In the end, they chose 2 third-class rooms next to each other and paid 5 days' rent. Similarly, Yu Xiaoxiu and Jing Chun shared a room, while Yushu and Xia Mingming shared a room. There were 2 beds in the room, and the layout was not particular. Fortunately, the bedding was clean, and there was even a summer mat. The window was open on the back street, so it was relatively quiet. This was something that Yushu was very satisfied with. Putting down the luggage, Yushu walked to the basin rack to wash her hands. Xia Mingming had been holding back all the way. Seeing that there was no one around, he finally asked, "You are so good at Yishui. Why don't you take the Dayan examination?" Yushu shook off the water droplets on her hands and wiped them with a handkerchief. She turned her head and asked, "Is my Yishui good?" "Of course it's good." Xia Mingming was a little excited. "You know the art of 6 lines. I dare say that with this, you will definitely make a name for yourself in the Dayan examination." Yushu smiled and said, "It's true that I know the art of 6 lines, but have you ever seen me use it to tell the fortune of others?" This, Xia Mingming thought about it carefully. It seemed that she really had not seen her use the art of 6 lines to tell the fortune of anyone. Even when Yushu was teaching her, she did not use the art of 6 lines to tell the fortune for her. But why? Seeing the confusion on Xia Mingming's face, Yushu immediately explained to her, "My aptitude is not good. I can barely learn the art of 6 lines, so I can only tell the fortune for myself. It's not accurate for others." Xia Mingming's mouth was wide open. With a stunned expression, he blurted out, "Isn't this a waste?" Yushu snorted softly. She thought to herself, "Don't be calculative with a child. Anyway, of course she has poor aptitude. So what if her aptitude is rotten? Who is in the way?" She did not rely on this to make a living. Seeing the change in Yushu's expression, Xia Mingming realized that he had said something wrong. Blushing, he rubbed his hands and said, I didn't mean that. Don't be angry. I just wanted to say that it's a pity that you can't use the 6 lines. Yes, it's a pity. Of course, Yushu wouldn't get angry just because of one sentence. Xia Mingming was just being straightforward. Moreover, even Yushu herself felt that she had ruined the 6 Yao lines. However, she had no choice. Her horoscope was not reliable, so she could only use the 6 Yao lines to make up for it. Seeing that Yushu was not speaking, Xia Mingming thought that she was really angry. Feeling anxious, Xia Mingming sat down beside her, held her hand, and said, "Ashu, don't feel bad. Aptitude and talent are born with it. It's not up to us to decide. Look at me. Aren't I the same? I can read dreams, but I can't use it at all. My 4th sister has always laughed at me for being a good-for-nothing since I was young, but I'm still the same. What's the big deal? They are just a little better than us when they are born." As she spoke, she began to sympathize with Yushu. She put one arm around Yushu's shoulder and said in a tough voice, "There are several subjects in the Great Yin examination. You can't use the 6 Yao lines, so don't go for the uncanny techniques. If you pass the other subjects, you will still have a chance to enter the Imperial Historian's Library." "All right, isn't there a Ji family in Yang City? I heard that there's a young lady in the Ji family who is very talented. 3 years ago, she was chosen to enter the Imperial Historian's Library only by relying on astrology. How's your feng shui? You don't know physiognomy, so what do you call it?" Seeing that Xia Mingming was talking energetically, Yushu poured herself a cup of tea to drink. The Great Yin examination that was held once every 3 years was indeed an opportunity for a carp to leap over the Dragon's Gate. At first, she had thought of taking the exam, but on second thought, she felt that it would be inappropriate. The Great Yin examination was organized by the Celestial Commissioner under the Imperial Decree and was linked to the Imperial Historian's Library. The top students of each subject would definitely be reviewed by the Celestial Commissioner before being selected to study in the Imperial Historian's Library. If she remembered correctly, the old master of the Ji family was currently holding a position in the Celestial Commissioner's office, and it wasn't a low position either. That Ji Xingxuan was a famous top student. in the imperial historian's library. As for her, her predecessor was a pitiful person who died in the Ji family's household. She had been chased out of the Ji family twice, and had almost replaced Ji Xingxuan as someone's concubine. It could be said that she and the Ji family had a deep hatred for each other. If she were to participate in the Great Yin examination, she would definitely spare no effort to fight for a ranking. She didn't dare to guarantee anything else, but at least in feng shui, she would definitely enter the top 3. But what would happen after that? If the Ji family didn't find out, then it would be fine. But if they did, based on the Ji family's character, she didn't believe that they would let her wander. If they found out that something was wrong, they would definitely crush her to death in her infancy. She was afraid that when the time came, she would be too busy supporting the Ji family. Not to mention studying, even finding a place to live would be a problem. Success wasn't something that could be achieved overnight. She was still too inexperienced. The Great Yin examination was a shortcut, but it wasn't suitable for her. Or rather, it wasn't suitable for her right now. In a situation where she couldn't protect herself, exposing herself prematurely would only bring her danger and obstacles. In comparison, the temptation of leaping through the Dragon's Gate wasn't enough for her to gamble. As a reference for this year's Great Yin examination, she had previously used the 6 lines to make a divination for herself several times. Each time, there was danger hidden within the good fortune. This made her even more determined to not advance rashly. Mingming, you don't need to comfort me. I won't go to this year's Great Yin examination. Yushu interrupted Xia Mingming's words. Her attitude was very firm. She removed the hand that was on her shoulder and placed it on the table. She patted it and said, "Prepare yourself well." Yushu got up and left the excited Xia Mingming behind. She went to her bag and took out a small abacus, a stack of banknotes, and half a bag of silver fragments. She sat on the edge of the bed and calculated. The more she calculated, the more worried she became. Right now, she only had about 310 taels of silver left. 2 rooms in the inn cost 2 taels a day. The food expenses for the 4 of them would be 200 taels a day. 10 days of food and lodging would be 22 taels. In addition to the money for Jing Chen's medicine, they would have to live on the streets in 2 months. Xia Mingming followed Yushu to sit on the bed. After a moment of silence, she couldn't help but ask, "Shu, can you accompany me to Parent Hall tomorrow?" Yushu fiddled with her abacus. Without raising her head, she said, "Didn't I say that I have something to do tomorrow? You can go by yourself. You're already a grown man. How can you get lost? Don't you dare to go to the capital alone? How come you become a coward here?" She could take care of Xia Mingming and help him, but she didn't want to spoil and protect him. She didn't have the leisure and obligation to do so. "Who's a coward?" Xia Mingming was dissatisfied and said, "I want to bring you to see the world. Parent Hall is a must-visit place for those who come to the capital. If you're lucky, you can meet a great master there. What urgent matter do you have to do?" Yushu said, "I want to see if there are any houses for sale in the city. I want to find a place to stay as soon as possible. It's a waste of money to stay in an inn. It's not cheap to eat outside." Xia Mingming was surprised. "You want to buy a house?" "Yes, it's not a big one. 2 rooms are enough." There were 4 of them, and the place was too small. Just like the small courtyard where Chao Zixin lived in Yang City. Inadvertently thinking of that person, Yushu was slightly absent-minded. She only responded after Xia Mingming called her several times. Ashu, what did you just say?" Yushu lowered her head and cleared the messy abacus in her hand. She thought that he had already returned to the Shui family and should be in the capital now. "You just said that it's expensive to eat outside. Are you going to cook after buying a house?" "Let me tell you first, I don't know how to cook. I don't expect you to." Anling City was so big. They shouldn't be able to meet each other. Even if they met, there was nothing to say. After all, that day Yushu sighed. She would rather not see him again than feel awkward when they met again. Whether it was her brother Chao or Master Shui, she didn't know how to face him. "Why are you sighing? Do you not have enough money?" Xia Mingming asked with concern. After several times of Yu Xiaoxiu's unintentional ridicule, she was now very self-aware. She knew that she had to rely on Yushu to support her. "Just save some money. Wait for me to think of a way to make money. Yushu sorted out the scattered banknotes. She took out the top banknote with a denomination of 10 taels. She took out a few pieces of silver and handed it to Xiao Mingming. What is this for? Xiao Mingming looked at it, but didn't take it. Yushu smiled and said, Aren't you going out tomorrow? Are you going to walk? If it's too far, you can rent a carriage. But don't waste it. Buy some tools with the remaining money. You don't even have a compass now. Hearing that Yushu was so considerate of her, Xiao Mingming's eyes became wet. She took the thin banknote. She wanted to say thank you, but she was afraid that it would be unreasonable. Just as she was feeling touched, she heard Yushu say, I'm not giving you money for free. I'll keep an account for you. You have to pay me back in the future. Don't forget to write me an IOU later so that you won't renege on your debt. Xiao Mingming's face turned green. She said angrily, Pay me back. I'll pay you back 10 times. Yushu reached out and flicked her forehead with force. Wait until you have money. Ah! Xiao Mingming cried out in pain. She covered her forehead and wanted to flick her hand back, but she didn't dare. She could only swallow her anger and pout her mouth. She stared at Yushu with her big eyes. Her interruption made Yushu forget the depression she felt when she thought of someone just now. She laughed and put the banknote away. She went next door to see if Yu Xiaoxiu and Jing Chun had finished packing. Then she asked them to go downstairs to eat together. They didn't put fish and meat on the table. They only ordered 4 bowls of soy sauce noodles. Yushu asked Yu Xiaoxiu to buy 6 sesame seed cakes from the opposite street. The 4 of them ate together. Jing Chun and Yu Xiaoxiu didn't complain at all. Although Xiao Mingming was dissatisfied, she was too embarrassed to say it. Kim Bao was also dissatisfied with Xiao Mingming. Yushu asked Yu Xiaoxiu to take half a sesame seed cake back to the room to feed it. Kim Bao had been fed a while ago. When it smelled the sesame seed cake, it turned around and raised its butt to face Yu Xiaoxiu, silently protesting. It was only after Yushu poked its forehead and warned it to be obedient. It trembled its ears and ate a small piece of sesame seed cake. Chapter 143. After a night of rest, early the next morning, Yushu woke up Xiao Mingming and took Yu Xiaoxiu out of the house, leaving Jing Chun to rest in the inn. They separated at the street corner. Xiao Mingming rented a car and went to the east of the city to find the pair in hall, while Yushu led Yu Xiaoxiu to wander around the unfamiliar streets. Sister, where can we find information about the house? Let's look around first. In ancient times, there were no real estate agents to find. They were unfamiliar with the people and the place in the capital. If they wanted to buy a house, they had to ask around first to avoid being cheated. The siblings walked around the nearby streets and found tea house. They ordered 2 plates of snacks and a pot of iced chrysanthemum. The first floor of the tea house was crowded. A storyteller was telling a story with a big folding fan. The second floor was a private room, and there were only a few people going in and out of the stairs. After listening for a while, Yushu used the storyteller to talk to an old man at the next table. She went out this morning and deliberately combed her hair until it was smooth. There was no hair on her forehead, so she looked more mature. The older generation always liked mature young people. The old man heard that she was polite and looked kind, so he was happy to talk to her. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Yushu naturally led the topic to the houses. The old man's surname was Bai, and he was a local in the capital. When he heard that Yushu wanted to settle down here, he enthusiastically helped to give her advice. He told her about the prices of the land in the south and north of the city. Finally, he pointed her to Huaxing Street in the west to ask around. There were many houses there, and many people were renting and selling them. Yushu thanked him and immediately led Yu Xiaoxiu to Huaxing Street. It went smoothly. After asking around on the street, she heard that there were several houses renting and selling houses. She was also led to those houses by a warm-hearted aunt. There were more than a dozen alleys on Huaxing Street, and most of the alleys were residential houses with single doors and courtyards. The houses were old, and many of the courtyard walls had traces of being rebuilt. Yushu originally thought that the price would be cheaper, but she didn't expect that after asking a few houses, the cheapest one would cost 150 taels of silver to obtain the title deed. The two houses that Yushu was interested in only rented and didn't sell, and it cost 8 taels of silver a month. Yushu and Yu Xiaoxiu both thought that it was expensive. They bought an empty house without furniture. If they bought more, they wouldn't even have money for food next month. As a last resort, Yushu and Yu Xiaoxiu changed another place. From the warm-hearted aunt, they found another street. They went to take a look, but it wasn't as clean as the houses on Huixing Street. At noon, they bought a basket of steam buns on the street to eat. Because they had told the waiter to send food to Jing Chen's room, they weren't in a hurry to go back, so they walked to Huixing Street. They wanted to say that they could rent the house that cost 8 taels of silver a month first. It was better than wasting it by staying in an inn. Back on Huixing Street, Yushu wanted to find the two houses that they had seen before, but she was stopped by someone at the entrance of an alley. Little brother, the two little brothers in front, a slightly plump young man ran up and walked in front of Yushu. He said with a smile, "You were looking for a house to buy this morning, right?" Yushu nodded. They had wandered around this street for half a day in the morning, so it wasn't strange for people to hear that they were buying a house. "That's good. I have a courtyard here that was built just a few years ago. The place is quiet, and there are plants in the courtyard. I think little brother looks like a scholar, so this house is perfect for you to live in." The man opened his mouth and praised himself. He wanted to entice Yushu to follow him to see the house. Yushu asked, and found that it was on the street behind. Seeing that it was broad daylight, she wasn't afraid that he would do something bad, so she went with him. When they arrived, they knew that the fat man wasn't lying. This small house with a sihiyuan was indeed not bad. There was a house on the east, west, and north sides. There was also a kitchen in the corner of the courtyard. A row of fences surrounded a small circle of land. Although there were only some wild flowers and weeds growing inside, without anyone taking care of it, it looked a bit bleak. It was rare to see a little bit of interest. At first glance, Yushu fell in love with this small courtyard. She carefully looked around inside and outside, and found that there was no problem with feng shui. She turned to ask the owner of the house, "This small courtyard, how much are you willing to sell it for?" The fat landlord said reluctantly, "Well, someone in my family is sick and I am in a hurry to raise money for medicine. This house is originally only for rent and not for sale. If you can buy it now, I will only charge you 200 taels of silver." The price was not expensive. Compared with the house itself, it was considered cheap. If it wasn't in urgent need of money, it couldn't be sold for less than 300 taels of silver. This made Yushu very tempted. Is the deed of the house and the land complete? In the morning at the tea house, Yushu asked Mr. Bai about the procedures of buying a house in Enling City. She was afraid that she would meet a swindler. The fat landlord immediately took out the deed of the house and the land and handed it to her. "Here, I have it with me. I will take you to the magistrate's office and put your fingerprint on it. After you give me the money, this house is yours." Yushu had seen the deed of Zhao Hui's small courtyard and recognized the format. She saw that the deed in his hand was a few years old and didn't seem to be fake. Moreover, she had to go to the magistrate's office and pay the money last. She wasn't stupid. If she found out that he was cheating, she could just refuse to buy it. Yushu had an idea in her mind. She asked the landlord a few more questions and made an appointment with him to go to the magistrate's office tomorrow. The landlord was naturally overjoyed and happily sent them away. After the group of people left, a few women poked their heads out of the alley. They gathered together and whispered, pointing at the house that Yushu intended to buy. Their voices could be faintly heard. "Su Laolu has found a sucker this time. Yes, that haunted house is full of ghosts. No one would want it even if it was free." Those two foreigners, Su Laolu, lost money in gambling again. Yushu and Yu Xiaoxiu went to a nearby pharmacy to buy some medicine and then returned to the inn. The sky was still bright, and Xiao Mingming had not returned. In the guest room, Jing Chun sat in front of the window and watched Kim Bao licking his claws and combing his hair. When he heard footsteps outside the door, he got up and walked a few steps forward. Then he heard a knock on the door. Jing Chun opened the door. "We are back." Yushu and Yu Xiaoxiu entered the room and poured a cup of tea for each of them. Jing Chun sat opposite Yushu and gestured. "How is it?" Yushu said, "Once I've chosen a place, I'll bring the money to the magistrate's office tomorrow to transfer the ownership. Later, I'll buy a few more pieces of furniture and clean it up. In a few days, we'll be able to move in. At that time, you'll be living in one room. Mingming and I will be living in the other room." Jingchen smiled and did not raise any objections. When he saw that Yushu's cup was empty, he took the initiative to refill the teapot for her. It wasn't time to eat yet, so the three of them sat in the room and busied themselves with their own things. Yu Xiaoxiu and Jin Bao hadn't seen each other for a day, so they were getting intimate with each other. Yushu took out an abacus, a pen and paper, and did some calculations for herself. She didn't find anything unusual. To be on the safe side, she used the 6 lines to do a divination for the purchase of a house. Jing Chun sat quietly and watched Yushu do the abacus. In the evening, Xia Mingming finally came back. She went to the room next door and looked gloomy the moment she entered. Yushu guessed that she must have had a bad start, so she teased her on purpose. "Did you see anything, master?" She had heard from Xia Mingming that the Parent Tea House was a tea house for the traders who had come to the capital to take part in the Great Yin examination to exchange knowledge. To put it bluntly, it was a place for a group of gloomy quacks to chat and fart. In that kind of place, the most important thing was not whether one had the ability, but having a mouth. With Xia Mingming's bad temper, Yushu had predicted last night that she wouldn't be able to get anything out of today's trip. Sure enough, Xia Mingming angrily sat down next to Yushu, slapped the table, and angrily said, "Those snobbish bastards. I'm talking to them because I respect them, yet they still dare to put on airs in front of me. Who do they think they are? I've been learning since I was 4 years old. I can even recite the 8 trigrams backwards, unlike those half-baked people. If I hadn't lost my recommendation letter, I wouldn't have paid attention to them." The more Xia Mingming said, the angrier she got. Her saliva flew out. She grabbed the teacup in Yushu's hand and gulped it down. Then she slammed the teacup on the table, making a loud noise. Yu Xiaoxiu looked at Yushu. Jingchen looked at Yushu. Yushu held back her laughter. After she vented her anger, she stood up as if nothing had happened. "You must be hungry. I will go downstairs to see if there is anything to eat." Yu Xiaoxiu also stood up. "I will go with you." Jingchen also wanted to go, but he got up too late. Yu Xiaoxiu had already dragged Yushu out of sight. He had to sit back down. Xia Mingming puffed up her red cheeks. She couldn't find anyone to talk to, so she glared at Jingchen. Jingchen looked back at her innocently. It was hard to get angry with his handsome face. After a while, Xia Mingming felt embarrassed. She pushed the empty teacup in her hand forward and ran out of the room with her head down. She whispered, "What a waste of a good appearance. Unfortunately, he is dumb and stupid. He is a freeloader." Jing Chun turned his head and looked at the figure who disappeared at the door. He closed his eyes and slowly clenched his fists on the table. His knuckles made a crisp sound, and then he loosened his fists. No matter how Xia Mingming begged at night, Yushu didn't agree to go to the training hall with her. She kicked her out early the next morning. It wasn't that Yushu was purposely making things difficult for her. From a certain perspective, Yushu was doing this for Xia Mingming's sake. She wanted to use this rare opportunity to grind down her sharpness, to let her eat dust a few times so that she would understand the ways of the world. As soon as Xia Mingming left, Yushu planned to go out to do business, but before she left, Jingchen expressed that he wanted to go with her. Yushu thought that it wasn't far. If Jingchen was really tired on the way, they could go back by carriage. So she asked Yu Xiaoxiu to stay in the inn. She bowed and went out with Jingchen. When the two arrived at Huixing Street, Fatty Su was already waiting for them at the place where they agreed to meet yesterday. When he saw Yushu appeared on time, he smiled and greeted her. Originally, Yushu planned to go directly to the government office to do the formalities. But since Jingchen came along, it didn't matter. Yushu let Fatty Su lead Jingchen to see the house first. He'll be one of the tenants in the future. When Fatty Su heard that Yushu wanted to bring Jingchen to see the house, he looked at Jingchen. He thought that this person has an extraordinary temperament and asked, "This is?" Yushu said, "He is my brother. We will live together in the future." Chapter 144. It was the same house as yesterday. Fatty Su unlocked the door and stepped aside to let Yushu and Jingyu in. Let's go in first. Jingyu followed behind them. Yushu led Jingchun around the small courtyard. She pointed at the small fence against the wall and told him in a low voice that he could plant some peppers and coriander at the back of the fence. Jingchun did not know what peppers and coriander were, but he was happy that Yushu was willing to discuss it with him. The layout of the house was similar to that of a Sihiyuan. There were 3 rooms in the house. The one in the north was large, with a living room and a bedroom. The other 2 rooms were about the same size. One faced the sun, while the other faced the shade. There was a flight of steps in front of each door. Yushu tugged at Jingchen's sleeve and led him to the room facing the east. As she pushed the door open, she said to him, "You can stay in this room. Get some sun." As soon as the door opened, Yushu took a step in. Jingchun followed closely behind her. He felt a wave of damp air that made him very uncomfortable. He stood at the door and looked inside curiously. The house was empty. Apart from a table by the window, there was nothing else. He looked up and saw that the house was 80% new. Jingchun frowned when his gaze fell on the beam of the house. "What's wrong? It's not a small place, is it?" Yushu turned around to ask Jingchun. However, he grabbed her hand and wrote on her palm with his back facing Fatty Su. "Xiaoyu, this house isn't good." Looking at her palm, Yushu looked at him suspiciously. "What's not good? I've seen it before. There's nothing wrong with this house." Jingchun hesitated for a moment before writing on her palm. "I can't say. I just feel that this house is not good. It makes me uncomfortable." "What kind of reason was that?" Yushu was about to laugh, but when she saw Jingchen's serious expression, a thought flashed through her mind. She suddenly remembered that when Jingchun had parted with her in Yang City, he had once said that he had been sensitive since he was young and could sense that others had caused trouble because of him. In other words, Jingchen's sixth sense was extremely accurate. Even if he had lost his memories, his instincts were still there. Just like that night on the ship, when Jingchun had used his sword to send the head of the pirates flying at the critical moment. Now that he said that this place made him uncomfortable, there was most likely something wrong with this house. The expression on Yushu's face changed slightly as she felt suspicious. Then she heard Fatty Su's urging voice from the courtyard. "Young master, what are you guys whispering about? Have you chosen the house yet? Let's hurry to the magistrate's office. If we're late, we'll have lunch. We'll have to wait until the afternoon." Yushu's mind spun a few times. She gave Jingchen a look that told him to calm down. She grabbed his wrist through her sleeves and pulled him towards Fatty Su. She frowned and said coldly, "I'm not buying any more." After saying that, he pulled Jingchun and walked out. Fatty Su was stunned for a moment and hurriedly said, "Wait." Crimson 3 steps appeared in front of them and blocked their way. He said angrily, "Didn't we already agree? Why did you change your mind at the last minute? I've already shown you my house. Little brother, you shouldn't go back on your word, right?" He was angry, but Yushu was even fiercer. She pointed at him and said, "There's a killer in your house, and you lied to me first. I'm already forgiving you by not reporting you to the authorities." Fatty Su's expression immediately became weak. He rolled his eyes and forced himself to maintain his imposing manner. "Don't talk nonsense. How is my house dangerous?" Yushu was initially trying to trick him. Seeing that his face was even more convinced, she became angry. She was originally a beginner, but now she couldn't even see through feng shui. If she really bought this haunted house for 200 taels of silver, she would lose all her face. Jingchun sensed that Yushu was angry. He worriedly raised his hand and gently placed it on her narrow shoulder. This light touch made Yushu regain her rationality and quickly calm down. "I'll tell you the truth. My brother and I are beginners who came to take the Great Yin examination. My brother specializes in feng shui. Whether your house is dangerous or not, we can tell at a glance. You still want to deny it? Why don't we go to the magistrate's office to judge? Let's see if you'll be punished with a board." Yushu didn't back down and continued to pursue the matter. Fatty Su had a guilty conscience, so when he heard this, his face fell. He hastily raised his hands and bowed. Don't. I'm not deliberately deceiving you. It's just that you didn't ask, so I didn't tell you. Brother, please don't argue with me. I won't sell this house, okay?" Do you think you won't sell it if you don't want to? Yushu put on an unforgiving expression and pointed at the house facing the sun. Tell me clearly, what's going on with that house? As soon as this matter was brought up, Fatty Sue repeatedly sighed. If he didn't explain himself clearly, Yushu didn't plan on letting him go. She took a few steps back, lifted the hem of her clothes, and squatted down in the sun. She said in a muffled voice, "It's all my bad luck. My father destroyed the old walls to build a new house for me to marry a wife. Not even a year after the house was built, he passed away and I didn't manage to marry a wife. I saw that there were a few families nearby who were living quite well off rent, so I thought it would be a source of income. So I moved this house out and moved it to live with a few friends. Unfortunately, during the imperial examinations that year, a scholar came to the capital with a child and rented my house. He lived there for half a year. After the examinations were over and the results were released, he failed. He couldn't take it anymore and hung himself in the house. At this point, he took a deep breath and pointed at the house facing the sun without raising his head. It's that house. The scholar used it as a study. Since someone died in the house, no one was willing to rent my house anymore. I couldn't earn money from an empty house, so I moved back here. Who would have thought that after a few days, I started to get sick? At first, it was just a cold and cough, but later on, ulcers started to appear on my back. Even after applying medicine, it didn't help. I started to feel that something was wrong, so I spent money to hire a doctor to take a look. His tone became heavy. Only then did I know that the scholar died in the house due to resentment. The yin-chi was too strong, and my small courtyard didn't have a foundation, so it couldn't contain the resentment. Naturally, it was reflected on me. Yushu suddenly felt a chill at the back of her neck, and her shoulder was grabbed. She turned around and saw Jing Chen's worried gaze. She calmed herself down and shook her head, indicating that she was fine. She had heard about this haunted house from Taoist Qing Zheng. She wasn't sure if it was related to ghosts or gods, but the key was that the yin and yang qi were not in harmony, so there was evil energy that hindered the feng shui. If that's the case, why didn't you find a feng shui master to help you? Instead, you built a house and harmed others. Yushu asked. Fatty Sue smiled bitterly. Do you think I didn't want to? I originally wanted to ask the feng shui master to remove the yin qi in the house and change the feng shui so that it would be easier to rent in the future. But he asked for 100 taels. I didn't have that much money, so I looked for a few more feng shui masters, but they couldn't pay less than this amount. I had to give up. I also don't want to harm others, so in the past few years, my house has been left empty. Yushu sneered. I'm afraid it's not that you don't want to harm others, but because of your haunted house's reputation, no one is willing to rent it. Now that she thought about it, yesterday, the enthusiastic Annie brought her around Huaxing Street. When they passed by this alley, she didn't even mention that this house was for sale. She probably knew that this was a haunted house, so she deliberately avoided it. Fatty Sue dryly laughed and said, Younger brother you, I really didn't mean to lie to you. This residence has been empty for a few years now. So logically speaking, if there's anything unclean, it should have been dried by now. Who would have thought that this younger brother of yours is an expert and was able to see through it with a single glance? I deserve my bad luck for getting involved in this matter. Yushu glanced at him and pulled Jing Chen over. She tiptoed and whispered a few words in his ear, telling him to go to the other two rooms to see if there was anything wrong. Jing Chen went in one by one to take a look, and when he came out, he shook his head at Yushu, indicating that there was no problem. Yushu calculated in her heart, and after a moment of silence, she said to the dejected Fatty Sue, How about this? I'll still buy your house, but the price will be lowered. Fatty Sue was surprised. You still want to buy it? Yushu said, That's right, I'll buy it. Fatty Sue tilted his head to look at Jing Chen, who was walking over, and a look of understanding appeared on his face. That's right, this brother of yours knows how to read feng shui, so he should have a way to solve this problem. All right, I'll lower it again. 150 taels, what do you think? Yushu shook her head and expressionlessly stretched out a palm. 50 taels. This was already the price she was willing to pay. If it wasn't for the fact that she was afraid of taking advantage of someone when they were down, she wouldn't have offered so much. Fatty Sue cried out, 50 taels. No, no, that's too little. This house of mine has 3 rooms. It's a new house. And it's a haunted house. It's uninhabitable. Yushu coldly added, then waved at Jing Chun. If you don't want to sell it, then you can keep it for yourself. Don't blame me for not warning you. If this house is left empty, it will only become more and more sinister. Later on, people won't even be able to enter the door. Let's see how you can lie then. After saying that, she turned to leave with Jing Chun. Fatty Sue's face alternated between white and red. And just as Yushu and the others reached the door, he shouted, I'll sell it. I'll sell it. But I have to go to the government office to complete the paperwork. You can't go back on your word. Yushu turned around and pointed her chin at him. Then let's go. When Jing Chun saw that Yushu wanted to buy this haunted house, although he didn't understand, he didn't question her. He followed her to the magistrate's office with Fatty Sue. After the transfer procedures were completed, they signed and received the deed of the house, the land, and the lock. Only then did he give the 50 taels of silver to Fatty Sue. At this time, it was already noon. Yushu and Jing Chun found a restaurant on a nearby street and ordered a few side dishes to eat plain rice. At the dining table, Yushu poured tea for the two of them. She handed one cup to Jing Chun and raised the other cup to toast him. She laughed and said, Let's use tea in place of wine to celebrate. Jing Chun saw that she was happy, so he cooperated and clinked his cup with hers. He dipped his finger in the water and wrote on the table, Celebrate what? Yushu winked at him, then lowered her voice and said, I have a way to exorcise the evil spirits in this haunted house. When the time comes, we won't have any problems staying there. Doesn't this mean that we've earned 150 taels? Isn't it worth celebrating? Jing Chun nodded, then wrote on the table, Xiao Yu is very capable. You're the capable one, Yushu purposely said in a sour tone. One look and you can tell that there's a problem. For a mediocre person like me, I'll never have this kind of ability. Jing Chun, did you know that you were amazing in the past? You're skilled in martial arts, and you know how to use formations. You can tell who's going to be in trouble with just one look. If I didn't have a master, I would definitely ask you to teach me. I would ask you to teach me. Chapter 145. After lunch, Yushu originally planned to let Jing Chun go back to the inn first, while she went to the street to buy some necessities to change the feng shui of the haunted house. Jing Chun insisted on going with her. Seeing that he was in good spirits today, Yushu agreed. They asked for directions and found a small shop. Yushu bought a bagua mirror, a small tripod, a handful of incense, a circle of red thread, and other miscellaneous items. She also found a small bag of old glutinous rice in a grain shop. The total cost was less than 20 taels of silver. Back to the haunted house, Yushu took the small bag of glutinous rice and sprinkled it in front of the doors and windows of the 3 rooms. She tied the bagua mirror with a red string and hung it in front of the door of the east room, which was the room where the scholar was hanged. She dug half a cauldron of soil in the corner of the yard and added a handful of incense. She smoked the incense and only placed it in front of the door of the west room. Qing Zheng told her many ways to deal with a haunted house. It was not difficult to deal with a house like this that was only full of yin qi and had no bloody light. The old glutinous rice could drive away evil spirits, and the bagua mirror could eliminate yin. As for the incense, it was not for the dead, but for the Lord of the Earth. Tomorrow, she would add a bath of Yuanyang boy's urine and bury the tripod under the house. It could be used to guard the house and restore the previous feng shui. Although this was the first time she changed the feng shui of a house, she was very sure that it would succeed. Otherwise, she would not have bought it in one go. It was not because she was confident in herself, but in Qing Zheng. Basically, everything the old man taught her was reliable. Moreover, there was Jing Chun as a censor. She would know whether it was successful or not. Yushu was very relieved. After finishing all this, she packed up and was about to leave with Jing Chun. Jing Chun gestured with his hand. Is this enough? Yushu smiled. Not yet. I have to bring Xiaoxiu here tomorrow. Jing Chun was confused. Yushu didn't want to tell him that Xiaoxiu had soaked in virgin urine, so she just laughed it off and didn't explain. The two of them returned to the inn. When Yu Xiaoxiu heard that Yu Shu had bought a new house, he couldn't wait to see it. However, it was already late, so he could only wait until the next day. Xiao Mingming came back late, just like yesterday. She didn't throw a tantrum like yesterday, but her complexion was even worse than yesterday. She silently ate her dinner and went next door alone. Xiaoxiu, Jing Chun, go to bed early. I'll wake you up early tomorrow. Yu Shu followed Xiao Mingming back to the room. As soon as she entered the room, she heard the sound of crying. She closed the door behind her and walked into the cubicle. She saw Xiao Mingming lying on the bed crying. Yu Shu got closer and clearly heard his choked sobs. Dad, I want to go home. In fact, the fact that Xiao Mingming could hold it in until now to act up had already exceeded Yu Shu's expectations. As a delicate young lady who had traveled to the capital alone, she had experienced many life and death situations along the way and suffered many hardships, but she had never regretted leaving home. She was determined to achieve her goals, and it was quite unexpected that she could do this. However, it was funny. Compared to physical suffering and mental shock, what could destroy a person's ambition was often a sneer, a taunt, or a supercilious look. Yu Shu could roughly imagine how Xiao Mingming was treated at home. Although she called herself a waste, she had a pampered body and a naive and willful temper. How could she not be pampered and raised without anyone's care? In a place like Parent Training Hall, there were many people who stepped on the high and flattered the low. Xiao Mingming had no one to rely on and refused to submit. So how could she not be looked down upon and not be pushed aside? The fickleness of human nature. This was the first time this young lady had personally experienced it. Yu Shu secretly sighed and sat next to her. She patted her back and said, Today I got a bargain and saved some money. If you want to go home, I'll find an escort agency to send you back. Xiao Mingming's crying suddenly stopped. She took a deep breath and turned her head. Her red eyes looked at Yu Shu pitifully. Why are you so good to me? How have I been good to you? Yu Shu asked back. Xiao Mingming wiped her tears and sat up. She stretched out her fingers and counted. You saved me on the boat. You didn't leave me behind when we were escaping. You took care of me in the forest. You even took me to the capital and taught me the art of 6 lines. Now you're even willing to pay to send me home. Aren't you good enough to me? Xiao Mingming's beautiful little face was full of gratitude, dependence, and even a trace of admiration. Yu Shu looked at her for a while and suddenly said, Do you want to hear the truth? The truth? Yu Shu got up from the bed and crossed her arms. She looked down at her with a slightly cold expression. On the boat, I did it to protect myself and save your life. I took care of you in the forest and took you with me because I pitied you. I taught you the art of 6 lines on a whim. As for sending you home now, it's because I feel that you won't be able to pass the dying exam. How many good people do you think there are in this world? If it weren't for the fact that you're a young lady from a big family and can repay me in the future, why should I help you when you're not related to me? Hearing Yu Shu's cold words, Xiao Mingming's beautiful eyes were instantly filled with tears again. She looked at Yu Shu in disbelief, and her teeth were about to break her lips. What? You can't stand this little bit of harsh words. Yu Shu sneered. I despise girls like you who only know how to cry the most. If you can't stand being wronged, you learn to be successful. You can't even get a recommendation letter, and you still dare to talk nonsense about passing the dying exam. How ridiculous. If I were you, I would have gone home with my tail between my legs. How could I stay here so shamelessly? You. Xiao Mingming was so angry at Yu Shu that her whole body was trembling. Seeing her disdainful eyes, her face turned green and red, and her heart suddenly burst into flames. Forgetting her sadness, she gritted her teeth and sat up from the bed. Stiffening her neck, she growled at Yu Shu, If you want to force me to leave, then I won't leave. I will get a recommendation letter and pass the dying exam. At that time, let's see if you still dare to look down on me. Just you wait. Yu Shu raised her hand to wipe the spittle off her face and calmly said, Then I'll wait and see. Humph. Xiao Mingming sat back on the bed and turned his head away from Yu Shu to sulk by himself. Yu Shu pursed her lips and turned to go to sleep. The next morning, at breakfast, Yu Xiaoxiu and Jing Chun noticed something was wrong. Xiao Mingming, who usually liked to sit next to Yushu, was sitting furthest from Yushu today. During breakfast, not only did he not attentively put food or soup for Yushu, he did not even take the initiative to say a word. After eating, he put his bowl down on the table. "I'm full. I'm leaving. Be careful on the road," Yushu unhurriedly reminded him. Walking to the door, Yin Mingming paused and quickened his pace to leave. Yu Xiaoxiu was puzzled and nudged Yushu with his elbow. "What's wrong with her? Did you sleep well last night?" Yushu made up a story. "Hurry up and eat. Let's leave early. It's going to rain at noon." Yu Xiaoxiu was concerned about his new home, so he did not ask any more questions. Jing Chun followed Yushu for the whole day yesterday. Yushu was afraid that he would be tired, so she did not want him to go with her. Jing Chun did not object and stayed with Kim Bao at the inn. Yushu walked with Yu Xiaoxiu to the haunted house on Huixing Street. There were people in the alley during the day. Some of them saw her buying the house 2 days ago. When they saw Yushu unlocking the door, they knew that the haunted house had been sold. Only then did someone come up to talk to them. Yushu greeted them generously and said that the house would be moved after a while. The aunties in the neighborhood were busybodies. After a few words, they vaguely mentioned that the house was not good. Although it was hindsight, Yushu still thanked them and let them go. She borrowed a hoe and shovel from the new neighbor and dragged Yu Xiaoxiu, who could not help but poke his head into the yard, into the house. She closed the door tightly and pulled him to the door of the West House. The incense that was burned yesterday had turned into ashes in the tripod. Yushu picked up the small tripod and handed it to Yu Xiaoxiu. She asked him to take it to the corner of the wall and urinate in it. Yu Xiaoxiu blushed and stared blankly. "What are you doing? Don't be shy. I told you to go. I won't look. Go." Yushu slapped him on the back. Yu Xiaoxiu reluctantly took the tripod and left. The yard was made of rammed earth, but it was firm and flat. Yushu chose a position with a southwest wind. She used a hoe to dig a hole in the corner of the wall and asked Yu Xiaoxiu to put the tripod with the boy's urine in it. She used a shovel to fill the hole and covered it with the sack of rice from yesterday. The job was done. The house would be empty for 3 days. After dispelling the evil spirits, they could add more furniture. "Older sister, are you creating feng shui?" Yu Xiaoxiu had learned before. Although he didn't understand feng shui, he could see some of the tricks. As for Yushu's remarkable abilities, he was not surprised at all. Yushu was worried that if she told him that someone had died in this house, the child would be afraid. If he moved in and couldn't sleep at night, it would be bad, so she lied and said yes. Yushu led Yu Xiaoxiu to look at each room. The glutinous rice that was taken away yesterday was not touched and was waiting for Yu Xiaoxiu. When Xiu felt that it was fresh enough, she took him away and returned the hoe and shovel to the neighbor. While the sky was not overcast, they strolled around Huixing Street to familiarize themselves with the environment. Then, they returned to Yunlai Inn. Xiao Mingming did not come back for lunch. Yushu, Yu Xiaoxiu, and Jing Chun ate mixed biscuits downstairs. Halfway through the meal, it began to rain outside. In the afternoon, there was nothing to do, so Yushu took the abacus to Yu Xiaoxiu's room and taught him how to calculate beads. Jing Chun watched from the side. Yu Xiaoxiu had some talent in learning. Yushu taught him step by step how to calculate 3 times 9 twice, and he was able to calculate it. Yushu firmly believed that practice makes perfect, and only then can one be flexible. She did not let him memorize the formula of calculation by the abacus. However, under Yu Xiaoxiu's request, she still found a pen and paper to write it down for him. Yu Xiaoxiu looked at Yushu's dog crawl on the paper, which was even worse than when she was in a Yang city. He said with a face full of disgust, "Can't you write it more neatly?" Yushu stretched out her hand and knocked his head. "It's good enough that I wrote it for you. Who can read what you write clearly? Open your eyes wider and look at it." The siblings bickered. Jing Chun silently picked up the brush that Yushu had thrown aside. He dipped it in ink, rolled up his sleeves, and lowered his head to write on a clean piece of paper. Yu Xiaoxiu was the first to notice Jing Chen's action. He leaned over the table and looked at the paper. He saw that half of the paper was black and white, with a silkworm's head and a goose's tail. It was straight and elegant. It did not look like a regular script, nor did it look like a song. Instead, it looked simple and elegant. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Brother Jing, your handwriting is really beautiful. What style is this?" Jing Chen's brush stopped, shook his head, and continued to write. "What nonsense are you asking?" Yushu knocked Xiaoxiu's head again. She rested her chin on her hand and admired Jing Chen's handwriting. When he passed the formula to her, she checked that there was no mistake. She found a problem. The ugly character that she had written was still in Xiaoxiu's hand. How did Jing Chen memorize it? "Jing Chen, do you also know how to use the abacus?" Did he remember something? Jing Chen shook his head. Yushu said, "Then how did you memorize it?" She paused and said with a strange expression, "Did you memorize it after listening to me teach Xiaoxiu?" Jing Chen tilted his head and looked at her. His expression seemed to say, "Is there something wrong?" Yushu's eyes were red with jealousy. Although the formula was not difficult, there were a lot of numbers in it. For a person who did not know how to use the abacus, it was not something that could be memorized in a short period of time, unless he understood it thoroughly. This guy's comprehension was too good. Yushu sighed. For the first time in a long time, she clearly realized that Jing Chen had only lost his memory and not become stupid. Chapter 146. Because of Jing Chen's performance, Yushu was too embarrassed to ask him to sit in again. So she taught him and Yu Xiaoxiu together. The three of them spent the whole afternoon around an abacus. Jing Chen understood it immediately. By the time Xia Mingming walked in from the outside with an umbrella, he was already able to calculate the abacus correctly. On the other hand, Yu Xiaoxiu, who shared the abacus with him, was several steps behind him. "I'm back." Xia Mingming's face was still sullen, but she didn't deliberately ignore him like she did in the morning. She greeted him in a muffled voice. Yushu looked at the umbrella in her hand and thought that this girl wasn't stupid. She didn't get wet in the rain and still bought an umbrella. Xia Mingming quickly glanced at Yushu and sat down at the empty seat at the table. She looked at Yu Xiaoxiu, who was working on the abacus, and picked up the paper on which Jing Chen had memorized the abacus. She looked at it and said in surprise, "This is ancient script? Who wrote it?" Her eyes skipped from Yushu to Yu Xiaoxiu's face and finally fell on Jing Chen's face. She asked in surprise, "You wrote it? Why do you know how to write ancient script?" She had seen Yushu's dog crawl calligraphy many times. The strength of the writing didn't seem like it could be written by someone of Yu Xiaoxiu's age. Thinking about it, it could only be Jing Chen. In the face of this question, Jing Chen did not respond. She neither nodded nor shook her head. Just as Xia Mingming was about to ask again, Yushu pulled the paper out of her hand and angrily interrupted. "Why not? I know how to write." "All right, I'm hungry. Let's go downstairs and eat." Then she urged the three of them to go downstairs. She walked at the back and folded the words written by Jing Chen and stuffed them into her arms. It was not difficult for Yushu to find out that Jing Chen's handwriting was good because of Xia Mingming's shout just now. Maybe it would reveal his origin. Yushu didn't intend to let Xia Mingming know Jing Chen's origin, including the fact that he was actually a Taoist. It had nothing to do with trust. She just felt that the fewer people knew about Jing Chen, the better. Therefore, Xia Mingming knew that Yushu knew Jing Chen before in Feng Mansion, but he couldn't get any information from Yushu. He only knew that they were old friends. After the meal, the four of them returned to their respective rooms. Xia Mingming walked behind Yushu and entered the house. Once the door was closed, he could not help but ask, "Who exactly is Jing Chen? Where did Jing Chen come from?" Yushu pretended to be deaf and mute, trying to bluff her way through like before. However, Xia Mingming was not so easy to fool this time. He took a few steps forward and blocked her way. "Don't play dumb with me. Who exactly is Jing Chen? He knows how to write ancient script." "As far as I know, only the Taoist priest from Longhu Mountain can use this script." "Is he from Longhu Mountain?" "No, he's a Taoist priest." Xia Mingming was stunned by his own guess. If Jing Chen was really a Taoist priest from Longhu Mountain, combined with his current experience, the situation was not trivial. Hearing Xia Mingming's accurate guess, Yushu scolded in her heart. "Why didn't I see her so smart usually?" She replied, "How could it be? He is from Jintong. Don't fool me. Xiao Mingming was a little excited and said, do you know that if he is really a Taoist priest from Longhu Mountain, you should immediately send a letter to his sect and ask someone to pick him up. Send him to the Taoist temple in the capital first. Find someone to treat his wounds and wait for his sect to pick him up. What do you mean by keeping him here? When his sect comes to find him and finds out that you have hidden him, you will get yourself into trouble. Do you know that? Xiao Mingming firmly believed that Jing Chun was a Taoist priest from Longhu Mountain and subconsciously thought that Yushu's sheltering of Jing Chun was her selfishness. The people of this dynasty had a deep-rooted respect for Taoists, especially for Taoists who came from a treasured place like Mount Longhu. From Xiao Mingming's point of view, Yushu's failure to report what she knew was a form of disrespect and neglect. If others found out about it, it would be disastrous. Yushu was annoyed by her argument. If she could send Jing Chun back, did she think she didn't want to? But now, she didn't even know why Jing Chun was plotted against. If she pushed him out rashly, it might put him in danger again. Moreover, with Jing Chun's inexplicable constitution, how could she just push him to an outsider? Thinking of this, Yushu pulled a long face and said to Xiao Mingming gloomily, I know better than you what kind of person Jing Chun is. I don't need you to tell me what to do. Just take care of yourself and don't try to catch mice. Hearing this, Xiao Mingming's face turned red with anger, and her chest heaved up and down. She said in a low voice, You treat my good intentions as ill intent. Do what you want, I don't care. After saying this, she ran into the house and covered herself with the quilt. Yushu looked into the house helplessly. Of course, she knew that Xiao Mingming was thinking for her, but there were some things that she couldn't say clearly to her. This was the only way she could stop her from asking too much. Xiao Mingming lay on the bed, grabbing the pillow angrily and feeling wronged. Ashu provoked her yesterday. Today, she was outside for a whole day. She finally came to her senses and knew that Ashu was doing it for her own good. When she came back tonight, she wanted to reconcile with Ashu, but who would have thought that it would make things even more awkward? It's all that Jing Chun's fault. At breakfast the next day, Xiao Mingming became taciturn again. She ignored everyone except Jing Chun, who was stared at by her for no reason. Yu Xiaoxiu looked at her strangely. After Xiao Mingming left, he asked Jing Chun, Brother Jing, how did you offend her? Jing Chun shook his head blankly. He didn't remember any communication between him and Xiao Mingming. After a night, Yu Shu's mood wasn't bad. After breakfast, she took Yu Xiaoxiu out. As usual, she left Kim Bao to accompany Jing Chun. There was also an abacus to relieve his boredom. When they reached the street, Yu Xiaoxiu saw Yu Shu leading him in the opposite direction of Huaixing Street. He asked, Where are we going? To find a way to make money. Yu Shu's idea was very simple. There must be a place similar to Yiyang City's Wanxiang Street in the capital. There were many people who went there to seek fortune-telling. She planned to find a place and set up a fortune-telling stall to tell people's horoscope. Starting from a business that didn't require any capital, she could at least take care of food and clothing first. Setting up a fortune-telling stall was not just to make a living. After the incident of the merchant ship being robbed, Yu Shu found that there were many shortcomings in her law of time of calamity. She needed a lot of experience to enrich it. For example, the flood disaster didn't just refer to drowning or sinking the ship. There were other possibilities. Practice was the fastest way to accumulate experience. Learning was to review the old and learn the new. The emphasis was on consolidation. Yu Shu had always been very clear that it was easy to learn from Qing Zheng. From the beginning, she took a shortcut. Her starting point was much higher than others, but her foundation was also weaker than others. For example, the day before yesterday, she was almost cheated when she bought a house. It was because her foundation wasn't solid. Otherwise, she could have found something wrong with some clues. She swallowed a lot of knowledge without digesting it. If she kept eating, it would be useless. It rained yesterday, so it was very cool today. Yu Shu and Yu Xiaoxiu asked along the way. After walking for an hour, they found a place called Autumn Osmanthus Square in the south of the city. It was one of the trading shops and traders in Anling City. Trading shops of various sizes were located on 3 streets nearby. At first glance, there were many patterns of 8 diagrams and Inyang. There was a memorial arch in the middle of the street. The uneven buildings were a little old, and the bricks and tiles were a little old. This place was not as neat as Yang City's Wanxiang Street, but there were many passers-by. In addition to the trading shops, there were restaurants, tea houses, and gambling houses on the street. On both sides of the street, there was no lack of people who set up stalls to do fortune-telling. There were also some peddlers who sold small items. As long as they took a second glance at them, they would surround them. There were too many people, so Yushu protected her money bag and held Yu Xiaoxiu's hand tightly. She was afraid that they would get lost. By the roadside, there were a few stalls that sold soybean flour cakes. The cakes were coated with frosting and smelled fragrant and sweet. They were palm-sized and sold for 10 copper coins each, which wasn't considered expensive. Yushu had someone pack up 3 pieces and shared one with Yu Xiaoxiu. She planned to bring the other 2 back for Jingchun and Xia Mingming to try. In order to find out the market, Yushu visited almost all the trading shops on the street. Generally, the feng shui ornaments were 30 to 50% more expensive than in Yang. It was not surprising. The population of the capital was 10 times that of Yang, so there were more rich people. On the street, she pretended to be a customer seeking fortune-telling. She asked a few stalls and didn't hesitate to spend 1 tael to find out the standard of the traders here. The result made Yushu feel rather complicated. There were people who put up flags on the street. There were people who were just there to make up the numbers, but there were also people with real skills. In terms of standard, they were almost the same as the old man who told her fortune when she and Zhao Hui went to the 3 Purities meeting. The Master Yi, who was respected in Yang City, was only at the level of a street fortune-teller. It was really ironic. On the other hand, this was indeed the capital. It was a place where traders from all over the world gathered. There were many talented people, and those who wanted to fight for a position here were not ordinary people. Thinking back to the past, Qingyang and Yinhua exchanged sons. Their names shook the capital, and no one could surpass them in 100 years. Even the emperor had to treat them with courtesy. How amazing and incomparably glorious they must be. Yushu looked at the endless stream of people on the street. Hearing the voices of people asking for fortune and smelling the faint fragrance of sandalwood, she suddenly felt her blood boil. She was not willing to be mediocre in this life. Yu Xiaoxiu looked at Yushu, whose eyes were shining for some reason. He only felt that his sister suddenly became spirited. Just as he was about to ask, he was pulled by Yushu. Xiaoxiu, let's go. Let's go back. She wanted to go back and properly plan how to put down roots in this autumn osmanthus lane and take her first step in a solid manner. The siblings turned around and entered the alley behind them. Not long after they left, 2 horses entered the street one after the other. Wherever they passed, the passers-by would make way for them. When they turned their heads to look, they saw the 2 young masters on the horses. One was handsome, and the other was as beautiful as jade. They were both dragons and phoenixes among men. The people on the horses talked as if there was no one around. You said you would bring me here to drink good wine. Is this the place? On the carmine horse, the young man dressed in a golden pine green robe had a faint smile on his face. His voice was unhurried, and the hair on his forehead covered a small scar that was half an inch long. Chapter 147. Late at night, in the same room, Xia Mingming has already fallen asleep. An oil lamp is lit in the outer room, and Yushu is still doing her calculations on the table. Since escaping from the gorge a month ago and arriving at Amling City after several twists and turns, Yushu hasn't had the chance to sort out the inspiration she got from the disaster on the ship. Yushu has always been very clear that the rule of the time of calamity she got after a lot of calculations is actually not perfect. The last adventure made her realize a very serious problem, which is the variability of the time of calamity. Due to lack of practice, she once thought that she could use the rule to calculate the calamity one day in the future and predict it in advance to avoid the disaster. Because as a variable value, the probability of any event happening can't reach 100%, so there is a possibility that it won't happen. Even if the probability is so small that it can be ignored, it is not absolute. Therefore, before this, she entered a misunderstanding. She only thought that there is no 100% probability of it happening, and she ignored that, relatively speaking, there is also no 100% probability of it not happening. Assuming that the probability is 0, it will happen, and the probability is 1, then the probability can be 0 or 1. Both are phenomena from a mathematical point of view. In Yu Shu's previous life, there was no such thing as an absolute 0 and 1 when it came to risk budgeting. In layman's terms, it was Taoist Qing Zhang saying, disasters can be avoided but not eliminated. Yu Shu gives herself a very simple example. If she now calculates that both Xia Mingming and Yu Xiaoxiu will encounter a fire tomorrow night, then she can basically determine that the inn will be on fire that night. She can calculate this incident and leave the inn in advance. At worst, she can stay on the street for the whole night, and she can also ask the guests to leave the inn that night. This is called avoided. However, she has no ability to eliminate this fire. Whether it will happen or not, it is not something she can control as a mortal. This is called cannot eliminate. Perhaps when she has the ability to judge blessing and misfortune like Qing Zheng, she may be able to eliminate the calamity. But the law of nature goes round, and if one is not happy, the price of eliminating the calamity is unimaginable. The harvest is not only this. Yu Shu collects the variable value of Yu Xiaoxiu's disaster and adds it to her value library of the time of calamity rule. When she encounters similar values, she can make a more accurate judgment. Ugh! Yawning, Yu Shu put down her brush and stretched herself. She rotated her sore neck twice, making creaking sounds. She reorganized the contents of the law of rain and the law of time of calamity into her leather bag and stuffed it under the bed. She thought to herself that she still had to think of a way to get a few charcoal pens. Brushes were too slow to do calculations. The new house was empty for 3 days. During these days, Yu Shu took the opportunity to wander around Autumn Osmanthus Lane twice a day to explore the market. She also bought some divination tools for setting up a stall in the future, such as divinatory plates, notes, almanac, tortoise plates, etc. Although she may not necessarily use them for her divination, it is necessary to use them as a front. Xia Mingming's request for the recommendation letter did not seem to have made any progress. Yu Shu did not ask about it again. The two of them slept in the same room at night. Yu Shu did not take the initiative to talk to Xia Mingming, and Xia Mingming did not talk to her either. However, as usual, Yu Shu chatted and laughed in front of Yu Xiaoxiu and Jing Chen. In the eyes of the two, they did not know that the two of them were quarreling and thought that Xia Mingming was throwing a tantrum. After breakfast, Yu Shu took Jing Chen to Huixing Street to look at the house after Xia Mingming left. When they met a familiar neighbor in the alley, Yu Shu was very easygoing to greet them. When asked about Jing Chen, she said that he is a brother who will live together in the future. The lock of a new house was changed by Yu Shu. It cost Yu Shu 2 taels of silver to change the lock. There were only 3 keys, which Yu Shu kept for herself and did not give to anyone else. As soon as they entered the house, Yu Shu first closed the door, blocking the curious eyes from the outside. She pulled Jing Chen to the door of the west room, pushed open the door, and pushed him in. She could not wait to ask, "How is it? Quickly let me see, is the house clean now?" It is not that Yu Shu does not have other ways to appraise the changes in the feng shui of the new house, but with Jing Chen here, there is no need to search far away. Jing Chen raised his head to look at the roof, then looked at the window. Under Yu Shu's slightly nervous gaze, he nodded to her. This house indeed did not make him feel uncomfortable that day. Yu Shu clapped her hands and said happily, "It's good that everything is fine. You look around again, I will go measure the size of the other rooms so that we can buy furniture later." In fact, when it comes to feng shui houses, Yu Shu is completely a novice. Buying this haunted house is not without a trace of risk. Now that she has succeeded, the stone in her heart has finally been lifted. Her whole body is light. Thinking about how she bought such a good house with only 50 taels of silver, she cannot help but feel a little complacent. But she still has to thank Jing Chen. Without his discerning eyes, How can she pick up such a bargain? Here, take it. This is the key to our family's wedding. You carry it with you, don't lose it. Yushu solemnly handed a key to Jing Chun. Jing Chun looked at the slender key in his palm. His ears caught the word family from Yushu's mouth. His heart suddenly moved. He held the key in his hand. Yushu brought a tape measure with her, excitedly measuring the length of each room. Jing Jian very carefully walked around the house. He did not find anything unusual. The two returned to the inn. Yushu in the afternoon made 2 lists. She found that there are really a lot of things to buy. Considering the amount of money in her pocket, she had no choice but to cross off some of the decorations. She can only tidy up when she has spare money in the future. Today seems to be a good day. Not only the matter of the house is settled. At night, Xia Mingming came back with another good news. Here, Xia Mingming put a letter with 4 corners neatly on the table in front of Yushu. Yushu did not need to open it to know what it was. Looking at Xia Mingming's sun-tanned oval face, she did not know why. She felt a little gratified. I said I will get the recommendation letter. Xia Mingming sat down beside Yushu, proudly raised his chin, looking straight at her, not to show off but to seek approval. 3 days ago, she made a bet with herself. If she did not get the recommendation letter, she was not allowed to talk to Ashu. The process was bitter, but she did it. Yushu raised her hand and pressed on the recommendation letter. She smiled at Xia Mingming. Not bad. Xia Mingming proudly said, yes. Luo replied, only taking Yushu's words as praise. She felt indescribably carefree. It was more comfortable than giving her 4th sister a slap a few months ago. When it was time to eat dinner, Yushu and Xia Mingming reconciled. The two of them hadn't spoken in the morning, but now they were talking one after another, causing Yu Xiaoxiu, who was watching from the side, to be confused. Yu Xiaoxiu was very curious about how Xia Mingming got the recommendation letter from Master Yi, but Xia Mingming was not willing to tell him, so he could not pry her mouth open. Yushu did not ask much, and after dinner, she returned to her room with Xia Mingming. As soon as they entered the room and closed the door, Xia Mingming said to Yushu, you can do whatever you want about Jing Chun. Don't worry, I will not tell anyone. Just pretend that I don't know he is a Taoist priest from Longhu Mountain. These 2 days she had thought it through. Compared to quarreling with Ashu, she would rather not care about Jing Chun. Anyway, Ashu had more ideas than her, so he would not be at a disadvantage. Hearing her words, Yushu, of course, felt that it could not be better. She hummed and changed the topic. I have bought the house. If you are free tomorrow, go to the wood shop with me to choose furniture and work hard for a few days. Xia Mingming originally planned to sleep in tomorrow, but after hearing Yushu's words, she dismissed the idea. Okay, what do you want to buy? There are a lot of things to buy. Yushu took out the list she wrote in the afternoon and showed it to her. As soon as Xia Mingming heard that the house would be decorated from scratch, she became interested. The two discussed for half the night, then put out the oil lamp and went to sleep. The next day, Yushu and Xia Mingming went to a few wood shops and asked about the price. Finally, they chose one and ordered a batch of furniture, including 4 frame beds, 3 folding screens, 2 study tables, 1 dining table, 1 vertical bookcase, 1 vertical cupboard, 2 wardrobes, and a number of chairs and stools. After paying the deposit, Yushu left the address of the house and asked the shopkeeper to check and send it to Huixing Street. After that, she and Xia Mingming went to look at other houses on the street and then went back home. Come in. Yushu opened the door and turned sideways to let Xia Mingming enter. As soon as Xia Mingming entered the yard, she looked around curiously. Unexpectedly, after looking at a few places, her expression suddenly changed. She pointed at the bawang mirror on the east door with a red string and said in surprise, using laughter to break the yin, "There is evil in this house?" It was Yushu's fault that she forgot to destroy the corpse yesterday and didn't take off the bawang mirror, which was used to exorcise evil. Xia Mingming, a knowledgeable person, saw the clues. Since she was discovered, Yushu didn't play dumb. She nodded and said, "This house used to have a lot of yin qi, but I've already avoided it and fixed the eyes of the house. Now the feng shui is stable." After hearing Yushu's words, Xia Mingming's expression didn't return to normal. Instead, She looked at Yushu angrily and said, "Why do you want to buy a haunted house? I don't want to live here." Here it comes again. If this young Mrs. Temper doesn't flare up, her whole body will be unhappy. Yushu secretly rolled her eyes and pointed at the west room and said, "What are you afraid of? The dead person is in that room. You sleep in this room, it's not the same room. Don't worry, the dead person is a weak scholar. Even if he really becomes a ghost, he won't harm people. Who knows, maybe he will go to the opposite room in the middle of the night and find you to recite poems." Xiao Mingming's face turned pale. She looked at the direction Yushu was pointing at and shivered. She crossed her arms and quickly moved behind Yushu. She stuck close to her and stuttered, "You don't scare me. My father said that there are no ghosts in this world." Just as she finished speaking, she felt Yushu's body tremble. Suddenly, she let out two eerie chuckles and slowly turned her head. The joints of her neck emitted a cracking sound. She stared at her with a strange, gloomy gaze and said lightly, "Who said there are no ghosts? Miss, this scholar pays his respects." Ah! With a scream, Xiao Mingming's eyes rolled back and she fainted on the ground. Chapter 148. Oh, I forgot to send it when I fell asleep. I need to send it now. After being scared by Yushu, when Xiao Mingming woke up again, she knew that she had been teased by Yushu and cried for a while. Because Yushu had scared the little girl until she fainted, it was inevitable that she would admit her mistake due to her guilty conscience. After a series of comforting words, she finally coaxed Xiao Mingming with great difficulty. Her forehead was full of sweat. Strangely enough, Xiao Mingming doesn't care much about the fact that her new residence is a haunted house. The lumber shop delivers the furniture to Huixing Street. Two strong men, under the direction of Yushu, put the tables, chairs, and bedside tables in place. She checks to make sure that nothing is missing. Then she pays the remaining money to the assistant manager, who comes to deliver the furniture. Seeing that Xiao Mingming doesn't look well, Yushu is to take half a day off and send her back to the inn. The next day, she doesn't dare to take her with her. When Xiao Mingming is still sleeping, Yushu and Jingchun and Yu Xiaoxiu go out alone. They buy pots and pans, firewood, rice, oil, salt, and other sundries. They find a donkey cart to take them to Huixing Street and move them into the house one by one. Sweating profusely, they make a pile of firewood in the kitchen and burn it dry. There's a saying that if an empty house is left empty for a long time, before people move in, they should first light the stove for cooking. On one hand, it is to report to the kitchen god to ensure prosperity, and, on the other hand, it is to drive away the impurities in the house. The next day, Yushu goes to several cloth shops to get the bedding and pillows that she ordered a few days ago. She goes back to make the bed, hang the bed curtain, and tie the door curtain. After tidying up, the house finally looks like a home. Although it doesn't have richly ornamented beams, it is at least a clean and comfortable house. Looking at the new house, Yushu has a sense of achievement. She locks the door and walks all the way back to the inn. She calls the three people together and announces the good news. "We will move tomorrow. Pack up and check out in the morning. Let's go home." Hearing this, Yu Xiaoxiu is the happiest, and Xiao Mingming is the most reluctant. Jingchen sees that Yushu is happy, so he is happy with her. The four people pay the bill at Yunlian. They take Kim Bao and go to Huixing Street with their luggage. Pushing open the door, Yu Xiaoxiu was the first to rush in. He looked through the rooms one by one and asked Yushu, who was in the courtyard, "Which room do I sleep in?" Yushu points to the largest suite on the north side and says, "You and Jingchen sleep in that room. I asked someone to separate the bedrooms with a screen. There are two beds. You sleep in the inner bed." Xiao Mingming can't help but say, pointing to the room on the west where no one has died. She says, "I don't want to sleep in that room." Yushu nods and points to the room on the east side. "You sleep there." In this way, there is only one room left for her to live in, which is the dirty room on the west side. It is not that she is stupid and bold, but there are only 3 rooms in the house. They are 2 men and 2 women, so they can only allocate it this way. It is not good to ask Xiao Mingming or Jingchun to sleep in a room where no one has died. After all, She bought this haunted house. Without waiting for Xia Mingming to object, Yushu claps her hands and says, "Go back to the room and put down your luggage. There is a cabinet. Pack your clothes." After saying that, she turns to walk to the room on the west side. However, someone is one step faster than her. Yushu sees Jing Chun push the door open and enters the room. She thinks that he did not hear her allocation, so she hurriedly follows him. "Jing Chun, you and Xiao Xiu share a room. I will sleep in this room." Jing Chun puts the bag with 2 sets of clothes on the bed. He turns back and shakes his head at Yushu. He sits on the bed. His meaning is obvious. He wants to sleep in this room. Seeing this, Yushu's heart warms. Of course, she will not think that Jing Chun likes to sleep in this room. She still remembers the first day when she brought Jing Chun to look at the house. He said that this room makes him uncomfortable. Even though it's clean now, people always care about it. For example, if the bedsheet is stained with someone else's feces, even if the dirty thing is removed and the bedsheet is washed, there will be no smell at all. Who would be willing to sleep on the dirty bedsheet again after seeing it with their own eyes? Just thinking about it makes them feel disgusted. But now, Jing Chun wants to fight for the bedsheet with her. It is just because he does not want her to sleep here. She feels like she's being protected. To be honest, it is not bad. Yushu embarrassedly touches her head. She walks to sit next to Jing Chun. She puts her hands on her knees and leans forward. She turns to look at him and says seriously, "She's a girl. You live opposite her. It'll be inconvenient to wake up early and sleep late. You can look up and look down. It is troublesome to open the window. I will sleep here. You can sleep in the same room with Xiao Xiao." Jing Chun picks up Yushu's hand on her knees and writes, "I don't look at her." Yushu chuckles. Seeing Jing Chen's serious expression, she can't help but want to tease him. She turns her face and says deliberately, "I don't believe you. She is a girl, and she is beautiful. Anyone would want to look at her more. Why don't you like to look at her?" She pauses and sneaks a glance. She sees Jing Chun lowering his head and seriously writing on her palm, "I only like to look at Xiao Yu." After saying that, he tilted his head to look at her. His clear eyes that were as clear as spring water reflected her clear facial features, as if he was trying to verify the truth of his words. Yushu is stunned. She only feels that her palm is suddenly scalded. She quickly retracts her hand. Her face is inexplicably hot. Her eyes wander around, not knowing where to look. Anyway, she doesn't dare to look at Jing Chen again. She stands up from the bed and coughs. "If you want to sleep, you can sleep here." She hurriedly walks out. She didn't look at where she was and tripped on the door sill. She falls to the ground with a loud sound. Jing Chun is shocked. He quickly gets up to help her. In the other 2 rooms, Yu Xiaoxiu and Xia Mingming heard the movement. They also poke their heads out. When they see Yushu on the ground, they quickly surround her. "What happened? What happened? What did you fall?" It's bleeding." "Ashu, your nose is bleeding. I will go get a handkerchief." "Brother Jing, don't use your sleeves to wipe her nose. The more you wipe, the more it will bleed." Yushu covers her almost broken nose. Her knees and elbows are burning. Her eyes are filled with tears. Looking at the 3 people in front of her, she closes her eyes and curses in her heart. This is so embarrassing. Because Yushu was accidentally injured, she can't participate in the cleaning of the new residence. Xiao Mingming sweeps the floor, Yu Xiaoxiu wipes the table, and Jing Chun is the tallest. He is assigned to clean the windows. Yushu lies on the bed, groaning. When she sees them pass by the window, she will order them with a nasal voice. "Xiao Xiu, wipe the table legs." "Mingming, don't just sweep the places you can see. You have to sweep the corners too." "Jing Chun, you have been using that rag for a long time. Why don't you wash it? Won't it still be dirty if you wipe it?" Mingming, after half an hour, Xiao Mingming can't stand it anymore. He throws the broom on the ground, hands on his waist, and said to Yushu, who is lying on the bed, "Can you close your eyes and sleep without talking?" Yushu knew that she was nagging, but when she saw them working, she realized that apart from Yu Xiaoxiu, no one else could make her feel at ease. However, it was not very pleasant for her to be directing others while they were working. Yushu was about to reply that she was going to sleep when she heard Yu Xiaoxiu say, "What's wrong with her talking?" She's not afraid that you won't be able to clean up. In fact, Yu Xiaoxiu also dislikes his sister. But she is his sister, so there is nothing that she can't say. Being ridiculed by Yu Xiaoxiu, Xia Mingming immediately gets angry. If I can't clean it properly, then you do it. Fine, I'll do it. You clean the table. Yu Xiaoxiu throws the rag away and picks up the broom. I'll do it. Xia Mingming goes forward to grab the rag, so the two of them take turns. They work much harder than before. Jing Chun, on the other hand, did not complain at all. He washed the rag and came back, continuing to wipe the windows that were difficult to clean. Yu Shu saw that there was nothing left for her to do. She yawned, closed her eyes, and really fell asleep. When she wakes up, the room is clean. Yu Xiaoxiu is sitting at the head of her bed, fanning her. Kim Bao is sleeping on his lap. Xia Mingming and Jing Chun are nowhere to be seen. No wonder it's so cool. Yu Shu rubs her eyes and sits up. Where are they? Brother Jing went back to his room to rest. Mingming went out to buy food. In terms of age, Yu Xiaoxiu should call Xia Mingming sister, but he doesn't know why, but he doesn't want to call her sister. After Yu Shu persuades him several times, he calls Xia Mingming Mingming like her. It's already noon. Yu Shu had a good sleep. Although she was hurting all over from the fall, lying in her own bed at home was different from anywhere else. Jing Chun insists on sleeping in the west room, so Yu Shu and Xiaoxiu sleep in the same room. Anyway, they have been living in the same room for a long time. Now, there's a screen between them, so there is no discomfort. There is no well in the yard, so Yu Shu bought a big water tank with a bucket and a shoulder pole. Seeing that Yu Shu is awake, Yu Xiaoxiu puts down the fan and brings Kim Bao to Yu Shu to look after. He goes out to pick up the shoulder pole and fetches water from the well at the end of the street. He has done this before in Yang, so there is no need for Yu Shu to teach him. Originally, Yu Shu planned to buy vegetables to cook, but because of the fall, she has to give up. Xia Mingming brought back food, so they make do with it and fill their stomachs. After a busy day, except for Yu Shu, everyone is tired and sweaty. Because they forgot to buy a bathtub, Yu Xiaoxiu boiled a few pots of hot water. They take turns to wash in the kitchen with the door closed. Even Kim Bao is scrubbed. In the evening, Yu Shu's muscles and bones had recovered, so she took them out to find a restaurant on Huixing Street. They ordered a table of appetizers and a pot of wine to celebrate their new home. The home-brewed wine has no alcohol content, so it is not intoxicating. Except for Jing Chun, the four of them share 2 cups. It is not that Yu Shu does not allow Jing Chun a drink, but Jing Chun frowns when he smells the wine. Obviously, he does not like it, so Yu Shu does not force him a drink. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, they wander back to their new house. After washing up, they go back to their rooms to sleep. In the quiet night, Yu Shu lay on her clean new bed. Moonlight shone through the window, shrouding the room in tranquility. She turned over and whispered to Yu Xiaoxiu, "Xiaoxiu, are you asleep?" In response to her is a light snore. Chapter 149. After staying in the new residence for a few days, everything that was lacking was slowly replaced. The kitchen was also heated up to cook, looking more and more like living a normal life. Yu Shu took some time to find a carpenter and set up a small manual abacus stall. It was 3 feet long and 2 feet wide, with 4 wooden wheels at the bottom and a hollow cabinet inside. She also made a banner with the words Yu family's wonderful calculation written on it. She planned to find an auspicious day to set up the stall at Autumn Osmanthus Lane. Back to the day when Xia Mingming received the recommendation letter, he wasn't in a hurry to register. After moving to his new residence, he rested for a few days before taking the recommendation letter to the Imperial Astronomer's mansion. Who would have thought that he would leave in high spirits and return in disappointment? When he returned home, he sat in his room in boredom. When Yu Shu asked him about it, she hesitated before replying. The officials in my mansion said that there's something wrong with my recommendation letter. They want me to make another trip. It was not easy to obtain a recommendation letter, so she was not thick-skinned enough to trouble him to write another one. Yu Shu and sat together and asked, "What's wrong?" Xia Mingming took out a piece of paper and pointed to the first line. It says that the first paragraph needs to be written according to the rules, otherwise it cannot be counted. Yushu took the letter and looked at it. She saw that the handwriting was correct, and the sentences were clear, and there was nothing wrong with it. She asked suspiciously, "Rules? Is this Master Inu? Doesn't he know that the Celestial Commissioner has issued rules for writing recommendation letters?" Xia Mingming shook her head. Master Yi Fong has a small reputation in training person hall. He became a master many years ago. Hearing this, Yushu smiled coldly. What rules? She was afraid that the Celestial Commissioner's residence's official was deliberately making things difficult for her in order to gain some benefits. Only a silly girl like Xia Mingming would believe it and come back obediently. I'll pay a visit to Master Yi Fong tomorrow morning, Xia Mingming said with a bitter face. Thinking about how she had to lower her voice and beg for help, she was very depressed. No need to go. Yushu folded the letter and returned it to her. That official is deliberately making things difficult for you. Even if you write a few more letters, it won't be enough. Xia Mingming was puzzled. Why is he making things difficult for me? Yushu did not know how to explain to her, so she said, "Don't worry about him. I have a way to help you sign up. You don't need to go to the training hall for the next few days. Just follow me." Xia Mingming was worried that it would be troublesome to ask for help again. After hearing Yushu's words, he naturally believed that she could solve the problem, so he agreed without thinking. However, the next day, Yushu woke him up early. He saw her pushing a wooden wheeled cart with a blue flag with black characters on it. His expression changed. "What are you doing?" Xia Mingming wasn't at home when Yushu received the stall and banner the day before yesterday. Since they weren't in the same room, he didn't know what she was doing in private. He also didn't hear Yushu mention that she was going out to set up a stall. "I'm going out to set up a stall to do fortune-telling for people," Yushu answered matter-of-factly. "Let's hurry up and get good spot." Xia Mingming was having none of it. "Setting up a stall on the streets? If you want to go by yourself. I don't want to embarrass myself." Yushu coldly snorted. "What's so embarrassing about being open and above board? Do you want to go or not? If you don't go, I won't care about your registration. You can thicken your skin and ask for another recommendation letter. Let's see if they will let you take the exam." Hearing this threat, Xia Mingming struggled in her heart. She was too shy to set up a stall on the street, but she was afraid of delaying the registration. Yushu didn't have time to wait for her. She said, "It's okay if you don't go. You don't have lunch. Xiaoxiu will accompany Jing Chun to the medical hall to get medicine. You stay at home and guard the door." Xia Mingming saw Yushu put the flag on the cart and went out without looking back. She really didn't want to care about her. She was anxious. She stamped her feet and chased after her. Early in the morning, there were a lot of people in Autumn Osmanthus Lane. Yushu pushed a stall and looked for a long time on the street. She found a place she liked the day before yesterday in a tavern. She had been here several times before, but no one set up a stall here. She was not afraid of occupying other people's place and causing a quarrel. Letting Xia Mingming watch the stall, Yushu went into the tavern to greet the tavern owner. After all, there were only advantages and no disadvantages. The tavern owner was an old man surnamed Sunday. He had a gentle temperament. Yushu talked to him. She first pointed out the feng shui of the tavern. She said that the pot of flowers was placed well and the curtain was hung well. She made the old man look at her in the eye. Then she talked about the stall in front of the tavern. She said, "My brother came to the capital to study Dayan. He didn't have enough food and lodging, so he went out to earn some pocket money. He is just outside the tavern. He won't hinder your business. I hope the tavern owner will do me a favor." She then took out the barometer that Yu Xiaoxiu had copied for the past 3 days and handed it to him. She said, "I'm not talented, but I have some knowledge about feng shui. I can remind you when it's raining or it's sunny." If the tavern owner has any questions, as long as it's related to the feng shui 8 characters, I can help you. There's no need to be polite. How could he not respond to her words? Tavern owner's son saw that this young man was somewhat wealthy and didn't seem like a playboy. Furthermore, there was a stall in front of the tavern. Perhaps he would be able to attract some business. He modestly agreed and ordered the waiter to brew a pot of cold tea. In a moment, he would send it outside for Yushu to quench her thirst. Yushu thanked him. When she came out, she saw Xia Mingming standing by the side of the cart. He didn't know whether to sit or stand, as if he wanted to bury his face in the ground. She laughed to herself. She stepped forward and said, "There's a stool. Why aren't you sitting?" She opened the hidden compartment below the cart and took out 3-stool. She opened it to the side for Xia Mingming to sit. She also took out a lot pot, a turtle shell, a Yao coin, a brush, ink, and an abacus. One by one, she placed them on the stall. Finally, she unrolled the banner and inserted it into the handle of the small cart. Xia Mingming saw the words, "You family's brilliant fortune," written on the banner. Looking at Yushu's youthful face, he couldn't help but snigger. Yushu, with her sharp ears, heard him. She turned around and asked, "What's so funny? Tell me." Xia Mingming said, "I'm laughing at how arrogant your banner is. If others see it, they'll think you're just boasting." Yushu didn't mind and said, "Whether I'm boasting or not, I'm clear in my heart. What was an advertisement? If it wasn't boasting, could it be called an advertisement?" There were new customers every day at Autumn Osmanthus Lane. Yushu and Xia Mingming were two young children. One was energetic and the other was beautiful. Setting up a fortune-telling stall on the street was quite eye-catching. Even their peers couldn't help but look, let alone passers-by. However, because of their age, people who asked for fortune-telling usually preferred to believe in older people. Of course, there were also people who wanted to join the fun. Not long after Yushu and Xia Mingming sat down, someone came up to them. However, it wasn't a customer, but someone who came to inquire. "Little brother, you look unfamiliar. You're not a local, right?" This person looked like a burly man with a mung bean-sized mole at the corner of his mouth. Yushu didn't judge people by their appearance, so she couldn't tell if he was a peer or a passerby. "Big brother, you have good eyesight. My family is from the south. I'm not a local. Are you here to consult about this year's Yuan examination?" That's right. In previous years, the capital was very lively at this time. Only children who didn't know about the Yuan examination were not enlightened. "Then why did you come here to set up a stall?" "Oh, you're quite well prepared." "I'm here to collect some money for dinner." "Big brother, do you want to ask for a divination? If it's not accurate, there's no charge." Yushu's last sentence made the man, who was about to leave, sit back down. "Then tell me, when will I get rich?" Xia Mingming secretly rolled his eyes behind Yushu's back. It should be known that there were 3 things people hated the most: the dream of getting rich, the life and death situation, and the third was nonsense. "Then write down your horoscope." Yushu pushed a pen and paper over. The ground ink was right next to her hand. The man wrote down his horoscope. Because he wasn't a rich person, there was no need to hide his horoscope. Yushu took it and looked at it. She shook her abacus and made a few calculations. When a man saw this, his face was full of surprise. "Why are you making calculations on your abacus?" Yushu freed a hand and pointed at the characters on the banner. She smiled and said, "Isn't it written here? Wonderful foresight, wonderful foresight. Not foresight, not foresight." This was the explanation. If it is a wonderful foresight, then it must be calculated in a wonderful way. If it is not a wonderful way, then it is not a wonderful foresight. When a man heard Yushu's words, he laughed. Because of the black mark at the corner of his mouth, he looked even more fierce. Xia Mingming moved the stool and sat behind Yushu. Yushu used the horoscope to find the location of the life and death door for the man. After a few words, she didn't rush to tell him. Instead, she took out a red rope from a hidden drawer and cut a section. She signaled the man to stretch out his hand and tie it around his wrist. She made a beautiful bow and said, "Today, walk southwest. 500 steps, there will be a source of money. Remember, do not let go of the money within 3 days." Xia Mingming looked on curiously. She knew that Yushu was very good at determining the position of the 8 doors, because when they left the forest by the river, they relied on her to lead the way using the 8 doors of life and death. But what did this red rope mean? The man saw Yushu's serious expression and grinned. The corner of his mouth moved up and down. He said, "How would I know if this method of yours is accurate or not? I still have to try. It's not good to pay now. What if it's not accurate?" Yushu waved her hand and said, "Big brother, just go. I said that you can't leave without paying. Whenever you come back, it will count." "Very good. If I really find a way to make money, I will come back to thank you. The man touched the red rope on his wrist and said a few words to Yushu. Then he walked away. He was indeed heading towards the west. It seemed that when he reached the south, he still had to make a turn. Those who ask for fortune-telling would rather believe it than not. As soon as the man left, Xia Mingming complained to Yushu in a low voice. That person is obviously here to make money. But you saying that you won't accept the money because you can't predict it correctly. This is exactly what he wants. Even if he can predict it correctly, why would he come back to give you money? Yushu wrapped the red rope and said optimistically, I am not anxious. Why are you anxious? What business are you doing? The first few days will be a loss. It's not like you are the reincarnation of the god of wealth who can make money just by stretching out his hand. Xia Mingming could not win against her in an argument. She could only suppress her anger and asked again, what's the use of wrapping the red rope around him? What kind of saying is this? Are you saying that the 8 doors with the red rope will be more accurate? Yushu put the red rope back and held her chin with one hand. She turned her head and winked at him. It's useless. Lu Mingming said, then why did you give it to him? It's not practical to just use your mouth. What can you give to make people believe you? Xia Mingming thought for a while and understood. She looked at her with disdain. You said it so nicely, but you were just trying to be mysterious. Chapter 150. Yushu used the excuse that she wouldn't accept money if she couldn't predict the future. In the morning, only 3 to 5 people stopped by their little divination stall. Whether it was asking for money or asking about misfortune, they didn't earn a single cent. Business was bleak. She and Xia Mingming spent most of their time sitting there like decorations. When it was noon, Xia Mingming made a fuss and wanted to go back. Of course, Yushu didn't ask her to leave. She gave her a piece of silver and sent her to buy a scallion pancake to eat. Lunch was just like that. In the afternoon, she did 2 free divination readings. When it was almost dusk, Yushu, under Xia Mingming's urging, unhurriedly closed up the stall. When she got home, the sky was still dark. As soon as she entered the door, she smelled the smell of medicine. Yushu called out and heard Yu Xiaoxiu answering her in the kitchen. She asked Xia Mingming to push the cart back into the house and went to the west room to find Jing Chun. There was a soft straw curtain hanging on the door. The door was half open, but Yushu still knocked on the door twice to go in. What surprised her was that Jing Chun wasn't lying on the bed. Instead, he was sitting at the table in front of the window, writing. When he raised his head and saw her come in, he held the brush in his hand and smiled at her. His expression was very pleasing to the eye. Yushu looked at him openly. She walked over and stood at the side of the table. She asked, what's wrong? I asked the doctor to take a look. Did he say you're better? Jing Chun nodded. He took a clean piece of paper and wrote on it. It's a new prescription. I bought half a month's worth of medicine. I just drank it. Yushu lowered her head to look at the table. She wanted to see what he was writing just now, but she saw a piece of paper beside his hand. What was written on it was not words, but drawings. She let out a soft sound. She took a closer look and saw a little thing squatting on the windowsill. It was black and white. Kim Bao jumped out of the paper and naughtily jumped down. Although it was not a proper painting, the ink color was well proportioned and the movement was balanced. It made Jin Bao look lively. Yushu liked it and asked Jing Chun for it. She took it back and pasted it on the inside of the house. It added some interest to the bare walls. Yu Xiaoxiu cooked the porridge. Yushu cooked 2 hot dishes. Her cooking skills were average. She only made some home-cooked dishes. However, Jing Chun and Yu Xiaoxiu weren't picky. Xia Mingming didn't want to be picky because he was eating plain rice. The 2 dishes and soup were enough for the 4 of them. There wouldn't be any leftovers. After dinner, the weather cooled down. Yushu asked Yu Xiaoxiu to bring a chair to the courtyard. She brewed a pot of chrysanthemum tea. The 4 of them enjoyed the cool air under the moonlight. Jing Chun and Yu Xiaoxiu listened to Xia Mingming talk about how Yushu read fortunes for people on the street for free during the day. Yushu leaned on the chair and looked up at the stars. From time to time, she would chime in. Only when someone yawned did they go back to their rooms to sleep. No matter how reluctant Xia Mingming was, Yushu still woke her up the next morning. There aren't many people. Even if I go, I'll just sit there. It's such a hot day. Why do you want me to go? Xiao Mingming complained as she put on her clothes. Yushu grabbed a comb and smoothed her hair. She said, "What if someone wants to read the fortune of marriage? I'm not good at it. Let's test your knowledge of the 6 lines." The few things that Yushu could show were arranged in order. They were the prediction of the time of calamity, the weather, the position of the 8 doors of life and death. As for feng shui, she had learned a lot and lacked practice, so she didn't know much about it. As for the astrology, it was related to major events. Xiao Mingming had learned a lot from Yushu. It was not good to burn the bridge after crossing the river. She swallowed her dissatisfaction and followed her out. Outside the same wine shop as yesterday, Yushu first went in to chat with Manager Sunday. Then she came out to set up her stall. Most likely, the person who did free fortune-telling at her stall yesterday went back and mentioned that there were a few more customers today. What was interesting was that all of them were housewives who were short on money. None of them had any plans to spend money, but there were still many requests for fortune-telling. When it was almost noon, another Ani with the surname, he came. She said that her son had accompanied her daughter-in-law to visit relatives. They were late for a few days and did not return. She wanted to ask Yushu to see if there had been any accidents on the road. Yushu took her son's and daughter-in-law's birthdays. After calculating and seeing that there was nothing wrong, she comforted her. "Auntie, don't worry. The 2 of them are safe and sound. It's probably because sister-in-law rarely returns home. Just stay for a few more days. It's not a big deal." Ani he half believed and half doubted. "Is that so? Are your fortune-telling accurate?" Xiao Mingming sat in the shade behind Yushu and curled his lips. Xiaoyi's people hated this phrase the most, being asked accurate or not. If he answered accurately, there's always a chance. If he did not answer accurately, then what's the point of talking? Yushu had a good temper and said, "As long as you keep them safe in your heart, they will return safely. Don't always think that nothing will happen just because something happened." Yushu's words were ambiguous, and Auntie, he was not very satisfied. She asked again, "Then help me calculate again. When will they return?" Hearing this request, Yushu laughed. "Auntie, I can't calculate this." Auntie he frowned and unhappily stretched out her hand towards Yushu. "Forget it. Give me the 8 characters and I'll go ask around." "Do as you wish." Yushu handed the 8 characters back to her. This Ani stood up and was about to leave. Xiao Mingming could not hold back his words any longer. Seeing that this person did not pay for his fortune-telling and did not even say a word of thanks, he coldly snorted, "I advise you to save a few steps." Even if this was brought to the Celestial Commissioner, no one would be able to answer. Ani was about to leave, but when she heard this, she turned her head back and said unhappily, "Why can't you all tell? Why can't I go ask around? What kind of nonsense are you talking about? My legs are on my legs. I can go wherever I want. It's none of your business." This middle-aged woman's body was sturdy and her voice was loud. When she spoke, it was like she was quarreling. 2 sentences attracted the gazes of everyone on the street. Yushu secretly sighed and quickly raised her hand to cover Xiao Mingming's mouth. She did not give him a chance to quarrel with her and said to Ani, "I'm sorry, my brother's mouth was a bit too fast. You can go ask around. Whether this fortune-telling is accurate or not, I won't charge you." Seeing that she had the upper hand, Auntie he said in a bad mood, "I see that you 2 are still young and haven't learned your skills. You're learning to come out and fool people. I advise you to go home early and not harm others and yourself." After saying this, they turned around and left. The passers-by on the street took their words out of context and thought that the 2 of them were trying to swindle people. They pointed at them and whispered to each other, but none of them said anything good. Not only did they not help, they were also bitten. Xiao Mingming was so angry that he wanted to chase after the woman, but Yushu grabbed him tightly. She only let him go when the woman disappeared. "Why are you grabbing me? Look, she ran away." Xiao Mingming turned his head and angrily said to Yushu, "Now we can't even explain ourselves. What reason do you have?" Yushu wiped the saliva on her palms on her clothes and sat down again. She was very calm, even though there was a group of people on the street looking at her. Of course we have reason. We were kind enough to help her read her fortune, but she wrongly accused us of swindling people. Xia Mingming angrily swung his arm. Yu Shu casually fiddled with the abacus and said in a voice that was neither loud nor soft, "That's because she's unreasonable, not because you're reasonable. She came to ask for her fortune. If we can calculate it, that's because we're capable. Whether she believes us or not is her business. If we can't calculate it, she can go wherever she wants. The road is wide open. How can you control where she goes?" Xia Mingming didn't refute. He more or less understood that she had caused trouble by talking too much. He wanted to lose his temper, but couldn't, so he angrily said, "You're the most reasonable one. I'm going back." Yu Shu didn't stop her and watched as she walked away. Because she had been here twice before, she wasn't afraid that she would get lost. The wine shop's shopkeeper's son heard the commotion and came out to ask Yu Shu a few questions. Yu Shu told him the truth. Shopkeeper's son was old and had seen many things, so of course he wouldn't echo what others said. He comforted her with a few words. A long journey tests a horse's stamina, and time reveals a man's heart. If you really have the ability, then don't be afraid of one or two gossips. Stay on this street for a while and see a few more faces. It won't be bad for you. He then called for a waiter to bring out a pot of tea. Yu Shu thanked him. No matter how the people on the street looked at her, no matter if there were people asking for her fortune, she stubbornly stood guard in front of the divination booth for the entire day. A straight body doesn't fear a crooked shadow, and a hard back doesn't fear a poke. Because Xia Mingming had caused trouble, he didn't have the nerve to imitate Yu Xiaoxiu and Jingqian when he returned home. When he was asked why he returned home early, he made up a lie, saying that he wasn't feeling well. When Yu Shu returned home in the evening, she didn't expose him. However, when she woke up early the next day, she didn't wake her up again. In the 3 streets of Autumn Osmanthus Lane, there are only a few things that could be talked about all day long. As the saying goes, good news doesn't leave the house, but bad news travels 1,000 miles. In just one night, almost half the street had heard of a young man setting up a divination booth to swindle money from people. Today, when Yu Shu opened her booth, she didn't see a single person asking for fortune-telling. Instead, there were people who specially came to this street to see who was the swindler. Today, she had learned to be smarter. When she came, she brought a book to read. Even if no one came, she didn't just sit there and do nothing. Instead, she studied the 5 elements of feng shui and arranged a row of divinations. She treated this messy street as her own study, not paying attention to the outside world as she sat there for the entire day. Before sunset, she closed her booth an hour earlier. It wasn't that she couldn't sit still, but that there was a rain in the evening and she had forgotten to bring an umbrella. Just as Yu Shu was about to reach home, rain began to fall from the sky. This rain came so suddenly that many people who didn't have umbrellas in Autumn Osmanthus Lane ran into the nearby shops to hide from the rain. As the rain grew heavier, the wind became cold. Just as shopkeeper's son was about to ask the waiter to close the windows, he saw 2 rare guests walk in, patting the rainwater off their shoulders. Shopkeeper's son dismissed the waiter and walked around the counter with a smile. "Young Master Shi, are you here to hide from the rain or to drink?" "I made it." The youth walking in front smiled and turned his head to the youth behind him. "Brother Rue, let's first go upstairs and wait for the shopkeeper to go down to the cellar to get some wine. Today we'll drink Chu." Before he could finish his words, the youth suddenly sneezed, shivering from the cold wind blowing at him. The youth wrinkled his eyebrows and ordered shopkeeper's son, "First boil a pot of hot tea and bring it over." The youth rubbed his nose and said in embarrassment, "It's nothing, just a bit of wind. It's not a big deal. We're here to taste wine. What's the point of drinking tea?" The youth ignored his protests and took out a clean handkerchief and placed it on his forehead. Turning around, he went upstairs. Chapter 151. In the blink of an eye, it was mid-October, and the autumn air was crisp. Yu Shu and her group had been in Anling City for a month. Yu Shu was making a living by setting up a fortune-telling stall in Autumn Osmanthus Lane. Due to various reasons, business was poor. Sometimes, She didn't even have a customer in a day. On the other hand, the other traders on the street would earn 1 or 2 taels of silver a day. Yushu was persistent. Every customer that came would be a customer. She would earnestly calculate their money. Unfortunately, most of the questions were trivial and didn't show her ability. In this way, the gimmick of not collecting money became the reason why the customers didn't return. In the past 7 to 8 days, there wasn't a single customer who came back to say that she was right and gave them a red packet. Gradually, Yushu couldn't sit still anymore. It wasn't because she ran out of patience, but because she didn't have much money on hand. Buying a house and furniture cost about 100 taels of silver. She also paid for Jing Chen's medicine, which cost about 40 to 50 taels of silver. She only had about 20 to 30 taels of silver left to feed 4 people. Everything in the capital was expensive. A day's food cost 1 to 200 copper coins, and that was cooking at home instead of eating outside. Since she didn't have enough money, she had to think of ways to earn it. Otherwise, she would be starving after a month. There were places to gamble in Autumn Osmanthus Lane. It was easy to earn money, but Yushu didn't dare to try it. She was afraid that she would get used to it. It was better for her to make a proper living. Xiao Mingming didn't go to Autumn Osmanthus Lane with Yushu after that day. Seeing that Yushu couldn't earn much money, he tried to persuade her, "You can't do it. You should prepare for the Great Yin examination with me. As long as you can earn 100 taels of silver and get the Celestial Commissioner's invitation card, you can find any trading house and everyone will be polite to you. You don't have to suffer on the streets." Yushu was not moved at all. "It's only September. How can we wait until then? If I don't go and make money, you'll all be starving." The next day, she woke up early as usual and went out to set up her stall. Yu Xiaoxiu wanted to follow her, but Yushu ordered him to read at home. The night before, she gave him math problems to solve. Another reason was that she wanted him to stay at home to cook for Jing Chun. For this reason, she even taught him how to cook noodles. Sometimes she would cook 2 dishes first and let them heat them up for lunch. Xiao Mingming was a freeloader who didn't have the slightest sense of shame and would occasionally cause trouble for Yushu. But Jing Chun was too self-aware. Although he couldn't be too tired, he would never bother Yushu and Yu Xiaoxiu if he could do it himself. After dinner, he would even help to clean up the dishes. Some time ago, Yushu praised his paintings, so she asked him to paste them in the room. He would draw one for her every day, either a naughty Kim Bao, a studying Yu Xiaoxiu, or a bird perched on the eaves. Every day was different, so that Yushu, who had been tired all day, could come home and smile happily. Yushu was used to predicting 1 or 2 hexagrams for herself before going to bed every night to prevent trouble. Last night, there was a sign that she had lost money. The next morning, she only took the money for the meal when she went out. She didn't take her purse with her. In the morning, when a few ruffians came to the front of the fortune-telling stall, she realized that losing money was not referring to losing money or being stolen. "Boy, who told you to set up a stall here to tell fortunes? Do you know where this place is?" "This is Autumn Osmanthus Lane. The road on the street has to be rented. The Evergreen Gang in the south of the city is in charge of this place. We didn't pay attention to it before and let you occupy this place for a few days. Tell me, what should we do?" These ruffians were very rude. The leader was wearing a short-sleeved shirt. He had thick arms and a collar that reached his chest, revealing a few tufts of chest hair. He spoke with a slight smell of alcohol. Yushu knew that they were here to collect protection fees. She was alone, so she wasn't stupid enough to go against the ruffians. She stood up and politely said, "I'm new here, so I don't know the rules of the street. Please forgive me. May I know how much the rent is here? I'll pay it now." Seeing that she was tactful, the ruffian leader's attitude became slightly better, and he introduced his business. "We collect rent on the 2nd day of every month. Depending on the location, the rent is also different. This place is in the middle of the street, and there are many people coming and going. It's 10 taels of silver a month. Today is the 15th day, so you should pay 5 taels of silver." Yushu inwardly frowned. This group of people really dared to ask for 10 taels of silver a month. In a year, it would be more than 100 taels of silver. It was enough to buy a house. She turned her gaze and looked at the two sides of the street. Seeing that no one was surprised by her actions, everyone seemed to be used to it. It seemed that the local tyrant of Autumn Osmanthus Lane was the Evergreen Gang. Yushu reached for her purse and touched nothing. Only then did she remember that in order to avoid trouble in the morning, she only brought food money with her. She cupped her hands and said, "I'm really sorry. I woke up late this morning and forgot to bring money. How about I pay you tomorrow?" Who would have thought that the ruffian leader's expression would immediately change? Wait until tomorrow. If you don't come tomorrow, then wouldn't you have occupied this place for a few days for nothing? His worries weren't without reason. Autumn Osmanthus Lane wasn't the only place in the south of the city where people moved. There were at least a dozen other places. Outside of Autumn Osmanthus Lane, they weren't under their control. Often, there would be people who didn't want to pay the protection fee and would move to another place every few days. However, you shouldn't know about this. She smiled and said, "How could that be? I'm not here to cheat people. So where can I go? You can rest assured. 5 taels of silver, right? I'll bring the money tomorrow morning." After hearing her promise, the ruffian leader sneered. He didn't say a word and raised his leg to kick her little divination stall. The entire cart fell over with a bang. Yushu hurriedly took 2 steps back and tripped over the folding stool. She fell to the side of the road on her, but the ink on the stall spilled out and splattered all over her head and chest. Paper was scattered all around her, making her look like a mess. Ouch! Yushu pressed on her thigh and groaned in pain. She was furious. She propped herself up with one hand and used her sleeve to wipe the ink off her forehead. She secretly clenched her fists and raised her head to look at the ruffian leader. She held back her temper and didn't smash the folding stool on his face. "Brat, at this time tomorrow, send the money to Mingyuan Gambling House. If you dare to run away, you can try. Even if you hide in the northern part of the city, we'll still be able to find you." The head Chinese ruffian spat a mouthful of thick yellow phlegm onto Yushu's shoes. Yushu wasn't a person who could stand being bullied. She was so angry that her teeth were chattering. However, for the sake of making a living, she lowered her head and swallowed her anger. After the 3 ruffians left, she silently got up from the ground, bent over to pick up the stall, and limped around to pick up the broken pieces that had fallen everywhere. There were many onlookers on the street, but none of them came forward to help. After picking up the broken pieces, a tortoise shell was still missing. She couldn't just throw away the 2 taels of silver that she bought for nothing. Yushu squatted on the side of the street and looked at the feet of the passers-by. After a while, she finally saw the tortoise shell in the middle of the road. Someone was stepping over it, and it was almost crushed. She hurriedly bent over and walked forward. Before she reached the tortoise shell, she saw a figure bending down between the legs of the passers-by and picking up the tortoise shell. She hurriedly reached out and squeezed forward. "Sorry, that's me." Her words were stuck in her throat. There were passers-by passing by. She looked up at the face in front of her and was dumbfounded. She never thought that she would really meet him in such a big city like Anling City, and under such circumstances. "Is this yours?" Shui Rue handed over the tortoise shell that he had just picked up and looked at the person in front of him. However, the boy's face was covered in black, so he couldn't see his face clearly. He just walked over from the street, so he didn't see the ruffians just now. Yushu saw that his expression was unfamiliar, as if he didn't recognize her. She was stunned for a moment, then recovered and hurriedly took the turtle shell. She coughed and lowered her voice, trying to sound out her thanks. She didn't know if she wanted to see if he didn't recognize her or if she didn't want him to recognize her. There's no need for that. Shui Rue glanced at her again, and then he walked past her and entered the tavern behind her. Yushu stood in the same spot for a while. She raised her hand to touch the dried ink on her face. Realization dawned on her. When she turned around, she couldn't see the figure of that person. She lowered her head and bitterly smiled. She couldn't describe the feeling in her heart. It wasn't the first time that they didn't know each other. She went to put the things she picked up back into the closet and didn't stay on the street. She pushed the cart and left the street with a heavy heart. In the bar, Shui Rue sat on the first floor. When he turned his head, he could see the street outside through the window. He held a cup of wine, not drinking a single drop. Only when Yushu was out of sight did he retract his gaze and ask Manager Sun, who was doing the accounts behind the counter, what happened at the entrance just now. Manager Sun stopped what he was doing and looked out the window. Shaking his head, he said, "Wasn't it because the Evergreen Gang was collecting the rent? That little brother probably didn't have any spare money and was taught a lesson. It can be said that he was unlucky. There were many sons of heaven here, but he didn't earn many red packets." Shui Rue asked again, "Does Manager know him?" That little brother's character isn't bad. The day before he came, he specifically told me that he wanted to take the Dian exam, but didn't have enough money to spend, so he came out. I saw that he had some ability and might be able to win 100 yuan in the future. Normally, I would take care of him, but from the looks of it, he won't be coming tomorrow. Shui Rue's eyes flickered. Raising his hand, he drank a cup of wine. After putting down the silver, he stood up and left. On the way, Yushu found a river and washed her face. She tied up her hair and sat alone for a while, waiting for her mood to calm down before returning home. With the sun shining brightly in the morning, Yu Xiaoxiu suggested carrying a blanket out to dry. Jing Shun helped to tie the rope under the wall. The door was not closed, and Yu Shu pushed it open. Yu Xiaoxiu and Jing Shun heard the door open and turned their heads to see that it was her. Yu Xiaoxiu asked curiously, "Why are you back so early? Business isn't good." Yu Shu nonchalantly placed the wheelbarrow that was missing a wheel against the wall. Rubbing her neck, she entered the house. Jing Chen looked at her frail back. For some reason, he could sense that she was in a bad mood. Without thinking, he put down the rope in his hand and followed her. Chapter 152. Yushu returned to the room and sat down in front of the simple desk by the window. She kicked off her half-wet shoes that she washed by the river and bent her legs on the chair. She casually picked up the math problems that Yu Xiaoxiu had done. After checking a few of them, she became absent-minded and stared at the paper. She didn't even notice when Jing Chun came in. Jing Chun rarely saw Yushu in a daze. She was always busy. From the ship to the capital, she had never been idle. No matter when and where she was always full of energy. It was as if she had endless energy, making people mistakenly think that she was never tired. Only when she was alone would she occasionally reveal a tired look, just like the days when they were surviving in the cave. At night, when they were asleep, she would stand guard alone. She would frown, sigh, and secretly take a nap. Then she would be awakened by a little movement. She would yawn and stand guard until dawn. He quietly paid attention to her. He could always find some unknown things about her. She had a bad temper and a small appetite. When she was happy, she would smile. When she was embarrassed, she would look around. When she was angry, she would speak in a low voice. When she was thinking of bad ideas, she would rub her chin. He didn't know if it was because she was the only person who knew about the past that he had forgotten. That's why he treated her with special importance. He would always pay attention to her happiness and anger. When he saw her working hard, he would want to share her burden. When he saw her unhappy, he would be a little depressed. Even if he couldn't make her happy, he would find a way to divert her attention so that she wouldn't think about those unhappy things. Yushu was feeling depressed because her stall was smashed by the ruffians in the morning. Then, she coincidentally met Chao Zixin. When she felt a tap on her shoulder, she turned her head and saw Jing Chun standing behind her. He reached out his hand. She looked at his empty palm and asked in puzzlement, "What's wrong?" Jing Chun did not speak. He stretched out the index finger of his other hand and tapped on the palm of his left hand twice, indicating that she was here. Yushu was puzzled as to what he was going to do when she saw his left hand flipping quickly on the ground. When he opened it again, there was a long feather on his originally empty palm. It should have been dropped by the migrating geese in autumn. The feather was fine and neat, full of luster. The grayish-blue color was like the sky before it rained. Yushu blinked and raised her hand to take it, but Jing Chun dodged and flipped his palm over again. Yushu only saw his wrist shake slightly, and when he flipped it up again, the feather was gone. Yushu stared at him in puzzlement and tried to grab his hand. This time, Jing Chun didn't dodge. He let her check his sleeve again and again with a smile on his face. Where did you hide it? Yushu couldn't find the feather for a long time. She had to give up the idea of exposing him. She let go of him, but her eyes didn't leave his hand. She curiously waited for him to take out the feather again. Jing Chun waved his hand, indicating for Yushu to copy his action. When she opened her palm, his empty left hand gently brushed past her palm. One big and one small hand crossed each other. When they left, the beautiful feather was already lying on her hand. Yeah, Yushu let out a cry of surprise. She picked up the long feather and looked at it left and right. She couldn't find the trick to it, so she couldn't help but ask, "How did you make it appear?" Jing Chen smiled and reached for the brush. Yushu quickly took out a piece of paper and handed it to him. Seeing him quickly waving the brush on the paper, he gave it to her. Without waiting for her to see it clearly, he turned around and left the room. Yushu looked at the words on the paper and angrily and laughed. She hit the table and turned her head to see that Jing Chun had disappeared. He must have run away because he was afraid that she would pursue the matter. She couldn't help but laugh. She put down the paper and gently touched the beautiful feather. She thought that if she had a few more, she could make a fan. Unconsciously, she forgot her previous worries. The sunlight outside the window shone on the paper beside her hand. She saw 4 words written on the paper, "I won't tell you." One of the wheels of the cart was broken. After lunch, Yu Xiaoxiu and Jing Chun wiped the table and washed the dishes. Yushu squatted in the yard and fiddled with the cart. She wanted to see if she could fix it. But after a long time, she still couldn't figure out how to put the wheel back on. She couldn't help but praise the dexterity of the ancient craftsman. Without a screw, they could still put the wheel on the axle and make it spin. Yu Xiaoxiu and Jing Chun finished their work and came out to see Yushu knocking around the cart. They walked over. "How did the wheel fall off?" Yu Xiaoxiu bent down and pointed at the wooden wheel that had fallen to the side. "I pushed a rock on the way and tripped," Yushu said. She was distracted and the hammer hit her finger. It hurt so much that she stood up abruptly with a hiss. She shook her finger twice, and the hammer fell from her hand again, hitting her toe. "Ouch!" Yushu cried out in pain. She hugged her foot and jumped on one leg. Yu Xiaoxiu and Jing Chen quickly reached out to support her. "How could you be so careless? Quick, check if it's bleeding," Yu Xiaoxiu said anxiously. Although Jing Chen couldn't speak, he also looked at her with a worried expression. Yushu gasped and pointed to her head. My foot hurts." Seeing this, Yu Xiaoxiu hurriedly helped her back to the house to check if her foot was injured. Jing Chun wanted to follow them, but was blocked by Yu Xiaoxiu at the door. He said perfunctorily, "Brother Jing, can you check if the car can be fixed?" He then closed the door to prevent Jing Chun from seeing Yushu taking off her slippers and socks. Jing Chun looked at the closed door and stood for a while. When he didn't hear any more cries of pain from the house, he turned to look at the cart. With one wheel missing, the cart was tilted to one side and was on the verge of collapsing. Jing Chun picked up the hammer and supported the cart to check. He glanced at the edge of the table and saw half a vague footprint. He frowned and raised his hand to measure the size of the footprint. He was deep in thought. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Yu Xiaoxiu came out of the house and was surprised to see Jing Chun pushing the wheeled cart around the courtyard. With a look of amazement, he asked, "Big brother Jing, you fix a cart?" Jing Chen nodded and pushed the cart to a shady place. When he saw the door open, he went in to see Yushu. When Yushu heard Yu Xiaoxiu said that Jing Chun fixed the cart, she limped out to take a look. She personally pushed the cart and confirmed that it was really fixed. She couldn't help but be happy. She patted Jing Chen's shoulder and praised, "You are really good. Now you don't need to find a craftsman to save money. I will cook a good dish for you tomorrow." The next morning, Yushu was still the first to get up. After washing her face, she went to the kitchen to cook. She planned to cook tofu for Yu Xiaoxiu and Jing Chen for lunch. After cooking, she untied her apron and saw Jing Chun washing his face in the corner of the yard. She greeted him, "Why are you up so early?" Jing Chun wiped the water off his face and gestured to her, "I will go out with you today." Yushu didn't understand what he meant. Jing Chen didn't explain much. After washing his face, he sprinkled the water on the small vegetable field in the yard. He went to the kitchen and got 2 bowls of porridge. He took them to the living room of the big house and waved to Yushu to eat. Yushu went out early. Every day after cooking, she didn't rush to wake Xiao Mingming and Yu Xiaoxiu up. She only woke them up before going out. These days, Xiao Mingming often stayed out all day. Yesterday, Yushu gave her a few taels of silver to make lunch. After breakfast, Yushu went into the house to wake Yu Xiaoxiu up. When she came out, she saw Jing Chun waiting for her at the door with a cart. Only then did she understand why he woke up so early. "You want to go with me to set up a stall?" When Yushu saw Jing Chun nod, she didn't know if she should be happy or embarrassed. She looked him up and down and teased him, No. If you sit on the street for a day, your body won't be able to take it. If you faint, I won't have to carry you back." Hearing this, Jing Chun couldn't help laughing. He felt a little unhappy. He grabbed her hand and wrote, "I won't be so weak." After he finished writing, as if he wanted to prove the truth of this sentence, he grabbed the edge of the table and easily carried the heavy cart to the steps outside the door. He turned his head and signaled Yushu to come out quickly with his eyes. "I don't know what to do with you." Yushu looked at him helplessly and hid the smile on her face. She deliberately said, "Okay, then let's go together. But let's make this clear. If you faint, I will leave you on the street and come back alone." Hearing this threat, Jing Chun nodded seriously, as if saying, "Okay." Yushu couldn't help laughing. She closed the door and pushed him to the side. She grabbed the cart and pushed it herself. When the two arrived at Autumn Osmanthus Lane, they set up a stall outside the tavern. Yushu took out a stool and let Jing Chun sit down. She told him, "Jing Chun, wait for me here. I will go buy something and come back later." Yushu planned to go to Ming Yuan Casino to pay the protection fee, so she asked Jing Chun to look after the stall. In any case, she didn't see many customers all day long. She wasn't afraid that someone would come to read her fortune when she wasn't around, so she didn't tell him anything else. Jing Chun obediently nodded. He watched as Yushu walked away. When she disappeared at the corner of the street, he turned his head and placed his hands on the table. He didn't look around and just looked at the stone pavement in front of him, waiting for Yushu. He didn't look at people, but it didn't mean that no one was looking at him. Jing Chun's appearance was extremely good. His eyes were clear and handsome. Although he had lost his memory, he had cultivated for many years and didn't need to wear luxurious brocade clothes. He had a delicate temperament, and his eyes didn't look at anything impure. He just sat on the roadside and was very eye-catching. Passers-by rarely turned their heads to look at him, especially young girls who were at the age of love. They didn't know many handsome men. Once they saw him, they couldn't help but sneak a peek or stop to look. The people of Da and were considered civilized. Men and women were guarded against each other, but they didn't care about small details. They didn't go to the extent of cutting off hands and feet when they rubbed shoulders. If they said anything, it would be considered not following the etiquette of a woman. Since Yu Xiaojin was quick, a brave young lady came up to the stall and pretended to ask for his fortune. Jing Chun could only shake his head. Seeing that the other party didn't understand and didn't want to leave, he took out a pen and paper and started to write. Because Yushu had told him earlier that he couldn't write the ancient script, he imitated the handwriting he had seen in a book the day before and told the person that he couldn't speak. Who would have thought that the other party would take pity on him? Seeing his handwriting, she even sat down to talk to him. Not long after, a few more people came up. In less than the time it took to burn a stick of incense, there were actually 3 or 4 people gathered in front of the stall. Chapter 153. Yushu found the Mingyuan Casino on the west street of Autumn Osmanthus Lane. It was a 2-story building, but it wasn't as grand as she had imagined it to be. However, the signboard was bigger than the other casinos on the street. Only one of the 3 doors was open, and there was an oily yellow leather curtain hanging from the outside with the word gambling clearly written on it. As soon as Yushu entered, she was hit by the sour smell of sweat. The hall was filled with the noise of people talking and gambling. It was autumn in September, but there were people who were shirtless, revealing their fat back. Yushu was sick of the smell, so she resisted the urge to turn around and leave. She quickly searched the hall and found a man who was drinking tea alone in an inconspicuous corner. He looked like a manager, so she avoided the crowd and walked towards him. When she got closer, she saw that the man had a scar on his face from the left side of his forehead to the side of his nose. It looked a bit ugly, but the strange thing was that this man didn't look fierce. He was around 30 years old and looked very calm. Yushu stopped and went forward to talk to him. "Brother, may I ask were you looking for to pay the rent for a divination stall in Autumn Osmanthus Lane?" The scar-faced man raised his head and glanced at her, but didn't answer. He reached out and waved somewhere else. Soon, a tall and strong man ran over. Yushu recognized him as the head of the local gangsters who smashed her stall yesterday. He had the same face. Yesterday, he looked fierce, but now he had a smile on his face. "Brother, hi. What can I do for you?" The scar man pointed at Yushu. The bully turned his head and looked at Yushu. He didn't answer and just waved his hand. Soon, a tall man ran over. When Yushu saw him, she recognized him as the bully who smashed her stall yesterday. He had the same fierce face yesterday, but now he had a smile on his face. "Brother, hi. What can I do for you?" The scarred man waved his hand. The bully looked at Yushu and said, "Come with me." Yushu first thanked the knife-scarred man before leaving with him. The two of them squeezed to the side of the casino counter. The leader of the local gangsters placed one hand on the counter and said to Yushu with a fierce face, "Did you bring the money?" "I've brought it." Although Yushu was still angry at the ruffian, she didn't show it on her face. She took out an ingot of silver she had prepared earlier and handed it over. He weighed it in his hand twice, then passed it to the waiter sitting behind the counter and said, "The piece of land in front of Old Sun's Tavern is for this half a month." The waiter took the money and immediately wrote on a piece of paper. He handed it to Yushu and took out a small piece of paper. When the plate of cinnabar was placed on the table, Yushu looked at the piece of paper with the words, "In front of Sun's Tavern, September 15th, and 5 tails written on it. She didn't understand what it meant. The head ruffian impatiently urged, "What are you staring at? Sign your name and leave your fingerprint." Yushu didn't understand and asked, "What's this for?" She didn't know what this was for, so how could she just casually sign it? What if she sold her out? "I'm asking you to sign it, so hurry up and sign it. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" The head ruffian shouted at Yushu. Yushu tilted her head to avoid his spit. She sneered inwardly. Sooner or later, she would give him 2 slaps to vent her anger. She then went to ask the waiter who was doing the accounting. The waiter was quite easy to talk to. When he heard her question, he explained, "Write your name at the bottom and leave your fingerprint. That piece of land will be rented to you. If anyone tries to snatch your territory, just bring this note to our Evergreen gang. I guarantee that you won't be at a disadvantage. Remember to pay the rent next month. Otherwise, this note will be invalid." When Yushu heard his explanation, she was quite surprised. She originally thought that the protection fee was for nothing. But now, it seems that it was quite useful. At least, she didn't have to worry about others snatching her territory. After Yushu signed the note, the head ruffian left. She didn't rush to leave. Instead, she asked the waiter about the scar-faced man who was drinking tea in the corner. The waiter was probably bored sitting at the counter early in the morning, so when he heard someone talking, he was happy to chat. From the waiter, Yushu found out that the scar-faced man had a powerful background. He was the vice leader of the Evergreen gang. Today, he came down to patrol and coincidentally ran into Yushu. This person's surname was Su. Previously, Yushu heard the head ruffian call him Brother Hai. His real name was Tsang Hai. Listening to the waiter's respectful tone, Tsang Hai had been practicing martial arts for many years. He was skilled in martial arts and was a martial artist. No wonder when she saw him, sitting calmly. He must have the confidence of a martial artist. Yushu wasn't interested in Beaver High. She just wanted to understand the strength of the Evergreen gang. She asked enough questions and was afraid that the waiter would notice something, so she changed the topic. "Little brother, where's E District? I want to try my hand." It wasn't that her hands were itchy, but the 5 taels of silver that she had to pay for half a month made her heart ache. She couldn't defeat the evil forces but she could at least be self-sufficient and win back the protection fees for the next month. When the waiter heard this, he laughed. "Brother, you must be someone from outside the capital. You haven't been here for long. There's no place in the south of the city that dares to gamble openly." Yushu was surprised. Why is it that people are not allowed to gamble in Ling? It can't be. She always thought that the bigger gambling houses would have gambling houses. There was no rule in Yang City that forbids people from gambling. The waiter said, "It's not the whole of Enling. It's just that the south of the city is not allowed, but the north of the city is allowed. If you want to gamble, you have to go to the north." Yushu had a strange look on her face. What's going on? Why is it not allowed in the south of the city, but allowed in the north? The waiter said, "We have a saying in the capital. You haven't heard of it, right?" Yushu cupped her hands and said, "Please enlighten me." It says that there is a Qianyuan road that separates the south and the north. The 3 religions and the 9 streams converge in the south of the city, and the wealth and glory gather in the north. It was not difficult to understand this saying. This was the first time that Yushu heard of it. She felt that it was interesting. Just when she was about to ask the waiter to tell her more about Enling, she heard a shout behind her. "Xiao Qi, why are you slacking off again? Hurry up and settle the bill." After being caught, the waiter called Xiao Qi was too embarrassed to continue chatting with Yushu. He pretended to be busy and whispered to her, "Okay, I have to work now. You can go and do your work. Since we've been talking for so long, let me remind you that there are actually gambling places in the south of the city. However, they are not in the open. Our Evergreen Gang has an underground place. However, if you don't have 100 or 80 taels of silver, I advise you not to gamble there. You will lose more than you earn. Take it easy and live a good life." When Yushu heard this kind advice, she thanked him and left. Before she left, she looked at the corner where Master Zhai was sitting. However, he was nowhere to be seen. After Yushu left Mingyuan Casino, she quickly walked through the alleys and arrived at the street where Sun Ji's tavern was located. Before she reached it, she saw through the crowd that her little divination stall was surrounded by 4 people, both men and women. They blocked Jing Chen's figure, and she couldn't see him. Thinking that something had happened, she hurriedly ran over. Jing Chen. As soon as Jing Chen heard Yushu's voice, he stood up. When he saw that she had a worried expression on her face, she squeezed through the crowd and approached him. The uneasiness that he had felt earlier immediately disappeared. He waved his hand at her to indicate that he was fine. When the people in front of the stall saw that Yushu and Jing Chen knew each other, a clever-looking girl asked in a crisp voice, "You must be Mr. Yu." Young Master Jing said that this is your divination stall. We've been waiting for a long time. You're finally here. Please help me with my divination first. Before Yushu could figure out what was going on, she heard the girl say that she wanted to have her fortune read. It was rare to see a customer. Her heart was filled with joy. She quickly smiled and replied, "Okay." She gave Jingchen a look that said, "We'll talk later." Then, she walked around to the back of the stall and sat down. With a pleasant expression, she asked, "Miss, what's your surname?" "My surname is Zhou." "Miss Zhou, what do you want to know? Can you tell me which day of the next month is a good day? My mother and brother are going back to their hometown. There is a saying that people should first look at the yellow calendar before going out. However, this saying was meant for modern people. In ancient times, the yellow calendar was only used by the emperor's family. If ordinary people wanted to choose an auspicious day to do things and avoid disasters, they would have to ask for divination. For example, moving house, meeting friends, burying people, getting married, etc. Very well, wait a moment, I'll give you a palm. Yushu was not very good at arranging the calendar, but she knew enough. She let Jing Chun help her grind the ink, and then she picked up the brush to do the divination. Before she finished writing, she heard Miss Zhou's snickering. Following her gaze, she saw several pieces of paper with Jing Chen's handwriting on it. She looked at her own dog crawling, handwriting, and knew what Miss Zhou was laughing at. However, she was not angry. Instead, she laughed and said, "Miss, please don't laugh at my ugly handwriting. This brother of mine is handsome, so his handwriting is beautiful. I'm a bit ugly, so naturally my handwriting is ugly. Miss Zhou was initially embarrassed by what Yushu had said, but as she listened to Yushu's crooked reasoning, she was amused, just like the people around her. She raised her head and looked at Yushu. The youth in front of her had a round forehead and long eyebrows, a straight nose and bright eyes. He looked very amiable. How could he be called ugly? He was just not as handsome as the people around him. Jingchen looked at how Yushu was able to make the young lady laugh with just a few words, and how she handled the situation with ease. He could not help but admire her. Yushu only joked with the young lady for a while before she started to calculate seriously. About the time needed to drink a cup of tea later, she put down her brush and said to Miss Zhou, "The 3rd, 5th, and 11th of the next month are all good days to visit relatives. May I ask your mother and your brother, what is their zodiac sign?" Miss Zhou did not know the reason behind Yushu's question, but she still cooperated and told her, "My father is Xiao, my brother is Xiaoji." Yushu reached out her hand and drew a line on the paper. She said, "Then the 5th. On the 3rd day you rush the evil ox, on the 11th day you rush the chicken, and on the 5th day you rush the best." Miss Zhou nodded and did not hesitate. "Thank you for your trouble. How much is it?" This was the first time since Yushu set up her stall in Autumn Osmanthus Lane that someone asked for money. Yushu was not stupid enough to say, "I don't need to pay if I can't calculate it." She quickly compared the market price and said, "You are the first customer today. 50 copper coins will be enough." In other places, it was 1 dime of silver, but when it came to Yushu, it was reduced by half. As soon as Miss Zhou heard that it was cheap, she happily counted half a string of copper coins and placed it on the table. She looked at Jingchen again before she left in satisfaction. Yushu looked at the money on the table, and her eyes almost turned red. After enduring for so many days, she finally made a profit. She happily turned her head to look at Jingchen, who had just helped her get her first business. She thought that this fellow was really good at attracting money. It seemed that Ji Duxing's divination was not so bad that there was no cure for it. Suddenly, Yushu's smile froze. She stared at Jingchen and suddenly remembered something. She pressed the table and stood up. She stood on tiptoe and looked at Miss Zhou, who was about to disappear. After saying that, she anxiously chased after her. "Jingchen, you look after her first. I'll be back soon." Chapter 154. Jing Shan watched from afar as Yushu caught up with Miss Zhou, who had just asked for her fortune. She gestured with her hands and feet and said something. After a long while, she turned around and came back. Looking at her expression, it was unknown why she was no longer as happy as before. There were still a few people waiting in front of the divination stall. Yushu returned to the side of the divination stall and hurriedly took a pen to write down a string of 8 characters on the paper. Then, she apologized to the customers. "I'm really sorry. I have some urgent matters to attend to and need to go home. I'm sorry to have made you wait for so long. How about this? Come back to me tomorrow. I won't charge you money to read your fortune for you." The few of them had been waiting for a long time and were unhappy when they saw that the divination was not successful. When they heard the second half of Yushu's words, they showed their dissatisfaction and left one by one. After sending these people away, Yushu began to clean up the divination stall. Jing Chun tugged at her sleeve in confusion and asked her with his eyes what was wrong and what urgent matters she had to go home for. Yushu didn't know how to explain it to Jing Chun for a moment, so she said perfunctorily, "Pack up first. I'll tell you on the way back." As she sorted out, she thought about how to tell Jing Chun. The truth definitely couldn't be told. Should she tell Jing Chun that she was afraid that he would bring trouble to them if he came into contact with strangers and get into trouble for no reason? During the days she spent with Jing Chun, she had always been on guard against the power of the Kata Star. Although she didn't know how much of it was because of Jing Chen's influence, she, Yu Xiaoxiu, and Xia Mingming had indeed encountered small disasters during this period of time. Most of them were avoided under her attention. Of course, there were also some that couldn't be avoided. For example, yesterday, she had calculated that she would lose money, but in the end, her stall was still destroyed by others. In her spare time, Yushu had also pondered about the evil spirit of the Kata Star. There were a few guesses. First, the Kata Star's attacks had a periodic cycle. Take their adventure on the ship. After escaping from danger, they had settled down for a while. At least, they had been safe during that period of time in the cave. Therefore, the Kata Star's attacks did not kill people every time. The reaction was in the shape of a parabola on the mathematical image. Every time, after a great disaster, it would stop for a few days, and then it would rise bit by bit to the next peak. Second, the Kata Star's attacks had conditions. It couldn't implicate others for no reason. At the very least, one had to have contact with Jing Chun. However, she couldn't find a standard for this contact. Take her for example. When she was in Yang City, she and Jing Chun had only seen each other across a river, and he had felt that she was implicated by him. However, just by seeing each other, he could let the other go through danger. This Kata Star was too overbearing. It didn't conform to the logic of existence. Therefore, there must be conditions that she didn't know about, such as certain hours and certain days. Third, the Kata Star's attacks had a time limit. If one was implicated by a disaster, then even if they didn't immediately get unlucky, they wouldn't stay dormant for too long. It would probably be within a month. Yushu had just caught up with Ms. Zhou and asked for a birth date and 8 characters. She also asked her to come back tomorrow. She wanted to go back and see if the young lady had been implicated by Jing Chun. She didn't want to be as unlucky as Xia Mingming, who almost lost his life because he opened the window early to get some fresh air. In fact, it would be more convenient to ask Jing Chun directly. Before he lost his memory, he had told her that he had a feeling if the people he had been in contact with were implicated by him. However, she did not dare to rashly ask Jing Chun about it. Jing Chun had lost his memories, but he was not stupid. This matter concerned his own body, and he would definitely sense that something was wrong. At that time, when he asked about it, how was she going to make Yushu explain his evil fate and explain what Jing Chun should do in the future? Yushu was worried. When she brought Jing Chun on the road, she knew that things wouldn't be so simple. Previously, Jing Chun didn't have the opportunity to interact with others. Everything depended on her, but it wasn't difficult. Now that Jing Chun went out, the problem arose. Could she let him stay in that small courtyard for the rest of his life? AI. On the way back, Jing Chun tilted his head to look at Yushu, who was sighing repeatedly. He could sense that she was worried, but he didn't know why. He originally wanted to ask her why she was in a hurry to go home. Seeing her like this, he didn't add to the trouble and quietly followed her home. When they were about to arrive at the door of the house, Yushu found an awkward reason to fool Jing Chun. She said that she had arranged Miss Zhou's birth date wrong by half, so she had to go home to review the calendar. Yu Xiaoxiu saw that Yushu came back before noon with the stall, so he couldn't help asking curiously, "Why are you back at this time? Is the car broken again?" Yushu was upset, so she didn't pay attention to him. She went into the house and sat at the desk. She randomly distributed some ink and took out the note of Miss Zhou's birth date and began to calculate. The brush was not very smooth, which seriously delayed her calculation progress. It wasn't until lunchtime that she finally calculated Miss Zhou's misfortune in this month. The result made her feel relieved and depressed. The little girl was lucky. In the next month, she only had a minor illness and some quarrels with others. There was no serious harm. She worried for nothing. If you don't eat, it will be cold. If you have any work, do it later. Yu Xiaoxiu had already heated the food. He came in and called Yushu several times, but she didn't move. "I'm coming." Yushu folded the toilet paper and put it on the corner of the table. She stood up and stretched. Hearing the sound of bones cracking, she cracked her fingers and then followed Yu Xiaoxiu out. Xia Mingming went to Parent Hall to inquire about something, so he didn't come back at noon. Only the 3 of them had lunch. Yushu sat at the seat directly opposite the door. There was a square table with Jing Chun sitting on the left and Yu Xiaoxiu sitting on the right. There were 2 dishes on the table, a plate of home-style tofu and a plate of stir-fried vegetables. They were very vegetarian, but the food was much better than when Yushu and Yu Xiaoxiu lived in the Ji family's compound. They sat at the table, and Kim Bao was eating under the table. Yushu prepared a special plate for it. It was the size of a palm, and it was more than enough for its small appetite. Yu Xiaoxiu asked Jingchun why Yu Shu came back early. Seeing that Yu Shu was not in a good mood, he thought that his mother was unhappy about the wrong divination. He didn't mention it again, but begged, "Brother, I've been bored at home for a few days. Can I go out with the divination tomorrow?" Yu Shu said, "I'm bored. Let's go out for a walk after lunch. On the way, we could get vinegar on the back street." She didn't plan to take Jingchun out with her tomorrow. If Yu Xiaoxiu wasn't at home, who would cook for Jingchun? Yu Xiaoxiu curled his lips. He knew what she was thinking, so he exposed her. "You're afraid that Brother Jing won't be able to eat at home alone, right? Don't worry. I taught him how to make a hot meal a few days ago. He won't starve to death if he's left alone at home." Jingchun stopped chopping and looked up at Yu Shu. He felt a little funny in his heart. No wonder she always let Yu Xiaoxiu stay at home to do homework and read books. She rarely asked him to go out. It turned out that she wanted him to cook for her. Yu Shu put the bowl on the table unhappily and scolded him. "Watch your words." Yu Xiaoxiu knew that his words angered Yu Shu, so he didn't dare to talk back. He lowered his head and admitted his mistake. "I was joking." He then apologized to Jingchun. "Brother Jing, I didn't mean anything else." Jingchun shook his head, indicating that he didn't mind. He then smiled at Yu Shu, telling her not to be angry. Yu Shu snorted and said, "Tomorrow, both of you stay at home. No one wants to go out." Seeing that Jingchun and Yu Xiaoxiu nodded their heads, she picked up the bowl and continued eating. Now, she didn't have to worry about Jingchun going out with her tomorrow. Xiao Mingming came back in the middle of the afternoon with a long face. Anyone could see that she was not in a good mood. Yu Shu was teaching Yu Xiaoxiu how to use an abacus in the room. She came in without knocking, sat on Yu Shu's bed, and stared at the two of them. Yu Shu patted Yu Xiaoxiu to let him continue practicing. She walked to her side and asked, "What's wrong?" Xiao Mingming said in a muffled voice, "I went to look for Mr. Fong this morning." Mr. Fong was the one who wrote the recommendation letter to Xiao Mingming. When Yu Shu heard this, she knew what she was angry about. A while ago, Xiao Mingming received the recommendation letter and went to the Celestial Commissioner's residence to record her name. But the official told her that the recommendation letter was wrong and refused to let her take the exam. In fact, it wasn't the recommendation letter that was wrong, but the official wanted money. At that time, Yu Shu didn't have any spare money, so she asked Xiao Mingming to wait. It seems that she couldn't sit still, so she went to look for Mr. Fong and asked for another recommendation letter. She went to the Celestial Commissioner's residence to ask for it, but she couldn't get it. Sure enough, Xiao Mingming beat her legs and said angrily, "I humbly asked for another recommendation letter and went to the Celestial Commissioner's residence to record my name. But the official still refused, so I went to his superior. In the end, that dog official said that I missed the date of the exam and wanted me to pay 50 taels of silver to make up for it. Damn it, do they think I'm a fool? How can I not know that I didn't miss the date of the exam? They are obviously deliberately making things difficult for me." To enter the Great Yin examination, the process wasn't complicated. First, one had to ask for a recommendation letter from Mr. E, who was registered in the Celestial Commissioner's residence. Then, they took it to the Yamen of the Celestial Commissioner's residence to verify it. Then, they only needed to record their name and get the official certificate. They didn't even need a residence card. The official certificate was equivalent to an admission ticket. Then what are you going to do now? Yu Shu wanted to help Xiao Mingming. Originally, she planned to take Xiao Mingming to bribe the official to get the official certificate after she had earned enough money. But who would have thought that her fortune-telling stall's business was so bad? She didn't earn back her money and had to pay 5 taels of silver as a protection fee. Now, she couldn't take out 50 taels of silver for Xiao Mingming to take the exam. Xiao Mingming looked at Yu Shu and stammered, "You, how much money do you have?" Yu Shu stood up and took the leather bag from the top of the wardrobe. She took it to the bed and shook it. The silver ingots and banknotes all fell out. She pointed at them and said, "I only have about 20 taels of silver." Xiao Mingming immediately cried, "What should I do? In a few days, when it's October, the Celestial Commissioner won't be allowed to take the exam. If she missed this year, she would have to wait for another 3 years. She would have been taken back by her family. By then, it would be too late. Thinking about the future, Xia Mingming was at a loss. Seeing that only Yushu could ask for help, he grabbed her hand and said, "Ah, Shu, help me think of a way. You have the most ideas. You must have a way, right?" Yushu frowned and didn't say anything. She knew that Xia Mingming must have a reason for being able to endure all the way here. However, there was only one way to find so much money in such a short period of time, and it was also the way she was most reluctant to use. "Alan, Ashu, do you have a way?" Lu Mingming was so anxious that he cried. He carefully looked at Yushu, afraid that she would shake her head. Chapter 155. After spending half a month at Autumn Osmanthus Lane, this was the first time that Yushu did not open her stall on a rainy day. Qing Chui led Xia Mingming to Mingyuan Casino early in the morning when there were not many people on the streets. Although it was early in the morning, the gamblers in a marketplace often gambled throughout the night. As the largest casino in Autumn Osmanthus Lane, Mingyuan Casino was equally crowded no matter day or night. Xia Mingming followed behind Yushu. As soon as he entered the main hall, he almost vomited from the stench of sweat and foxes. She glanced at the scene in disgust and tugged at Yushu's back, whispering, "Can't we go somewhere else? I can't stand this smell." Yushu glared at her. "Just bear with it." Xia Mingming pouted. Since she was the one who insisted on following, she was too embarrassed to complain and followed Yushu in. Yushu squeezed through several gambling tables and found the young man behind the counter she had seen yesterday. She leaned forward and greeted him with a smile. "Good morning, Brother Xiaoqi." The shop assistant, Xiaoqi, recognized Yushu and asked, "Why are you here?" Yushu placed the 2 packets of dried fruits on the counter. She opened the packet of dried fruits and pushed it forward. "Thank you for helping me write a note yesterday. I had nothing to do today, so I came to see you. These dried fruits are sold at the door of my house. They're very fragrant. Take them and have a taste." Xiaoqi was not very old, about the same age as Yushu. He was still at the age where he loved to eat. When he smelled the aroma, he picked up a flower and popped it into his mouth. He chewed on it and happily leaned on the counter, recording the flower while talking to Yushu. "Who's this?" Xiaoqi pointed at Xia Mingming, who was standing beside Yushu. "He's my brother." Xiaoqi looked at Xia Mingming a few more times and winked at Yushu. "Why does your brother look better than other girls?" Xia Mingming glared at him and hid behind Yushu. Yushu chuckled. "Let's not talk about her. She's thin-skinned." Xiaoqi couldn't see Xia Mingming anymore, so he asked Yushu, "You came to play with me. Aren't you going to open your stall today?" Yushu also picked up a flower and ate it raw. "No, business isn't good." Xiaoqi clicked its tongue and said, "What's not good about it? I see that you guys are all good at making money. You can easily make a few taels with just a pinch of your fingers." Hearing a layman's understanding of a barter, Yushu can't help laughing. He can know the cause and effect by pinching his fingers. If he is not a swindler, he must be a great immortal. "That's what you saw. Can't you see that there are still many people who can't eat?" Yushu said. "Who can't eat? You?" Xiaoqi pointed at Yushu and joked. Unexpectedly, Yushu nodded seriously. "I can still eat it now, but I can't say for sure in a few days." "Ah." Yushu saw that he was surprised and asked, "Brother Xiaoqi, yesterday you said that the Evergreen Gang has a barter. Can you tell me how to get there?" Xiaoqi spat out the raw flour in his mouth and stood up straight. "Why? You want to go there?" "Yes. I need money urgently, so I want to go and have a look." Yushu told the truth. If she wasn't in need of money, she really didn't want to cause trouble in such a place. Xiaoqi hesitated. "It's not that I can't tell you, but you have to think carefully. Gambling in Ling City is different from other places. It's common to lose 100 times. If you're unlucky and meet a few fortune tellers at the same place, you'll lose all your money." Yushu knew that he meant well and said, "Don't worry, I'm quite good at mathematics. I learned from a great fortune teller in my hometown." She was talking about Pei Jing, so it wasn't a lie. She did learn accounting from Pei Jing. When Xiaoqi heard this, he didn't try to persuade her anymore and told her how to enter the barter. It turned out that the Evergreen Gang's barter wasn't open every day. It was open on a single month, and on a single day on a double month. The location wasn't fixed either. You had to come to Ming Yuan Casino first and get an entry slip before you knew where to go. Therefore, if one didn't walk the streets often and knew people, it would be impossible to find a gambling place in the south of the city. Yushu had accidentally befriended Little Chi and struck up a conversation with someone. That was how she got to know Little Chi and got the directions. Here, you can only enter with this slip. Xiao Qi rummaged under the counter and found a yellow slip the length of a finger. He said to Yushu, "But you have to pay for it." "How much?" Yushu reached for her purse without hesitation. 5 taels for one. Yushu's hand trembled. She cursed under her breath, but she still took out her money. She counted out half a bag of silver and placed it on the counter. She took the slip from Xiao Qi's hand and examined it. The entry slip was crudely made. On it were the words, Year Ninwu, Chrysanthemum Spring Fragrance House, and so on. There was a red stamp on the back. Before Yushu could see what was on the red stamp, Xiao Mingming stretched out his hand and asked curiously, "Let me see." Yushu passed the slip to him. Seeing that Xiao Qi had put away the money, she thanked him. Xiao Qi waved his hand and glanced at Xiao Mingming. He reminded, "Oh right, this slip only allows one person to enter. It's only valid during the month. Don't bring others with you, or you'll be kicked out. Also, don't miss the date. We'll change the stamp in October." "Got it. Then I'll leave you to your work. I'll treat you to a drink after I win some money." Yushu said some polite words and left with Xiao Mingming. This trip was considered a smooth one. She found out where the gambling place was. Coming out of the gambling house, standing on the street, Yushu and Xiao Mingming took a few breaths of fresh air. "Ashu, do you know where the Spring Fragrance House is?" Xiao Mingming asked with the slip in his hand. Yes. In order to find a place to set up a stall, Yushu had walked around Autumn Osmanthus Lane. Seeing the name of Spring Fragrance House, it was not difficult for her to remember the sign she had seen before. She frowned. It was not a good place. It was a brothel on the street behind Autumn Osmanthus Lane. "Then shall we go now?" Xiao Mingming was eager to try. "Not us. I'll go alone." Yushu took the slip from his hand. "Didn't you hear what he said? One slip only allows one person." Xiao Mingming's face fell. "Then what about me? You stay at home." Not to mention that she did not have extra money to buy another ticket. Even if she had extra money, Yushu did not intend to take Xiao Mingming with her. Xiao Mingming was a troublemaker. She did not know what trouble he would cause if she really went. Xiao Mingming knew that they did not have enough money, but they still wanted to stay to gamble. So, she did not ask Yushu to buy another slip. "Then do you have a reason to go now?" "Not now. Tomorrow." "Can't we go today?" Of course, Xiao Mingming hoped to get the money as soon as possible. Only when she got the admission certificate could she be at ease. Otherwise, she would not be able to sleep at night. "I can't go today." "Why?" "Because it's September now." "What's wrong with September?" Xiao Mingming asked in confusion. Yushu looked at her disdainfully. "Next time we go out, okay?" It was an odd month with 2 days. It was September now, and today was the 23rd. What did she do there? Go to a brothel? As soon as Yushu and Xiao Mingming returned home, Yu Xiaoxiu and Jingchen greeted them. The former asked, "How was it?" Xiao Mingming begged Yu Shu yesterday, and Yu Xiaoxiu was also present. Xiao Mingming did not hide it from him. After dinner, Xiao Mingming let it slip, and Jingchen also knew that Yu Shu was going to gamble in order to raise money for Xiao Mingming. Yu Xiaoxiu actually did not approve of Yu Shu gambling with their living expenses, but because Xiao Mingming was present, he did not make it obvious. "Well, I found everything. I'll go and have a look tomorrow." Yu Shu sat down and drank some water. Seeing that the matter was settled, Yu Xiaoxiu couldn't help but say, "Can't she not go? If she doesn't pass the exam, the money will be in vain." Xiao Mingming was unwilling. "Who do you think can't?" "I'm talking about you." Yu Xiaoxiu said bluntly. "You're not as good as my brother in learning. My brother doesn't want to go, but you insist. You don't have a single cent to spend, and in the end, my brother has to think of a way for you." Xiao Mingming was embarrassed by his words, and his face turned red. After a while, he thought of something to say. "I don't need you to worry about it. Why do you care so much?" Who cares about you? I'm just worried that my brother will suffer. You Xiaoxiao and Yu Shu had been eating and sleeping together for the past few days, so his mouth wasn't as dumb as it used to be. Furthermore, he was still young, so he didn't need to be humble. Thus, he was able to gain the upper hand when arguing with Xia Mingming. Yu Shu was annoyed by the two of them. She suppressed the urge to give each of them a slap on the head. She put down the teacup and went back to the inner room. Jingchen saw this and stood up as well. They were still arguing outside. Yu Shu sat at the desk, playing with the beautiful feather that Jingchen gave her. Jingchen stood beside her, moved the inkstone, grinded the ink, and wrote on the paper. Can I go with you? Yu Shu looked at the paper and tilted her head to look at the handsome Jingchen. Suddenly, she remembered the time when Jingchen went to the Ji family's Baron Casino to win money with her in Yang City. She did not expect to encounter a similar situation again. She was moved, so she mentioned the past to Jingchen. A few months ago, we met in Yang City. At that time, one of my elders was seriously ill and needed money. I went to the casino to win money. I was afraid that they would embarrass me, so I specially asked you to be my bodyguard to protect me. Do you still remember? Nose Dust tried hard to recall, but he had no impression at all. He shook his head with some disappointment. Seeing that he couldn't remember anything, Yu Shu smiled and looked back at the feather in her hand. She did not intend to tell Jingchen that at that time, she was thick-skinned and asked him for help, so he agreed to accompany her. Unlike now, he took the initiative to ask, but this time, she could not bring Jingchen. 50 taels of silver in the capital was not much at all. There were many rich people here. As long as she controlled the amount well, she would win and lose tomorrow. She would earn 50 taels of silver in silence. It should not cause any trouble. She calculated for herself last night. Chapter 156. On this day in September, Xia Mingming was the first one to wake up. When Yu Shu was woken up by her knocking on the door, the sky had just brightened. She slowly got dressed and went to the other side of the screen to pull the quilt over Yu Xiaoxiao, who was still sleeping. Once she went outside, Xia Mingming followed behind her, washing her face and combing her hair. Even when she went to the bathroom, she waited outside. Seeing that Yu Shu was calm, Xia Mingming was anxious but did not dare to rush her. It was not until she saw her turn into the kitchen to start the fire to cook that she could not help but say, "You can eat breakfast outside. What are you still doing? You don't need to pay to eat outside." Yu Shu directed her to add water to the pot. She carried the small pot in the basin and poured out half of the jar of rice wine she bought the day before. She counted 4 eggs and prepared to cook a sweet wine, poached egg for breakfast. A few days ago, Yu Xiaoxiao mentioned that he wanted to eat this. Originally, she wanted to cook it yesterday, but because of Xia Mingming's matter, it was delayed. If she did not cook the rice wine soon, it would go bad. "Ashu, are you confident? What if you lose the money?" Xia Mingming moved closer to Yu Shu and asked worriedly. Her big eyes were hilariously ashen. Because she was worried that she would miss this opportunity, she could not sleep well for the past 2 days. Yu Shu scooped out the half-cooked poached egg and placed it in a bowl. She then poured the rice wine into the pot and covered it with a lid. She then turned to Xia Mingming and said, "If you lose money, immediately write me a letter home and ask your family to pick you up. Pay off all the money you owe me, and then you can go wherever you want." "You're still in the mood to joke with me at a time like this?" Xia Mingming muttered. "Who's joking with you?" Yu Shu wiped her hands on her apron and went back to the house to get an abacus. She made a series of calculations in front of Xia Mingming and turned the abacus in her hand to show her, "Look, from the time we jumped off the boat until now, including travel expenses and daily food and lodging, you owe me a total of 89 taels and 67 copper coins. I've recorded it all for you. Including the interest, you have to pay me 127 taels and 42 copper coins. I'll waive the small change and count it as 127 taels. If you dare to not pay up, believe it or not, I'll knock you out and sell you to the human traffickers." Yu Shu grinned and reached out to pinch Xia Mingming's face. "With your appearance, you can sell it for at least 180 taels. Xia Mingming angrily slapped away Yu Shu's hand. Because she often made fun of him, he didn't get angry. Don't worry, I won't forget. Don't mention 100 taels. When I really pass the dying exam, I'll give you 1,000 taels. Yushu stuffed the abacus into her hand. You have to give it even if you don't pass. Here, here, here. Xiao Mingming was very angry with Yushu, so she hugged the abacus and walked out. As soon as she left, Yushu saw a neatly dressed Jing Chun walk out of the kitchen. It just so happened that the rice wine in the pot was ready, so she called him over to serve breakfast. She said, "If I don't come back at noon, you can eat outside. The cold noodle shop at the end of the street is very tasty. It's hot today, so it's very comfortable to eat. Remember not to let the shop owner add chili for you." Jing Chen nodded. Yushu filled 2 bowls. Originally, she wanted to take them out first, but when she touched the edge of the bowl, she retracted her hand and rubbed her earlobe. Seeing this, Jing Chun reached over her and carried the hot bowls out. Yushu saw that he wasn't afraid of the heat, so she simply left the 2 bowls for him to carry. She washed the spoon and went back to the room to wake Yu Xiaoxiu up. Before going out, Yushu once again checked her belongings. Last night, she burned 2 sticks of willow charcoal, a knife, an abacus, and 20 taels of silver. Except for the abacus, she put everything else on her body. Then, she looked in the mirror and changed in her best robe. She used the bottom of the pot to make her eyebrows look rough and blackened her sideburns, making her look more like a young man. Not letting Yu Xiaoxiu and Jing Chan follow, Yushu brought Xiao Mingming out. No matter what, they were working for her. How could she let them wait at home idly? At the very least, she had to let her know that doing something wasn't easy. The 2 of them went out late. When they arrived at Autumn Osmanthus Lane, the sun was already high. Yushu turned 2 streets and found Spring Fragrance Brothel. There weren't many customers in the brothel during the day. 2 fair and clean-looking women sat in front of the brothel, eating melon seeds. In their hands were fragrant handkerchiefs, and when they saw people passing by, they would smile. Although their clothes didn't reveal their shoulders or elbows, their pink and green clothes clearly showed that they weren't from good families. Xiao Mingming originally didn't know where this Spring Fragrance Brothel was, but now that he saw it, he knew where it was. He was stunned for a moment, then pulled Yushu back to the side of the road. With a red face, he lowered his voice and said in panic, "Why is it such a filthy place? What else did you think it was?" An inn? Yushu pushed her hand away and adjusted her collar. She brushed her hair and said, "Wait for me outside. If you're hungry, look for food nearby. I'll be out before dark at the latest." With that, she strode across the street. Xiao Mingming didn't even have the chance to stop her. She watched helplessly as she was ushered in by a prostitute. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared. Her heart suddenly felt empty. She couldn't tell if it was because of discomfort or something else. Her nose felt stuffy, and she really wanted to rush in, pull her out, and tell her that she didn't want to take the exam. However, once she thought of the consequences, she shrank back. Clenching her fingers, she retreated a few steps with guilt. She shrank into a small alley by the side of the road and stared at the door of the brothel across the street. She gritted her teeth and said, "Ashu, I owe you. I'll repay you 10 times over in the future." As soon as Yushu entered the brothel, she showed Old Duck the slip she bought from Mingyuan Casino. Old Duck still had a smile on his face. He examined the red stamp on the slip and handed it back to her. He casually beckoned for a 12 or 13-year-old fledgling to lead Yushu through the hall to the back. The front hall of the brothel was decorated with a fragrant scent and red gauze curtains everywhere. After passing through 2 bead curtain doors and entering the back courtyard, there was another world. In a yard of about 200 square meters, there was a circle of tea tables in the shape of a zigzag. There were about 30 of them, and the center was empty. Half of the people were sitting at the tables. Some were drinking tea, and some were chatting with their neighbors. There was no gambling. At first glance, it seemed that they had intruded into someone's tea party. The fledgling led Yushu to the back courtyard. A man wearing a blue and gray cloth hat came to ask Yushu about the entrance slip. Then he asked the fledgling to lead her to a seat. Yushu chose a place with more people to sit down. She wanted to listen to the conversation between 2 people in case she didn't know the rules here and made a fool of herself. The tea table in front of her was not big, just enough for one person to sit alone. In addition to cups, there were writing brushes, ink, paper, inkstone, and several envelopes. She didn't know what they were for. After the fledgling poured tea for her, she stood behind Yushu for a while. Seeing that Yushu didn't give her money, she left resentfully. Yushu and her neighbors chatted, but they didn't see her and ignored her. After saying a few words, Yushu realized that it was boring, so she didn't stick to their cold faces. She took the abacus from her waist and put it on the table to practice. After a while, a few more people came in. When Yushu saw that they didn't have any intention to gamble, she asked the man who collected the tickets. When the man heard what she said, he smiled. "This should be your first time coming back. This morning's gambling will only start after the sun rises and the number of people is full. Those who come late will have to wait until the afternoon's gambling is over. If you want to gamble in the afternoon, you can stay for lunch. If you don't want to gamble, you can leave first. Similarly, if you want to stay for the evening, you can stay for dinner. Of course, you have to pay for the wine and food yourself." This evergreen gang really knew how to do business. 5 taels of silver for a ticket. If they wanted to earn enough money, how could they just gamble in one gambling session? If they wanted to stay for dinner, they would have to spend money. The food in this building would definitely not be cheap. 1 or 2 taels of silver would definitely not be cheap. Seeing that this person was easy to talk to, Yushu couldn't help but ask a few more questions. "You're right, I'm from the south, and this is the first time I've played this game in Imling. I noticed that the rules here are very different from where I came from, and they even have to split up to gamble. Tell me the rules." The man said, "There is no need to be anxious. When everyone is here, someone will tell you. Please take a seat first." When Yushu heard this, she didn't ask any more questions. She thanked him and returned to her seat. She drank 2 mouthfuls of tea to moisten her throat and counted the number of people present. There were 24 people present, and she was still missing 6 people. She just had to wait patiently for someone to arrive. A burly man walked in from the east and stood in the middle of a circle of tea tables. He clapped his hands, and the backyard quickly quietened down. The burly man's voice was loud and clear. "Thank you all for your support. Gambling in my Evergreen Gang's territory, please be at ease. Our superiors have used our connections to ensure that no one will come to check on us and ruin everyone's gambling spirit." As soon as he finished speaking, a few voices of agreement could be heard. Gambling in the south of the city is prohibited, and this is a clear prohibition. If you want to play, you have to go to the north of the city. However, the waters in the north of the city are deep, and it is not a place where normal traders can afford to play. Hence, there are many people who would secretly start gambling and profit from it. However, if you want to maintain this place, you have to have some skills. The burly man looked at the crowd and continued, "It is nearing Dian, and there are many new faces in Imling. Today, there are a few people here who are just passing by. Let me explain the rules here." When Yushu heard that a serious person had arrived, she stretched her ears to listen. Gambling is different from place to place. 2 months ago, our Evergreen Gang's territory changed to the most popular form of gambling in the north of the city. It is called betting. Please take a look at the left side. There are 2 envelopes, 1 red and 1 white. Please choose your own question, 1 bet for each question. The minimum bet is 5 taels of silver per question. Place the question into the red envelope and write down the solution to the question into the white envelope. There will be a minimum of 3 questions. That is to say, before the game starts, you must have a total of 6 red and white envelopes. This burly man was tall and burly, but his speech was very methodical. Later on, I will give out 30 different numbers. Once the game starts, you can spend 5 taels of silver to pick your opponent's number and choose a question to bet on. Alternatively, you can pick your own number. Every hour is a round. If you're unable to solve the question, or if you get it wrong, you will lose the bet. You will have to pay the full amount of the bet to the person who created the question. Otherwise, the person who created the question will lose the bet to the person who solved the question. Let me say this first. If anyone wants to renege on the bet and can't afford to lose, please leave early. Don't come back later and regret it. There is no such thing. The burly man finished his last sentence with a cold expression. He then gestured towards the two tea tables on the southeast side. Today, we have invited Mr. Song from Hongrenyi Shop and Mr. Liu from Dexingyi Shop as guests. If anyone is unwilling to accept their loss, we will have to trouble the two of you to make a decision. At the tea table, a middle-aged man and an old man cupped their hands in greeting. Many of the people present recognized these two famous people from Autumn Osmanthus Lane and stood up to greet them. Let's cut the nonsense. Today, we will still gamble on 3 rounds. The game will start in half an hour. Everyone, please think of your questions. Men, hand out the numbers. Chapter 157. In Yushu's view, the gambling in Anling City is very interesting. It is quite different from the gambling she has seen in Yang City. There are more rules here, but the more it is gambling. After all, gambling requires luck. There are 30 gamblers present, and each gambler has 3 questions. That is to say, there are at least 90 questions. Some of them are easy, and some have high stakes. When you bet on other people's questions, other people are also betting on your questions. Because you don't know the bet beforehand, you may win on one side and lose on the other. While the cards are being distributed, Yushu thinks about it. She now has 20 taels of silver, which means that according to the minimum bet of 5 taels of silver for 1 question, she can choose 4 questions. According to the bet, if she bet on 4 questions, she can also bet on the 4 questions in other people's hands. If she can only lose, she can win at least 40 taels of silver for the first round. That is to say, if she is unlucky and gets 5 taels of silver for each question, she can't stop after the first round. For the sake of prudence, Yushu doesn't want to be arrogant. She wants to bet on the lowest bet of 5 taels of silver for the 4 questions in the first round, in order to have one more chance to draw a question. The number plate was quickly given out. Yushu got number 19 because she would be drawing numbers according to this order later. The closer the number was to the front, the better. She didn't care what number her number was, but the people near her were secretly happy because their numbers were in the front. After getting the card, Yushu starts to set the questions. The business of a stall in Qiugue Fong is not good these days, so she bought a copy of Arithmetical Classic from another trading store and studied it in her spare time. She has a better understanding of the mathematical level of people at this time, so she is not totally clueless when she is asked to set the questions. Trying to write neatly, Yushu put the questions and answers into the envelope and marked the front of the envelope with 1, 2, 3, 4. She didn't dare to give too many questions. Only one of them was difficult, and the other 3 were average. She wanted to preserve her capital and gamble a few more rounds to make up the numbers. When the time was up, the burly man who had been explaining just now walked out again. Behind him was a fledgling holding a tray. He didn't care if there were people who hadn't come up with a question yet. He showed everyone the 30 numbers on the tray, which corresponded to the ones in everyone's hands. If there's anyone who wants to draw a question first, you can call your number now. 5 taels of silver to buy an advantage. Although they could not know who was behind the number and whether the question was difficult or easy, everyone present was a bargainer. Since they dared to gamble, they all had some ability. It was not as if there was no one who had done some research on numbers and could see through it. Sure enough, 3 people were willing to pay to choose their opponents first. To Yushu's surprise, one of them called her number. Next, the burly man personally directed several fledgling to go to the tables of the 3 people whose numbers were called. He took the questions in the red envelopes on their tables and gave them to the 3 people who called their numbers. He wanted to see whether they wanted to choose 1, 2, or all of them. Soon, a fledgling came back with a tray. Yushu looked at the 4 red envelopes on the tray. She reached out and took a look. She didn't see the number she had just made. Obviously, the other party had picked all 4 of her questions and returned 4 of them. Yushu had a subtle feeling in her heart. She accepted the other's number and kept it for solving the questions later. Then she opened the envelopes one by one. She didn't look at the questions first, but looked at the bet under the questions. The bet of the first envelope made her so surprised that she clicked her tongue. The other party actually bet 100 taels of silver. Was he really that confident that others would not be able to solve it? Yushu was shocked as she looked at the question. Immediately, the corners of her mouth twitched. This question could be considered to be of standard. At the very least, it was 2 levels higher than the questions in the gambling houses of Yang City. However, it was not considered difficult for her. She solved it in the time it took to drink a cup of tea. Yushu put down the first one and opened the second one. She shook the paper and looked at the bottom. She was stunned. 100 taels of silver. She looked at the question and knew that he could solve it. Excellent. She directly opened the remaining 2 envelopes. 100 taels of silver. All 4 questions cost 400 taels of silver. This made Yushu feel like a blind cat bumping into a dead mouse. She pressed down on the middle question and raised her head to look at the other side. She found the person who had chosen her question. Obviously, the other party had just read her 4 questions and was looking at her. Because there was a distance between them, they couldn't see each other's faces clearly. But Yushu knew the difficulty of the questions he had set. She estimated that the other party would be able to solve 2 of her questions. In this way, Yushu felt that she was in a dilemma. Should she solve these 4 questions or not? Should she solve one or all of them? This was 400 taels of silver. If she really won against the other party, she would definitely stand out and attract the jealousy of others. She might even become enemies with the person who lost the money. But she didn't understand. There was no reason to reject the meat that was delivered to her. Yushu touched her chin and picked up the teacup to take 2 sips. Finally, she decided to solve 2 of his questions and leave 2 empty. At least she could save face, and there was no hatred between them. She didn't want to let the other party lose too badly. She took out her charcoal stick, touched the paper, and compared the 4 questions. She picked out 2 that she was interested in and solved them. At this time, the other guests in the game had chosen their opponents according to the card number. The strong man who presided over the game put a water bottle on the table in the middle so that everyone could see it. It was an hour for a round. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, someone solved the first question. Yushu looked over and saw the strong man personally take the solution and the card number from that person's table. He took it to the table of the person who set the question and opened the white envelope to answer. He then handed the question and the solution to the person who set the question. After the other party confirmed it, he raised the card in his hand and announced loudly, "Number 9, bet on question number 16, 10 taels of silver." There were a few whispers in the quiet room. The person who lost the bet put the money on the tray, and the strong man pointed to a young man to take it to the person who won the bet. This was the round. After watching the excitement, Yushu no longer paid attention to the following developments. She skillfully solved the first question. Less than half of the time had passed, and during this time, a few more people had won, but the highest bet was only 20 taels. There was also the man who had spent 5 taels of silver to bet with her, and he had also solved one of her questions. Yushu very readily paid the money. After all, she had more money to win from him later. She was not in a hurry to call the burly man over to verify it. Instead, she continued to solve the next question. After solving it, she saw that there was still plenty of time, so she rechecked the 2 questions that she had already calculated, just in case she was careless. After that, the strong man came to her table twice, and Yushu obediently paid the money. It was a total of 15 taels of silver, and she still had 5 taels of silver in her hand. When there was almost the time to drink a cup of tea left, she stopped and scribbled on a few pieces of paper with charcoal. Looking at the gamblers who were either happy, dejected, or working hard, she waved to the strong man. This way, the strong man came over. He first picked up the number on her table and looked at it. Then he took the 2 questions she handed to him and took the number to find the person who solved the questions. Yushu looked over there, rubbing her hands, waiting to hear the sweet sound of winning the bet. However, she didn't hear the announcement. From her point of view, the strong man stood in front of the table with his back facing her, blocking her view. She couldn't see what the 2 people were talking about. She had a bad feeling. When she was about to stand up, she saw the strong man turn around, raise the number in his hand, and said in a muffled voice, "Number 19, lose the 2 questions on number 7. 200 taels of silver. Yushu's expression suddenly changed. She pressed the table and stood up. She lost the bet. How could it be possible? After the strong man finished his announcement, he walked towards her and asked the young chick behind him to come forward. He expressionlessly asked her to put the money on the tray. However, Yushu didn't take the money. Instead, she said with a straight face, "I want to see his solution first." She wasn't boasting. She was very confident in herself. Unless it was a precise calculation, the probability of her making a mistake after checking twice was only 1 in 10,000. It was completely negligible. If she didn't make a mistake, then there must be a problem with the person who solved the questions. The burly man didn't say anything more and turned around to take the solution from that person. Yushu took a look at it and sneered inwardly. That person's solution was far from the correct solution, so how could it be correct? She shook the 2 pieces of paper in her hand and turned her head to the 2 gentlemen who were invited by the Evergreen Gang and said, "He made a mistake. May I ask Mr. Song and Mr. Liu to help me verify it?" This was 200 taels of silver. Not to mention that she didn't have it. Even if she did, she wouldn't let it slip away like this. The 2 people looked at each other. The older Mr. Song said, "Give it to me." Yushu took the question and solution from the person who set the question and her solution for the 2 people to review. She thought that since they were invited here to hold the fort, they must have the ability to see mistakes. Unexpectedly, after reading 3 copies, Mr. Song stroked his beard and said, "There's no problem with the solution. There's no problem with the solution. You lost the bet." Yushu frowned and said politely, "Did the 2 of you see wrongly? I can solve the question for you right now. Please take a closer look and see if it's right or wrong." Mr. Song snorted unhappily and threw the 3 copies on the table. He picked up his teacup and turned away, ignoring Yushu. Yushu's heart sank when she saw that the 2 of them weren't willing to make a decision. She then heard the strong man say coldly, "You lost the bet. Are you trying to pester us endlessly? What kind of place do you think the Evergreen Gang is, huh?" She turned her head and saw that the strong man's face suddenly became fierce. He walked over with 2 thugs, looking as if he wouldn't treat her politely if she didn't take out the money immediately. Yushu knew that something was wrong and cursed. She took 2 steps back and thought quickly. Just as she was thinking of a solution, she heard a commotion in the building in front of her, and a few girls screamed. Not long after, she saw the 2 thugs guarding the door from the backyard to the front hall being kicked out. In a blink of an eye, a group of soldiers wearing sandalwood robes and black crowns rushed in. There were 20 to 30 of them, and each of them held a 3-chi-long sword in their hands. They looked fierce, and the leader of the group pointed at the courtyard and shouted, "How dare you gather people to gamble in the south of the city?" A month ago, the imperial court issued a decree to strictly investigate private gambling. Have you eaten the guts of a leopard? Faced with this sudden situation, the people in the courtyard turned pale. Many of them immediately squatted down while trembling. Even the 2 masters behind Yushu stood up in fear. Yushu was probably the only one present who was happy to see this group of soldiers. The strong man was bold and walked forward with 2 men. He raised his eyebrows and asked in a hoarse voice, "Which lord do you work for? Do you know that our Evergreen Gang has an article specially approved by Lord Su of the Ministry of Rights that allows us to gather and have fun? How dare you come here? Aren't you afraid of Lord Su's reprimand?" Hearing that the strong man had brought out his men, the leader of the soldiers was not afraid at all. He snorted coldly at the strong man and held his long sword in a reverse grip. He turned around and cupped his hands towards the curtained door. "Lord Shui." As soon as he said that, a low laugh was heard. Everyone looked back and saw a handsome young man slowly walking out from under the curtain. He was dressed in a vermilion robe and had a black crown on his head. He wore leather shoes and had a hint of a smile on his face. Song Sixian of the Ministry of Rights has been dismissed from his post in the imperial court this morning. If you want to find him, I'm afraid you'll have to go to prison. Yushu's eyes widened. Before she could lower her head to avoid the gaze, she saw that Lord Shui had turned around to look at her. Coincidentally, his gaze swept past her and turned back. When he saw that it was her, his eyes were slightly startled. In the next moment, Yushu clearly saw him glare at her. Chapter 158. Anling City was huge, so huge that the entire Yang City was only a corner of it. However, in such a huge capital city, Yushu was able to bump into the same person twice when she was unlucky. Moreover, the person was the person she didn't want to bump into the most. She couldn't help but suspect that there was something going on between her and this person with the surname Shui. When he glared at her just now, Yushu couldn't lie to herself that he didn't recognize her anymore. She awkwardly looked away. Shui Rui took a few glances at Yushu before retracting his gaze. He put on a stern face and waved his hand at his subordinates who were waiting for his orders. "Arrest them all." "Yes, Lord." The group of officers and soldiers swarmed forward to capture the members of the Evergreen Association. The group of gamblers were trembling with fear as they hid by the wall. Yushu was no exception when she saw the fight. She picked a safe place to stand, and every now and then she would sneak a glance at Shui Rui. Her heart was beating like a drum. This private gambling incident seemed to be more serious than she had imagined. Even the backer of the Evergreen gang, Lord Song, was removed from his position and investigated. Recently, there should be a strict crackdown. She just didn't know how the authorities would deal with the gamblers. After the soldiers subdued the thugs in the courtyard, the scene calmed down. The two master, who were invited to take charge, hesitantly stepped forward and bowed to Shui Rui. They said respectfully, "This is Lord Shui." Shui Rui placed his hands behind his back and glanced at the two of them. The master, who ignored Yushu's request to examine the questions, smiled apologetically. "The two of us are Master from Autumn Osmanthus Lane. We were invited by the Evergreen Gang as guests today. We don't know much about this gambling incident. Lord, do you think you can let us go back first? What do you think?" Shui Rui asked with a fake smile. He suddenly pulled a long face and ordered the soldiers who were on standby at the side. "Bring them all back and detain them first." There was a sudden commotion in the backyard. The soldiers came up to chase them away and gathered the 30 people together. After a head count, they formed two lines with soldiers in the middle and the front. Yushu was in the middle of the line and followed them to Spring Fragrance Brothel gloomily. As soon as she was outside, she saw his figure again. She saw that he was riding a scarlet horse, waiting outside the door. Seeing that everyone had come out, he slowly led the way to the west of the street. There were many passers-by gathered in front of Spring Fragrance Brothel. They all stopped to watch the commotion. They didn't dare to block the way when they saw the officials. They just stood at a distance and pointed. Yushu turned her head and looked around for Xiao Mingming. She was afraid that she had gone somewhere else to look for food. She couldn't even pass a message to her. However, she was worried for nothing. Xiao Mingming had been waiting by the side of the road ever since Yushu entered Spring Fragrance Brothel. When he saw the soldiers barging in to arrest her, he waited outside in fear. When he saw the people coming out, he didn't see Yushu. He hurriedly squeezed in front of the passers-by and shouted, "Ashu, Ashu!" Hearing these shouts, Shui Rui, who was walking at the very front, moved his neck a little. He turned around and searched among the crowd behind him. Then he saw Yushu's figure. He saw her standing on her tiptoes and waving at the side of the road. Then, a young man tumbled out from the side of the road and ran after her to talk to her. Shui Rui could not help but prick up his ears to listen. "Ashu, what's going on?" Xiao Mingming panicked and asked. Yushu didn't have a mood to comfort her. She tried to be concise and said, "The officials are investigating the gambling in the south of the city and arrested us." Xiao Mingming cried, "It's all my fault. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have been arrested. Ashu, what should I do? What should I do?" As soon as Yushu heard her crying, she was so upset that she wanted to give her a slap on the face. However, doing so would attract the attention of the soldiers in front of her, so she refrained from hitting her. Instead, she warned her, "Listen to me, go back to Huaxing Street first, don't go home. If you don't see me at night, then tell Jing Chun and Xiao Xiu to go to the Yamen tomorrow morning to ask about the situation. If they see that I'm locked up in prison, then they can think of a way to see me." Finished speaking, he fished out the money pouch from his pocket, and while the officer was not paying attention, he stretched out his hand and gave it to her. He had just stretched out his hand when the officer in front stopped and shouted. Pointing to Yu Shu and another gambler who was trying to slip away, he said, "What are you doing? You, and you, why aren't you leaving? Stop following me." Yu Shu scolded Xia Mingming in a low voice and jogged forward. Shui Rui turned his head thoughtfully and beckoned his subordinate to come forward. He lowered his head and whispered a few words to him. The group of people who were gambling at Spring Fragrance Brothel were brought to the magistrate's office in the southern part of the city. Before they could go through the court, they were thrown into jail. Everyone lined up to enter the jail. Because there were a lot of people, the first 2 or 3 people were locked in the same cell. Soon, the originally empty cell was half full. When it was Yushu's turn, there was still plenty of room, so she was lucky enough to get a single cell. Since it was a jail, the environment couldn't be much better. There was no bed or chair, only a pile of hay in the corner. There was a small iron cage window above her head, which was about 10 feet above the ground. The light shone in through the window, and many carriages were still in the dark. Yushu watched the jailer fasten the lock on the cell door and sighed. She paced back and forth in the small space twice and sat down on the pile of hay, listening to the other people in the next cell beating their chests and stamping their feet in regret. Alas, her law of time of calamity was good at everything, but it couldn't predict her. Although the 6 lines were accurate, she had to ask before she could answer. How could she have thought that she would be in jail? Now, not only did she not win a single cent, but she was also disgraced. She really suffered a double loss. Yushu hugged her knees and buried her face. As she thought about it, she remembered that Shui Guy glared at her at Spring Fragrance Brothel. She couldn't help thinking about the meaning of that look. Ever since the marriage between the Ji family and the Shui family was ruined and she was kicked out of the Ji family, she never thought that she would meet him again. On her way to the capital, it wasn't that she couldn't remember him, but that she didn't want to. She remembered that when he was still Chao Zixin, their relationship was so good that they could call each other brother and sister. That kind of relationship later became strangers, which made her unhappy when she thought about it. She still clearly remembered that day at the Shui family's guest house. He deliberately bullied her, and she smashed his head with a cup. That was the last time they met, and it was also the reason why she couldn't get over him. She didn't like to owe people favors. Once she owed someone, she had to pay them back to feel comfortable. Otherwise, there would always be a lump in her heart. It was fine if she didn't remember it, but once she did, she would feel uncomfortable all over. From the time she came here to the 500 years later, after all these years, the only person she really owed was Chao Zixin. When she first came here and was poor, he was the one who gave her her first job. When she was kicked out and homeless, he was the one who picked her up. When she was in jail and needed to protect herself, he was the one who helped her out. Regardless of whether she was willing to accept these personal favors, she still accepted them, and it wasn't just once. However, she had nothing to return to him, so she could only forcefully owe him. She owed him so much before, and now she was in jail. After the incident at the guest house, she wasn't sure if he would help her again after such a long time. She was afraid that he would help her again. If she still owed him favors, she would rather be beaten a few times or stay in jail for a few days. Just as she was thinking like this, the sky outside quickly turned dark. She missed a meal in the middle of it, and Yushu's stomach was growling. She sat up from the ground, stretched her numb legs, and turned around to look at the sky outside the window. She secretly frowned. She didn't know if Xia Mingming went home or if he did, as she said. It didn't matter if she slept in jail for a few days, but she was afraid that Yu Xiaoxiu and the others would be worried. There was the sound of chains behind her. At first, Yushu didn't care, but when someone called her, she turned her head. "Hey, you come out." There were 2 jailers standing in the corridor outside the prison, and there was another person behind them. It was the leader of the officers and soldiers she saw during the day. Yushu's eyelids twitched. She didn't walk forward, but instead took a step back. She pretended to be ignorant and asked, "What's wrong? Are you going to let us out? If I tell you to come out, then come out. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" The jailer who opened the door said impatiently. The leader of the officers and soldiers patted his shoulder and said to Yushu, "I'm not letting you go. I'm here to interrogate you. Come out." Needless to say, this lord was Shui Rue. When Yushu heard this, she was even more unwilling to go out. If she really came face to face with him, it would be very awkward. Compared to that, this prison cell was still more comfortable. She rolled her eyes and revealed a bitter smile. She cupped her hands and said, "If you want to interrogate me, then you're looking for the wrong person. This is my first time going to that kind of place. I really don't know anything. If I can't get an answer, then I will be punished. I beg you, please don't let me suffer." The leader of the officers and soldiers was sent by Shui Rue to take Yushu away. Seeing that Yushu was unwilling to come out, he thought that she was afraid of being interrogated, so he tried to appease her. But no matter what he said, Yushu was still unwilling to come out. Because Shui Rue had told him before, he didn't dare to forcefully pull her away for fear of hurting her. He could only ask the jailer to lock the cell door and go back to report. As soon as the person left, Yushu let out a sigh of relief. She returned to the haystack and sat down. She leaned her back against the wall. She was so hungry that her stomach stopped grumbling. Not long after, she began to feel sleepy. She curled up on the haystack and dozed off. When she was half asleep, she heard the sound of the cell's chains. She tiredly opened her eyes. Her vision was blurry for a moment. She saw a pair of clean white boots swaying in front of her. A figure squatted down in front of her. He looked at her for a moment. Then his hand brushed her head and picked up a piece of dry grass. He whispered with a smile, "You're quite arrogant. You want me to personally invite you out." Chapter 159. You are so arrogant that you even want me to personally invite you out. Yushu never thought that Shui Rue would personally come to the prison. A few months ago, the two of them parted on bad terms in Yang City. Although it was not to say that they had broken off their relationship, it was not far from being strangers. Even if he helped her out of consideration for the past, it would be enough if he found a reason to let her out of the prison. There was no reason for him to get close to her. But now that he was in front of her, it was not up to her whether she believed him or not. Shui Rue's eyesight was good. With the help of the light from the torches in the corridor of the prison, he could clearly see the confusion and bewilderment on Yushu's face. He laughed to himself. This little girl was usually shrewd and sly. It was not an easy thing to see her silly look. "Why are you still lying down? Hurry up and get up. Do you want to spend the night in prison?" Shui Rue stood up and teased. He took 2 steps back and walked to the outside of the prison door. He waved at her. It was already like this. If she continued to stay, it would be pretentious. Yushu muttered and got up from the ground. She patted the dust off her body and followed behind him. They didn't speak a single word all along the way. After exiting the prison cell, they passed through 2 prison doors and left the prison unobstructed. Yushu heard a few jailers respectfully addressing Shui Rue as Sir, and she wondered what official position he held now. He had such an imposing manner in the spring fragrance brothel during the day. The imperial court examination was in February. At that time, he was still in Yang City. It seemed that this official position was not a normal one. It was because of his family's influence. It was said that this Shui family had a very high status in Anling City. Otherwise, when a housekeeper came to Yang City, the masters of the Ji family would not have to personally pay their respects and bow to him. Yushu looked at the back of Shui Rue's head and secretly curled her lips. Other people were the children of officials. She did not know which generation this brat was. After all, the prison door was a place where prisoners were locked up. There was a remote street outside the door, and it was very deserted. A single carriage was parked at the side of the road, and the jailer sent them to the door before asking for permission to return. Yushu watched Shui Rue get on the carriage, and she hesitated as she didn't know how to speak and bid farewell to him. Although this would be suspected of burning the bridge after crossing it, she really did not want to coexist with him. As soon as Shui Rue got into the car, he opened the window and looked at Yushu, who was standing there motionlessly. He knew exactly what she was thinking. His finger tapped on the windowsill. Without waiting for her to say anything, he said, "Come on up. It's late. I'll send you back first." It was so dark that Yushu really wanted to go home alone. She might get lost, but she heard him say that he wanted to take her home instead of somewhere else. He heaved a sigh of relief, got on the carriage, and told the coachman the name of a place. But as soon as the carriage started moving, she regretted it. "Tell me, why did you come to Anling?" Shui Rue crossed his long legs and looked at Yushu calmly. He said that he wanted to send her to the hospital, but he didn't say that he wouldn't chat with her for a while in the car. Shui Rue waited for a long time, but Yushu did not reply. She lowered her head and played with her fingers as if she did not hear his question. In reality, she was pretending to be mute. If it was any other time, he would patiently wait for her to speak. But not today. The road was so long. After sending her there, he had other things to do at night. "All right, let's not ask about this. Let's talk about what happened today." Shui Rue changed the topic. There was a hint of mockery in his tone. "I thought you were smarter than anyone. Today, I know that there are times when you are dumber than others. You went to the Evergreen Gang's territory to gamble. Do you know how much you were worth? You don't even know when you were being sold." Hearing this, Yushu raised her head and looked at him with a frown. She felt that something was amiss, so she didn't mind his teasing. She turned her head back and thought back to this morning at the Spring Fragrance Brothels Casino. Just by thinking about it for a moment, she felt that something was amiss. There were 30 people gambling together. Why did the person who spent money to pick the numbers choose her? He bet 400 taels on 4 questions. It was not because he was confident in the questions, but because he thought she was a weakling. Even if the gambler who came up with the question wasn't a member of the Evergreen Gang, he was definitely related to the Evergreen Gang. He probably planned to pick a newbie to scam, so he tampered with the card selection part. She had thought that she was just a blind cat bumping into a dead mouse. She wanted to win their money, but it turned out that she had already been cheated by them. No wonder the 2 judges were not willing to help her solve the problem. This group of people were all in cahoots. She just didn't know how many of the 30 people had been cheated like her. Shui Rue looked at the annoyed expression on her face and said, 9 out of 10 gambles are scams. As long as the word gamble is involved, there is no such thing as a scam. Why do you think gambling is banned in the south of the city? Gambling was originally a game for traders to compete with each other in their free time. Occasionally, there would be some bets, and later, it was used for profit. Anling is the capital of the world. People from all walks of life come here. Since they can't go to the north of the city, they gather in the south. Because they are hidden in the market, it is difficult to control them. Thus, gambling and harming people are common. In recent years, there have been people using gambling as a pretext to trap traders and use gambling debts to threaten them. What you encounter today is exactly such a scheme. Among the 30 gamblers, other than you, there are 2 others who came to the capital for the Dian Festival. If you're caught by them, you'll have to work for them in the future, and it will be difficult for you to escape. After listening to his detailed explanation, Yushu felt a little scared. Then she remembered that it was because of him that she was able to get out of trouble this time. She didn't want to owe him a favor, but it was too late. She felt depressed, but still thanked him. Fortunately, you led people to that place. Otherwise, I would have been in trouble again. Thank you. Shui Rue's smile changed. He clasped his hands on his knees and said, Now, can you tell me how you came to the capital? Yushu sighed. This was why she hated owing people favors. She couldn't refuse him confidently, so she could only answer honestly, I offended the Ji family and couldn't stay in a Yang city. I was afraid that I would cause trouble for others, so I left Shangjing to make a living. Shui Rue certainly knew about the grudge between Yushu and the Ji family. He also knew how she offended the Ji family and had to leave. A few months ago, in Yang City, he was there when she went to the county yamen to beat the drum and complain about her grievances. He saw with his own eyes how she viciously accused the Ji family. Even now, it was still vivid in his mind. It made him realize that this fake young man in front of him was not as kind and honest as he looked. Yushu saw that Shui Rue didn't say anything and only looked at her. She felt a little uncomfortable. She shifted her body and coughed. She looked up at the swaying orange lampshade on the roof of the car and expressionlessly said, At that time, I'm sorry. Shui Rue hesitated for a moment and asked, At that time? When? You shouldn't know if he was deliberately playing dumb or if he really didn't remember. She pursed her lips and dryly said, "At Yang guest house when I hit you." "Oh." Shui Rui's eyes moved. He narrowed his eyes and looked at her. "Why are you saying you're sorry?" He thought that when they met again, he should be the one apologizing for his excessive behavior that day. He didn't think that they would meet again after that, so he didn't expect such a scene. He should be happy that she pointed it out first. At least she didn't misunderstand his intentions at that time. But when he heard her say it so directly, without the shyness and fuss of a normal girl, he felt a little strange. Yushu thought that he was pretending to be confused. She snorted and touched her ear. She said a little awkwardly, "That day, you deliberately said those strange things to provoke me. You even cough. I didn't see it that time. I thought you really wanted me to be your concubine. I even accidentally hit your head. I'm sorry." Honestly speaking, when he said, "Follow me," it really scared her. That serious talk about wanting her to be his concubine caused her to misunderstand. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been unable to see that he was putting on an act. She angrily gave him a hard slap. After Shui Rui heard what she said, he knew what was strange. When he saw her apologizing in all seriousness and didn't take his words seriously in the slightest, he didn't know whether he should cry or laugh. He held his forehead with one hand and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha ha. What he said and did that day was indeed to provoke her. But this didn't mean that he was lying. This girl, when she was smart, she could kill him. When she was stupid, how could she be so stupid? He bumped into her on the street the day before yesterday. Because he was worried that she would avoid him, he didn't dare to pretend to be her. It turned out that she didn't take his words seriously. When Yushu saw him laughing for no reason, she didn't think that what she said was funny. She was puzzled and asked, "What are you laughing at?" Shui Rui put down his hand and gently shook his head. He held back the smile on his lips and raised his dark eyes to look at her. "It's nothing. It's good that you don't hate me." When Yushu heard this, seeing that he didn't care, her heart was a little happy. Her words and actions became a little more relaxed. She raised her eyebrows and said, "It's not like I don't know what's right and wrong. What's there to hate? You think too much of me." Shui looked at her with a smile that wasn't a smile. I don't know who it was. Because I teased her for being slippery, she secretly drew a turtle on the back of my account book and wrote my name on the shell. When these words came out, Yushu choked on her saliva. She was thinking about how to reply when she suddenly froze. This matter was referring to the time when she was still working at Mianjai and he was still shopkeeper Chow. In Yang, he had never personally admitted that he was Chow Zixin. But now he suddenly mentioned the past. Was it a slip of the tongue? Or Shui looked at her in a daze and roughly knew what she was thinking. He lightly sighed and apologized. "Ashu, at that time, I'm sorry." When Yushu heard him call her name, she came back to her senses. Her heart couldn't help but feel a little sour. She imitated him and pretended to be stupid and asked, "What are you sorry about?" Shui sternly said, "Because of some difficulties, I had to pretend not to know you in Yang. I didn't deliberately tease you and make you feel uncomfortable. I'm sorry." Chapter 160. "Yes, my lord. West 6th Street." The carriage stopped, and the coachman said from outside. Yushu raised her head and looked at Shui Rui. "I'm here. Please send me back." Shui Rui felt a little helpless. He had already apologized, but he didn't hear her reply. Even so, he didn't have the intention to ask. It was getting late, and he should go back after dropping her off. However, when he saw her back view as she got off the car, his heart suddenly moved. He actually didn't want her to leave like this. After a slight hesitation, he got up and followed her out of the car. It was late at night, and there were few people on the streets. The shops were all closed, and only one or two taverns still had lanterns lit in front of them. The road in the distance was too dark to see clearly. Shui Rui looked around and asked, "Where do you live?" Yushu pointed in the direction of Huaixing Street. "It's on the back street. Carriages can't go there." Shui Rui raised his chin. "Let's go. I'll send you off." Yushu waved her hand and said, "No need. It's very close." I can go back by myself. You don't want me to know where you live? Shui Rui asked. Yu Shu was a little embarrassed that he had hit the nail on the head. She denied no. How can a girl like you walk at night without worrying? Shall I send you to the intersection? Shui Rui tactfully sought Yu Shu's consent. Yu Shu was a person who could be persuaded by reason, but not cowed by force. Besides, she had just talked it out with him. It was meaningless to deliberately avoid him, so she pointed in the direction and said, "Let's go." Shui Rui smiled and turned to catch up with her. They walked side by side, maintaining a distance of about 3 feet. It was not abrupt, nor did it seem distant. He could even use this distance to chat with her. You and your brother are now living in someone else's house. No, I bought a private house. You bought a house by yourself? Shui turned his head to look at her in surprise. During the day outside the spring fragrance brothel, he saw her talking to that young man from afar. He thought that she was seeking refuge in someone's house, but he did not expect that she had already settled down in Anling City. Yushu nodded. When I left Yang, Aunt Hui gave me a sum of money to settle down. Shui Rui pretended to know nothing and asked, "How did she give you money?" Yushu pretended that he did not know about the series of events that happened to Zhao Hui. She briefly said, Aunt Huey's family property was seized in her early years. After she won the lawsuit, she got her family property back, so she gave you the money. If Shui Rui didn't know about it, he would think that Zhao Huey's lawsuit had nothing to do with her. However, now that he saw her acting as if nothing had happened, he admired her even more. What do you plan to do in the future? Yu Shu was hesitating whether to tell him about her fortune-telling stall in Qiugue Fa. Then she heard an excited shout from the roadside, "Ah, Shu." She turned her head and saw a figure stumbling towards her from the side of the road. Just as he was about to pounce on her, a force came from her elbow, and Shui Rui pulled her to the side, just in time to avoid the attack. Xiao Mingming fell a few steps forward and fell on the ground. He cried out in pain. Shui Rui looked at the rash person on the ground. He was a little unhappy that the person was the same as the young man in the day. He turned his head and wanted to ask Yu Shu who this person was. But she glanced at him with a strange expression. She gently broke away from his hand and squatted down to help the person. Where did you fall? Can you stand up? Shu, I'm sorry. Xiao Mingming saw that Yu Shu was safe and sound. She couldn't help but put her arms around Yu Shu's neck and sobbed. Yu Shu patted her back. She didn't scold her because there were people present. Okay, don't cry. When he saw them hugging each other, Shui Rui was stunned. Fortunately, he was a cautious person, and he didn't rush forward to pull the two of them apart. He lowered his head and took a few more glances at the young man, and he instantly came to a realization. He snickered in his heart. Why is it that it's fashionable for the young ladies in Anling City to dress up as boys recently? Yu Shu pulled Xiao Mingming and asked a few questions. Under her incoherent explanation, she finally figured out why she was waiting for her here. It turned out that during the day, Xiao Mingming saw Yu Shu being taken away by the officers outside Chunxiang House. She heard passers-by saying that they would be caught easily if they gambled privately and would suffer. Xiao Mingming was afraid and worried that Yu Shu would be in trouble because of her. So she didn't go home, as Yu Shu asked. Instead, she went to the yamen alone. In the end, she didn't get any information and was even kicked out. She didn't know how to explain to Yu Xiaoxiu and Jingchan when she went back, so she didn't dare to go home. She hid near Huaxing Street until it was dark and happened to meet Yu Shu, who was sent back by Shui Rui. Shui Rui was listening to their conversation from the side, and he caught the main point. Only then did he realize that Yu Shu had gone to gamble in order to help this young lady raise money. He did not know whether he should be more angry or more amused. How did you get out? I heard that you were all locked up in prison. Xiao Mingming sniffled and asked. Yu Shu pointed at Shui Rui. I met a friend, and he helped me by saying a few words. Then he let me out. Xiao Mingming didn't recognize Shui Rui as the official who brought people to Chunxiang House during the day. Just now, she was panicking and only noticed Shui Rui now. She saw that he was a handsome young master in embroidered clothes. She didn't know who he was, but he had the ability to bring Yu Shu out of prison. Yushu knew that Yu Xiaoxiu and Jingchan would be worried if she didn't see them, so she didn't delay any longer. She helped Xiao Mingming up and said goodbye to Shui Rui. She was in a hurry to go home. My house is just ahead. No need to send me off. Thank you for today. You should go back quickly. Wait. Shui Rui stopped her. Shu, if you are in urgent need of money, I can lend you some first. He knew that Yushu wanted to be strong, so he didn't directly say give, but lend. Yushu hesitated, although she didn't want to owe Shui Rui a favor. But the most important thing was to help Xiao Mingming raise money to enter the exam. She couldn't let her hope fail just because of her own face. Otherwise, wouldn't her efforts today be in vain? Thinking of this, she was about to agree to Shui Rui, but Xiao Mingming shook her hand first. Shu, no need. Yushu tilted her head, why not? Xiao Mingming bit her lips, hugged her arm tightly, and whispered, I don't want to take the exam. After such a fright today, she regretted it so much that her intestines turned green. She didn't have the face to ask Yushu to help her borrow money from a strange man. It was easy to guess what was on Xiao Mingming's mind. In fact, Yushu really didn't care that much about whether she would take the Dain exam or not. Previously, she helped her think of a way because she was desperate to take the exam. Now that she was discouraged and wanted her to cheer her up, it didn't matter if she didn't take the exam. No, you should go back. Yushu shook her head at Shui Rui and pulled Xiao Mingming to the alley ahead. This time, Shui Rui didn't call out to her again. He watched her disappear before he turned around and walked back. As he walked, he recalled the few months he spent in Yang City. Sometimes he laughed, sometimes he shook his head. His expression was relaxed, and his mood had never been so good since he returned to the capital. He only restrained his expression when he arrived at the place where the carriage stopped. Master, where are we going now? The carriage driver lifted the curtain. Hengwu Hall. So the carriage drove to the prosperous north of the city, where the night was full of singing and dancing. As for Jingchun and Yu Xiaoxiu, when they didn't see Yushu and Xiao Mingming come back in the evening, they began to feel nervous. They wanted to go out to find them, but they were afraid that they would come back halfway, so they had to wait anxiously at home. Poor Kim Bao was hungry from noon to night, but no one paid attention to it. It was so depressed that it kept scratching the wall. When they were about to go out to find them, the door rang. Xiaoxiu, open the door, we're back. Yu Xiaoxiu rushed to the door, and Jingchun followed behind him. When he opened the door and saw them, Yu Xiaoxiu was relieved and couldn't help raising his voice. Why did you come back so late? Although Jingchun couldn't speak, the concern in his eyes was obvious. Let's go in first. Yushu pushed Yu Xiaoxiu into the yard and asked Jingchun to close the door. When the four of them returned to the house, Yu Xiaoxiu sat next to Yushu and asked, Did something happen? Yushu glanced at Xiao Mingming. They didn't say anything on the way back, but what happened today would definitely make them worried, and Yu Xiaoxiu would inevitably blame Xiao Mingming. It's all my fault. Xiao Mingming didn't wait for Yushu to help her lie, but lowered her head and said. He gave a rough account of what had happened today. Sure enough, when Yu Xiaoxiu heard that Yushu was put in prison, he was shocked and angry, and forgot to ask who saved her. He first glared at Xiao Mingming and said, Fortunately, my sister and brother are fine, or I won't let you go. It was rare that Xiao Mingming didn't talk back to Yu Xiaoxiu. She grabbed the tablecloth, and her eyes were red. She knew that it was all because of her, and she didn't need Yu Xiaoxiu to argue with her. She was ashamed to death. Jingchun looked at Yushu thoughtfully, didn't notice Yu Xiaoxiu's slip of the tongue, and didn't join in the scolding of Xiao Mingming. Instead, he quietly got up and went outside. Yushu didn't want Yu Xiaoxiu to hold a grudge against Xiao Mingming because of this, so she slapped Yu Xiaoxiu's back and scolded him with a smile. Who are you going to fight with? I did it myself, and I'm useless. Don't blame her. You're a boy, and you quarrel with a girl. It's shameful. Yu Xiaoxiu said angrily, You're protecting her, and you don't know who is your brother. Nonsense again. You're my only brother. Hearing Yushu's words, Yu Xiaoxiu felt comfortable, but Xiao Mingming didn't feel good. Seeing the brother and sister getting along well, she felt like an outsider and forgot that she was an outsider. Seeing Yu Xiaoxiu calm down, Yushu patted him on the shoulder and said, go make the bed, and I'll go to the kitchen to find something to eat." After that, she left him and Xia Mingming staring at each other in the room. When Yushu came to the kitchen, she found that someone was already there. There was a pot on the stove, and Jing Chun was bending over to add firewood to the stove. His movements were not very skilled. Seeing the sparks jumping to his hands, Yushu hurried forward and said, "Let me do it. Let me do it." Chapter 161. Yushu didn't go to Chiu Fong the next day. Yesterday, the soldiers arrested dozens of people, including 2 Yishur, and they were also put in jail without mercy. She was the only one who was released in advance. Although Shuirei didn't give her any special instructions, she knew she had to lie low for a while. After this sudden incident, Yushu felt a sense of crisis again. In the past 2 days, she had calculated Yu Xiaoxiu's and Xia Mingming's dates of birth using the law of the time of calamity. She made a list of all the big and small events that she had to prevent in the next month. After that, she would take care of her relatives and friends in Yang, such as Zhao Hui, Pei Jing, and her cheap mother. Although they were separated by the north and the south and could not be of much use, at least she knew what to do. After finishing these things, Yushu felt it was time to go to Chiu Fong to inquire about the situation. When the matter was over, she would come out to set up the stall again. Xia Mingming didn't need to take the Dian exam, but they still had to live and spend money. Xia Mingming was in low spirits these days and stayed in his room all day. Yushu didn't ask her to write a letter to her family at the medical center. At dinner, Yushu mentioned that she was going out the next day. Yu Xiaoxiu's first request was, "I'll go with you." Yushu knew that if she didn't bring him along, he would definitely make trouble, so she agreed. Anyway, she wasn't going out to set up a stall and could rush back to cook at noon. After dinner, Yu Xiaoxiu went outside to fetch water. Xia Mingming helped to wipe the table. Yushu was squatting in the kitchen, washing. There was an oil lamp on the stove, and it was barely visible that she was holding a bowl and not a plate. Hearing the noise behind her, Yushu turned around and saw Jing Chun standing at the door of the kitchen. "What's the matter?" Jing Chun shook his head and raised his hand to signal her to finish first. Yushu quickened her movements. She washed the bowls and chopsticks in the wooden basin twice, wiped them clean, and placed them in the cupboard. Taking off her apron, she picked up the lampstand. He led him into the house to find a pen and paper. Xia Mingming glanced at the two of them and twisted the rag in his hand. In front of the desk, Yushu took out a piece of paper and handed it to Jing Chun. She pondered a few times in the inkstone and asked him to dip it in the ink. When he was done, she moved closer to take a look and saw the words written on the paper. "Your sword." "Can I have a look?" "Sword?" Yushu paused. "You mean the rusty one?" Jing Chun nodded. "Wait." Yushu didn't ask him what he wanted the sword for. She turned around and rummaged through the wardrobe. After settling down in Beijing, she kept the rusty ancient sword and locked it in the cabinet. She had been so busy recently that she had a headache. He didn't bother to check if it was a real antique. She found the rusty sword at the bottom of the wardrobe. Yushu untied the cloth wrapped around it and handed it to Jing Chun. "Here." As soon as Yushu took out the sword, Kim Bao, who had eaten his meal and was dozing off at the foot of the bed, stood up alertly. The mustache on the tip of his nose trembled. He curled up again. Jing Chun took it and stroked the rusty sword with his fingers. He closed his eyes and tried to recall that night on the ship, when he blocked the weapons of the pirates, the familiar feeling of his body heating up. Yushu looked at Jing Chun's movements and thought that he was thinking of something. She didn't disturb him and stood by his side to accompany him. After a long time, she saw Jing Chun open his eyes and stare at the sword in his hand, as if he wanted to see a hole in it. "Did you remember something?" Yushu carefully probed. Jing Chun shook his head and walked to the table with the sword. He wrote on the paper, "Have I used this sword before?" The before he was referring to was before he lost his memory. "No." After Yushu answered, she looked at Jing Chun's confused expression and said, "But you have seen this sword before." Jing Chun's eyes lit up. Yushu scratched her neck and said, "Actually, this sword wasn't mine in the first place. Didn't I mention it to you before? The two of us know each other because you saved me before. Just outside Yang City, I was captured by a group of demon Taoists and used as a sacrifice for this sword. After that, those people were arrested by the government. Seeing that this sword was ownerless, I secretly took it away. Jing Chen didn't care that this sword was obtained by Yushu. He couldn't remember anything about this sword. However, on the ship, he did feel a sense of familiarity with it. He just didn't know if it was because of this sword. Can I borrow this sword for a few days? Yushu saw that Jing Chen was very interested in this rusted sword. She felt that this thing could not be used to make money, but it could help him remember something. She generously said to Jing Chen, "You can take it." Jing Chen replied with a smile. Yushu suddenly felt like she was bathing in the spring breeze. She secretly thought that such a beautiful person was more luxurious than those famous calligraphy and paintings at home. After taking Jing Chen to the door of the house, Yushu turned to Xiao Mingming, who was still pretending to wipe the table, and sneered, "If you continue to wipe, the table will shed its skin." Xiao Mingming awkwardly turned his head and said, "I didn't eavesdrop on you." What was this called? Confessing without being pressed. Yushu walked over to the table and sat down. She folded her arms and stared at him for a few times. Seeing that he was not as lost as he was 2 days ago, she asked, "When are you going home?" Xiao Mingming's shoulders shook and she lowered her head. "Are you in such a hurry to drive me away?" Yushu said bluntly, "You are not going to take the Dian exam. Why are you still staying here? Go home early and live a good life. You have been away for so long. Don't you think about your family? They must be worried about you. Your father, your mother, don't you miss them?" Xiao Mingming was a little moved. She pulled the dirty rag and whispered, "Let's wait for a few more days, okay?" Yushu sighed. She knew that she was delaying. "Do as you see fit. Tell me when you're going to leave." Xiao Mingming nodded quickly and sat down next to Yushu. She rolled her eyes and asked, "By the way, who was the person who sent you back the night before yesterday?" Yushu reached out to pour water from the teapot and answered casually, "A friend." "A friend?" Xiao Mingming leaned closer to her. "Where did you meet a friend who could bring you out of prison? You haven't been to the capital before. How did you meet someone here?" 2 days ago, she was not in the mood to inquire about it. Now that she thought about it, she was very curious. Yushu did not tell her much about herself. In Xiao Mingming's eyes, Yushu's origin was quite mysterious. Not only did she know the orthodox 6 lines divination, she was also good at everything. She was clearly a woman, but she was smarter and more capable than a man. Now, she had a friend who seemed to be very capable. Yushu turned to look at Xiao Mingming, who was full of gossip. Her hands were itchy, so she raised her hand and pinched one side of Xiao Mingming's soft face. She twisted it left and right and said with a fake smile, "Mind your own business. Hurry up and go to bed. I will go out with Xiao Xiao tomorrow morning. You take our dirty clothes to wash." After that, she threw her hand away, ignored her crying bitterly, turned back to the room, and closed the door. The next morning, Yu Xiaoxiu woke up earlier than Yushu. Because he was excited to go out with Yushu, he did not sleep much last night. But it was good to be young. He would not be unable to get up the next day, just because he did not sleep well. After a simple breakfast, Yushu led Yu Xiaoxiu out the door. Perhaps it was because of the Spring Fragrance Brothel's arrest 2 days ago. Autumn Osmanthus Lane was lively during the day, concealing a strange atmosphere. When Yushu walked on the street, she felt that there were whispers everywhere. People were whispering to each other, but she did not know what they were secretly talking about. Yushu first went to Mingyuan Casino. Across the street, she saw the seal on the door. Her eyelids twitched, and after asking a passerby, she found out that several soldiers had come in the afternoon to seal the casino and arrest a few people. Yushu accompanied the passerby and sighed, then walked back to the tavern where she usually set up her stall. Telling Yu Xiaoxiu to wait outside, she went to talk to shopkeeper Sunday. Coincidentally, the shopkeeper was not around today. There were only 2 waiters in the tavern, and one of them recognized Yushu. He slung a cloth over his shoulder and walked up to her. "Isn't this Yushu? Shopkeeper was just talking about you yesterday. I haven't seen you set up your stall in a few days." Did you see that business is not good and decided to give up? Yushu smiled. How could that be? I was busy 2 days ago, so I couldn't come. Today, I'm here to take a look. I heard that there was an incident in the market. Brother waiter, have you heard of it? The waiter turned his head to look at the two customers drinking by the window. He waved at Yushu and led her to the counter. Isn't that right? Let me tell you, it's good that you haven't been here for the past 2 days. The streets are full of people being arrested. It's said that the Evergreen Gang secretly gathered people to gamble, and they've been investigated by the government. The notice board at the end of the street only posted the announcement yesterday afternoon. I'm sure you haven't seen it yet. I heard from the shopkeeper that the government has issued an order to strictly crack down on gambling in the south of the city. Anyone who participates in gambling will be arrested and locked up for a few days. If it's serious, they'll have to leave a criminal record with the government and will never be allowed to take part in any examinations. Yushu took a deep breath. It's that serious? Isn't it? The waiter secretly curled his lips and said in a low voice, It's fine to gamble in the north of the city, but we're not allowed to gamble in the south of the city. Why are the people in the south of the city so inferior? Don't they learn to gamble? Yushu didn't respond. She only smiled and chatted with him for a while before saying goodbye. Brother waiter, thank you for telling me. When the shopkeeper comes, please pass on a message for me. I'll be leaving now. You're not staying for a drink. Maybe another day. Yushu was short on money, so how could she waste it on wine? The waiter was about to go back to work when he touched his head and remembered something. He called out to Yushu, who was walking to the door. Hey, Yusheng, wait. Yushu turned around. What's wrong? The waiter stepped forward and said, I almost forgot. In the 2 days that you weren't here, someone was looking for you. He came to our tavern and asked about you twice. Hearing this, the first person Yushu thought of was Chao Zixin. Just as she was about to ask him in detail, the waiter pointed behind her and said, He's here. Look, Yusheng, this is the person who is looking for you. Yushu was stunned. She turned her head and saw an excited man standing at the door. There was a bean-sized mole on the corner of his mouth. He looked a little familiar, but not the person she thought he was. Mr. Yu, I've found you. Yushu saw hundreds of faces a day on the streets of Autumn Osmanthus Lane. She couldn't remember who this person was, so she asked suspiciously, You are? It's me. Mr. Yu, have you forgotten? That day you showed me the way to money and tied a red rope for me. The strong man at the door said as he stretched out his left hand and rolled up his sleeve, revealing the faded red rope on his wrist. Oh, Yushu suddenly remembered and pointed at him. It's you. Chapter 162. In the Sunji Tavern, there were a few refreshing dishes and a pot of good wine on the table. Yushu was listening to Zhao Qingwei with great interest. He was the first customer of her divination stall on the day it opened. He told his story. Yu Xiaoxia was called in by Yushu. He sat at the table and ate raw flowers. It was no wonder that Yushu didn't recognize him at first. He was dressed much more neatly than when he came to have his divination done that day. Zhao Qingwei wasn't originally from the capital. His family lived in a small town in the north. His father died early, so he and his mother relied on his maternal grandfather's family to live. His maternal grandfather's family ran an escort agency for 3 generations. At that time, he was full of youthful vigor. Because of the death of his father and mother, he was treated with disdain. He left home to learn martial arts. After 5 years, he was finally able to return home. Who would have thought that when he arrived at the village, he would not see his mother and maternal grandfather's family? After asking around, he found out that the year before last, there was a drought in the north. The villagers were worried about starvation, and the escort agency's business was cold. His maternal grandfather's family moved elsewhere to make a living. He asked around 3 times, but he didn't know where they moved to. Left alone, he could only wander around. A year ago, he arrived at the capital. With his martial arts skills, he worked as a guard for a large family to support himself. Because he liked to drink a few mouthfuls of wine, his days were occasionally tight. That day, his master sent him to Autumn Osmanthus Lane to handle some business. After finishing his business, he wandered around Autumn Osmanthus Lane and found Yushu's stall. Who would have thought that he would be able to find a way out? Zhao Qingwei was asking for money that day. Yushu showed him a way to make money. Zhao Dazhuang followed it and walked southwest. When he encountered a wall, he turned, and when he encountered a street, he walked. After 500 steps, he looked up and saw an escort agency at the end of the street. The sign hanging on the sign was his maternal grandfather's family's name. How could I have expected that they would move to the capital? I've never been to that street before. If it weren't for Sir Yu's clever foresight, I don't know how many times I would have missed them. Zhao Qingwei took a sip of wine and said with a ruddy face, "My mother's health is still fine. My uncle has always been strict, and when he saw me, he shed tears. Although he scolded me, he is still my closest relative. My uncle has no children and has grown old over the years. He has the intention of entrusting the escort agency to me in the future. Coincidentally, he received a big business the other day and was going to deliver goods to Shizhou. I left in a hurry with the escort team and didn't have the time to thank Master Yu. I came back 2 days ago and only came to thank you later." As he said that, he took out a banknote from his bosom, placed it on the table, and pushed it toward Yushu. Embarrassed, he said, "I thought I might run into you today, so I brought it with me. It's the money I owe you that day, and the red packet Mr. Feng gave me." Yushu took it and looked at it. She secretly clicked her tongue. There were more than 20 taels stamped on the banknote. Her living expenses for the next month would be settled. She laughed inwardly. Was this considered waiting for the clouds to disperse and the moon to see the light? 20 taels was far from being a lot in a proper trading house, but for a trader like Yushu who hung a flag outside, it was a very generous reward. In fact, this time it was a coincidence. The 8 ways of making money were based on karma. If one did not have the fortune to make money, they could at most guarantee that they would not lose it. If one had the fortune to make money, then they would be able to get help. This Zhao Qinghui's luck was about to change. He was just missing a chance, but Yushu pointed it out. Zhao Qinghui had been in the Jianghu for a few years and knew that a person could not be judged by their appearance. Although Yushu was young, she had previous experiences as a witness and knew of her abilities. He trusted her very much, so he gave her a generous red packet in preparation for the future. "Mr. Yu, my uncle heard of you and wanted to meet you." Zhao Qinghui asked, "When do you think you have time to go with me?" Hearing this, Yushu didn't know what to say, so she didn't rush to answer. Instead, she took out a few Yao coins that she often used and threw them on the table. She lined up the coins one by one and calculated 3 times. Seeing that the divination was auspicious and that her children's eyes were peaceful, she felt relieved and said, "I have time today. I'll go with you." Zhao Qinghui saw that she used copper coins to ask for divination. Although he didn't understand it, it looked profound and he thought highly of Yushu. He immediately clapped his hands and said, "Great, then we'll leave after drinking this pot of wine." Yushu nodded. She saw Yu Xiaoxiu straighten his eyes and looked at the banknote next to her hand. She smiled and gave it to him. "Take it." Yu Xiaoxiu finally saw the number on the banknote. He stared at it for a moment. Then he grinned and looked at Yushu with admiration. He folded the banknote in half and carefully put it into his bosom. It should be Yushu Luyuan. She asked Yu Xiaoxiu to wait for her in the tavern. She followed Zhao Qinghui to the Fuan escort agency and met her uncle, Boss Zhou. After a brief conversation, they learned about each other's background. Then, she was taken around the escort agency. It was said that Boss Zhou was asking her to give advice on the feng shui of the house, but in fact, it was to test her ability. Because Yushu had bought a haunted house before, she had specially sorted out the house studies taught by Qing Zheng in the past few days. Although she lacked experience, she had a unique vision and was bold and careful. The second time she looked at the house, perhaps because she was thick-skinned enough, she did not have stage fright at all. As she walked, she pointed at a few mysteries in the courtyard. When Boss Zhou's expression changed, she pointed out something wrong at the right time. When I entered the door just now, I noticed that there are many tripod seats under the wall of this courtyard. They were originally meant to calm down, but they backfired and became a hindrance. Boss Zhou's expression changed. "Mr. Yu, please speak. Yushu pointed to the bare walls of the courtyard and asked, "Were there trees originally planted here?" Boss Zhou said, "There were originally 2 trees. Later, there were always moths, so one tree was cut down. The other tree died a few months ago for some reason." Yushu recalled what she had learned and asked, "Have the people living in the escort agency been quarreling recently? Perhaps they've even gotten into a fight and injured someone." Boss Zhou said in surprise, "Indeed, there were 2 escorts fighting the day before yesterday, and one of them broke his head." "How did you know, sir?" As he spoke, he turned his head to look at his nephew, asking him with his eyes if he had told Yushu. Zhao Qinghui quickly shook his head, indicating that he had not. Yushu caught a glimpse of their movements and smiled. She pointed to the wall and explained, "In the layout of the house, it is appropriate to make up for the deficiencies, and the best strategy is to be comprehensive. This place is flourishing, and when the metal is flourishing, it will suppress the wood energy. According to the 5 elements, metal gives birth to water, water gives birth to wood, and wood gives birth to fire. I have just seen that there is a kitchen that makes a fire to cook in your courtyard, and there's a well that fetches water for drinking. However, there is a leakage of wood energy. It should only be suppressed, not born. Sooner or later, it will be blocked. At first, there will be quarrels, but after a period of time, I'm afraid there will be blood." Hearing that Yushu's words were reasonable, Boss Zhou had already believed most of it. His expression changed slightly. "There is such a relationship. May I ask, sir, is there a way to resolve it?" "There is a way." Yushu was not in a hurry to answer. Instead, she changed the topic and said, "It's just that this house has been seen by someone before. If I casually change it, it will inevitably be suspected of smashing someone's reputation. If that person comes to the house again in the future, it will be embarrassing." If there is a gap between him and Boss Zhou, it will be my fault. Every line of business was indispensable. Yushu had heard a lot about it in Autumn Osmanthus Square. For example, the geomancy of this house was often only invited by one master. If the predecessors had not gone and the later generations interfered at will, it would be stealing people's rice bowls. If the news spread, it would be a loss of reputation. Yushu's words were pleasant to hear. She was thinking for Boss Zhou's sake, but in fact, she was hinting to him that there was a problem with this house. It would be best for him to find the person who had seen the geomancy for him in the past to repair it. Don't ask her to change it. It was not that she could not change it, but it was not convenient to change it. Boss Zhou was a sensible person. When he heard this, he knew what Yushu was hinting at. He waved his hand to let the 2 escorts behind him leave. Then he took Yushu and Zhao Qinghui to the guest room in the west room and sat down. To tell you the truth, when my escort agency was first set up, I specially invited a master, E, to give me pointers. Later, I invited him to be a regular at my door. No matter if there is anything, he will give me a red packet every month. Who would have thought that in July, that master, he would offend someone in the north of the city? After leaving a few words, he left the capital and returned home, never to return. Therefore, I heard from Qinghui that you are talented, so I brought you here to take a look. Now, it seems that Mr. Yu is young, but there is no harm in having real knowledge. I would like to invite you to be a regular at our escort agency and give me a few pointers. What do you think?" Yushu thought that the term regular here was more or less equivalent to a consultant. She would only be needed if there was something, and if there was nothing, she would also be paid. This job was not bad. Jing Chen's medicine was almost finished, and the weather was getting cold soon. He needed to add more clothes. Therefore, when Yushu received Boss Zhou's invitation, she did not hesitate. She cupped her hands and said, "Then in the future, Boss Zhou, please give me more pointers." Boss Zhou laughed and stood up to return the greeting. "It should be me asking Mr. Yu to give me pointers." Seeing that the matter was settled, Zhao Qinghui said happily, "Uncle, it's almost noon. Why don't we go to the restaurant and have a seat?" Boss Zhou was more thoughtful than him. He first asked Yushu, "Are you free?" Another day, Yushu said, "I need to go back and prepare a few things. I'll come back tomorrow. After I fix the feng shui of this house, it won't be too late for Boss Zhou to be the host." Boss Zhou was happy and did not force her. He asked Zhao Qingwei to accompany Yu Shu to drink the remaining half a cup of tea and went outside to give orders. After a while, a servant entered with a wooden tray. On it were 3 chains of silver, which was immediately given to Yu Shu by Boss Zhou. Yu Shu could not refuse, so she had no choice but to accept it. She could not put it on her body, so Boss Zhou carefully prepared a small bag to accommodate her. In ancient times, escort agencies were very popular, especially in large cities with many people. Because there were only a few people who practiced martial arts, and there were risks in escorting goods, the competition in this industry was not very fierce. Therefore, whether it was escorting people or escorting goods, the fees were not low. Take Yu Shu and the others, for example. From Kaifeng Prefecture to the capital, the journey took half a month. That trip cost 50 taels, and this did not include the food and accommodation on the way. Fuan Escort Agency was not big, and there were more than a dozen escorts. There were only a few big business in a year, but the small business was nonstop. Business was nonstop, spending 20 to 30 taels of silver a month to provide for a single customer was still affordable. Moreover, this was much more cost-effective than going to Yi Hall to ask for a fortune teller when they had something to do. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.